Sometime after the fall of Troy, Prince Aeneas sailed off the coast of Carthage, heading towards central Italy to fulfill his destiny. Centuries later, his descendants would found the city of Rome. As he departed from the mighty Punic state, Aeneas left behind his lover, Queen Dido, with a broken heart. Seduced and later abandoned, Dido chose to stab herself upon a fiery pyre after unleashing a curse upon the Trojan prince. Perpetual hate and mortal wars proclaim, against the prince, the people and the name. These grateful offerings on my grave bestow, nor league nor love the hostile nations know. Dido also foresaw the arrival of a fearsome warrior, who would avenge her in the centuries to come. Rise, some avenger of our Libyan blood, with fire and sword pursue the perjured brood. Our arms, our seas, our shores opposed to theirs, and the same hate descend on all our heirs. This is how, in 29 BC, the poet Virgil imagined the origins of the two cities' enduring enmity, as well as the rise of Rome's most formidable enemy. But the spark that lit the enormous funeral pyre of the Punic Wars was far more prosaic. Welcome to our video on the Second Punic War, as we cover all major battles of this most famous ancient war. Because of the hostility of the YouTube algorithm, we are only able to make these long series because of the support of our members and patrons. The Second Punic War, along with many other series, were previously available only to members and patrons. You can join them now to watch our Third Punic War series and many other series on ancient, medieval, early modern and modern conflicts, get access to our schedule and Discord, and early access to all videos. Thanks for considering supporting us. The First Punic War, which was fought between 264 and 241 BC, was a large and costly conflict which pitted the naval power of Carthage against the emerging might of the Roman Republic for dominion over the western Mediterranean. It was fought on the sea and on land, mostly in Sicily and northern Africa, but it started as a narrowly localized conflict when a group of mutinous Italian mercenaries, the Mamertines, took over the city of Messana. When King Hieron of Syracuse moved against them, the rebels called upon both Carthage and Rome for help. Alliances were drawn, with the Romans siding with the Mamertines and Carthage with Syracuse. After Rome's initial victory at Messana, the conflict quickly escalated into an all-out struggle for the prized possession of fertile Sicily. As the war dragged on, Rome quickly developed its naval capabilities, beating Carthage, thus far master of the waves, at its own game. For most of the war, the Romans took the initiative, even coming very close to conquering the city of Carthage itself. But by 247 BC, they were humbled by an enormous thorn in their side, General Hamilcar Barca, whose surname may be translated as Thunderbolt or Lightning. The skilled Carthaginian commander led an expeditionary force into Sicily, by then almost completely occupied by Rome, and seized the nigh impregnable mountaintop city of Hercte near Panamus. True to his family name, Hamilcar then launched a series of lightning-fast, successful naval and land raids, harassing Roman forces. As time wore on, the general became isolated from the motherland. The Romans exhausted their reserves, and both parties' coffers were empty. Nonetheless, neither was willing to concede defeat, a state of affairs likened by the Greek historian Polybius to roosters in a cockfight. In this latter phase of the war, the rooster with the sharpest claws had undoubtedly been Hamilcar, who remained undefeated throughout his Sicilian campaign. The tides turned again in March 241, when a relief fleet dispatched from Carthage was destroyed by consul Gaius Lutatius Catulus off the island of Igusa. Carthage was not able to sustain Hamilcar's effort any longer, and the general was forced to concede defeat. Hamilcar Barca considered himself unbeaten on the battlefield, and was thus particularly humiliated by the conditions of the peace treaty. Per its terms, Carthage had been forced to evacuate Sicily, renounce its fleet, and pay an enormous reparation of 3,200 silver talents. According to Polybius, the general was ready to resume hostilities immediately, but was recalled to the homeland to deal with another emergency, the unpaid mercenary troops employed by Carthage gave rise to large mutinies, which escalated into the Mercenary War of 241 to 237 BC. Hamilcar, despite being outnumbered and short on resources, gave another display of tactical brilliance, attacking and destroying rebel forces in detail. Rome, however, took advantage of its adversaries' woes, seizing the occasion to occupy more Carthaginian possessions, Sardinia and Corsica, and imposing an additional tribute of 1,200 silver talents. Hamilcar had thus far proved his tactical and operational brilliance, but it was now time to display his strategic genius with a large-scale master plan. The Carthaginians had for centuries considered the Iberian Peninsula to be part of their sphere of influence, as several port cities in modern-day Spain had been founded by the Phoenicians, the same Levantine peoples whose ancestors had founded Carthage. Hamilcar's plan consisted of consolidating colonial dominion over the local tribes inland, and seizing control of the rich gold and silver mines in the Sierra Morena, a mountain range in southern Spain. This revenue stream would allow Barca to rebuild and fund the Punic military, which was heavily reliant on mercenary troops. The precious metals would also fulfill the important function of repaying war reparations to the Romans, thus keeping them off his back. Hamilcar Barca thus prepared to set off for Spain, taking with him his son-in-law, Hasdrubal the Fair, and his 3 young sons, Hannibal, Hasdrubal and Mago, who would be later known as the Lion's Brood. As part of the preparations, General Barca and his officers performed the customary sacrifices and rites to the altar of Zeus to ingratiate themselves with the gods. According to Polybius, he then asked his staff to stand aside, and called to him his eldest son Hannibal, then aged 9. Hamilcar led the boy to the altar, asked him to lay his hand on the sacrificial victim, and then made him swear to never be a friend of the Romans. Hamilcar's expedition crossed the Pillars of Heracles and landed at Gades in the summer of 237 BC. The general quickly concluded a favourable agreement with the local Tartessian tribe to exploit the Sierra Morena mines, but it was then attacked by an alliance of Iberian and Celtiberian forces led by the chieftain Istilatios. We know only that the resulting conflict ended in a total Barcid victory, with 3,000 local warriors joining Hamilcar. The general then had to fend off another attack by an army numbering 50,000 soldiers, which resulted in a typical display of Barcid ruthlessness combined with mercy. The enemy leader, Indortes, was captured and crucified, but 10,000 of his soldiers were allowed to return home. The Carthaginians had now secured the valley of the Guadalquivir. They thus moved eastwards, reaching modern-day Cap de la Nau after 6 years of incessant fighting. During this campaign, Hannibal, however young, had proved his worth as a fierce warrior. By 231 BC, the Roman Republic had taken notice of Hamilcar's long holidays in southern Spain, and dispatched a delegation to investigate. The general put them at ease by explaining that he was simply collecting gold and silver to repay the war indemnity, which satisfied the Roman ambassadors. As we shall see, Rome would be later preoccupied with other enemies closer to home, and thus allowed the Barcas to continue expanding what was essentially a personal empire. In the winter of 228 BC, Hamilcar had encircled the town of Helice when the Oritani tribe came to the aid of the besieged. Ancient historians disagree on what exactly happened next, but it appears that the thus far undefeated general was tricked by the Oritani, who initially posed as allies and then attacked his forces. In the ensuing fight, Hamilcar Barca either fell off his horse and drowned in a river, or was outright killed in battle. Thus, the Thunderbolt, patriarch of the Lion's Brood, was dead, but his legacy lived on. Overall command was inherited by his son-in-law Hasdrubal the Fair, who continued to enact Hamilcar's master plan for the next 7 years. The newly appointed commander expanded Barcid holdings northwards, along Spain's eastern coast. To the south, he discovered new silver mines, which allowed him to found a new city, New Carthage, as the Punic capital in Iberia. news of Barcid's gains reached Rome once again, but the Republic had been busy dealing with both Illyrian pirates in the Adriatic Sea and the Cisalpine Gauls residing in the Po Valley, northern Italy. The Adriatic pirates had been disrupting Rome's maritime trade for years, a situation the Republic could not tolerate. In 229 BC, 2 envoys were dispatched to parley with Queen Tuta of the Ardeaei, demanding she put an end to piracy. In Polybius's accounts, she reacted like a true woman with much passion and resentment, and had the ambassadors murdered. Consuls Gnaeus Fulvius Centumalus and Lucius Postumius Albinus then led a fleet of 200 quinqueremes across the Adriatic, carrying an invasion force of over 20,000 soldiers and 200 horsemen. Thanks to the defection of Illyrian governor Demetrius, the consuls were able to raid and subjugate all major enemy centres along the coast, eventually forcing Tuta to concede defeat and pay an annual tribute. Back on the mainland, tensions with the Cisalpine Gallic tribes had been rising steadily since the previous decade, and finally came to a head in 226 BC. The Gauls set aside their internecine conflicts and rallied around the Insubrian tribe, assembling a united army against Rome, totaling 50,000 infantry and 20,000 cavalry and chariots. Fearing a Gallic invasion more than Carthaginian expansion in Spain, the Republic hastily concluded a treaty with Hasdrubal the Fair. Carthage would not expand their sphere of influence beyond the river Ebro in northeastern Spain. Likewise, Rome would not interfere south of the river. Back in Italy, the Gauls moved south, plundering the coast of Etruria before returning north with rich booty. As they were pursued by the Roman legions along the coast, a second Republican army appeared to their north, freshly ferried in from Sardinia. The Gauls were now trapped in a Roman vice, and the ensuing fight was disastrous, with 50,000 Gauls dead or taken captive. The Romans were now on the attack, crossing the Po and laying waste to the homeland of the main Gallic tribe, the Insubrians. The Gauls sued for peace, but in 222 BC, they were joined by an allied tribe of Transalpine Gauls, the Geisatae. Led by their king Britomartus, the Geisatae encouraged the Insubrians to muster an army of at least 60,000 men and marched towards Acere, north of the river Po. This is where the 2 consuls for the year, Marcus Claudius Marcellus and Gnaeus Cornelius Scipio Calvus, had convened their own forces. The cognomen Scipio should ring a bell. Calvus was, in fact, the uncle of the more famous Africanus, a very famous general who has yet to enter the picture. Rather than seeking a head-on confrontation, Britomartus selected 10,000 of his men to lay waste to the countryside, seeking to provoke the Romans into a fight. Marcellus volunteered to intercept him, taking with him a scant force of 600 velites or light infantry and equites or cavalry. The column marched on day and night until they came across Britomartus at Clastidium. Marcellus was spotted, and the Gauls, mainly fighting on horseback, charged forward. According to Plutarch, Marcellus ordered his men to charge head-on against their enemies, despite being outnumbered almost 20-1. In a tense moment, Marcellus's frightened horse turned away from the charging enemies, but the consul was able to rein it in and made it turn towards the Gauls. That's when Britomartus and the consul locked eyes, each realizing they were facing their enemy's commander due to their distinctive insignia and armor. The 2 leaders charged at each other, but Marcellus was faster, piercing the king's breastplate with his spear. Britomartus crashed to the ground, and the consul finished him off. Emboldened by his act, his men smashed into the Geisatae and surprisingly sent them into a flight. Meanwhile, Scipio Calvus had left Arece to besiege the Insubrian capital, Mediolanum, modern-day Milan, but faced stiff resistance. When Marcellus joined him, word spread of the death of Britomartus, and the Geisatae withdrew their support from the Cisalpine Gauls. Left without their bellicose allies, the Insubrians negotiated a fair peace settlement with Rome. Thus, by 220 BC, the Cisalpine region had been conquered, but animosity amongst the local tribes still lingered on. That same year, the Carthaginians in Iberia experienced a crisis when their leader, Hasdrubal the Fair, was assassinated by a Celt warrior in revenge for the crucifixion of a Celtic chieftain. The leaderless soldiers immediately clamoured for the 26-year-old Hannibal to take command, as they had been awed by his fighting prowess and courage from an early age. The young Barca did not disappoint, immediately launching a campaign to expand the Carthaginian grip over hostile tribes, starting with the Olcades. Hannibal focused the brunt of his army against their most powerful city, Althea, which fell after a series of forceful assaults. This victory greatly impressed the Olcades, who surrendered and submitted to the Carthaginians. More importantly, it impressed Hannibal's own troops, for this swift victory had garnered a considerable sum in the form of tributes generously distributed amongst the soldiers. Through his personal charisma, tactical brilliance, regular payments, and promises of further riches, Hannibal instilled a sense of stalwart loyalty in his multinational army, composed of Libyan, Numidian, Celt and Iberian troops, among others. After spending the winter in New Carthage, Hannibal resumed his campaign the following summer, this time dedicating his attention to the Vacii tribe. The Barcid army first besieged the city of Helmantica, whose inhabitants quickly surrendered. According to Plutarch, however, they soon changed their minds, and Hannibal ordered his men to storm and plunder the city. The Helmanticans surrendered a second time, petitioning all free men to leave the city unscathed but unarmed. The Carthaginian soldiers searched only the male inhabitants for weapons, which allowed the women to smuggle a great number of swords past the besiegers. While the invaders were busy looting Helmantica, the women armed their husbands and raised a battle cry, falling upon Hannibal's troops. Men and women fought together, slaying a great number of enemy soldiers before escaping their encirclement to resume resistance in the mountains. Hannibal next seized Arbacala after a prolonged siege, but had little time to celebrate. The survivors of Helmantica, alongside the non-yielding Olcades and other warriors, had amassed a large army with the Carpetani, the strongest tribe in the district. The Carpetani moved towards Hannibal's hosts, seeking a pitched battle near the river Tagus. We don't know the exact size of the respective armies, but according to Polybius, the Iberians fielded at least 100,000 men. This is probably an exaggeration, but surely they outnumbered the Barcid army, so much so that Hannibal avoided a direct confrontation at first. Instead, General Barca performed a tactical retreat, deploying his force of infantry, cavalry and 40 elephants on the opposite shore of the Tagus, with the pachyderms deployed across the front line. The Carpetani pressed their attack, crossing the river piecemeal at various points and failing to coordinate into a cohesive battle line. Every time a new formation of Carpetani emerged from the Tagus, they would be charged by the elephants patrolling the bank. Many more Iberian warriors were cut down by the Numidian cavalry as they were still wading the river. Polybius mentions that Hannibal's horsemen fighting in the Tagus had the advantage of being higher than the unmounted enemy, suggesting that the Carpetani fielded no cavalry and thus lacked mobility. Once their advanced parties were massacred by the elephants and the Numidians, Hannibal took the initiative and ordered an attack across the Tagus, sending his enemies into flight. After the victory on the Tagus, none of the peoples south of the river Ebro sought to oppose the Carthaginians. With one exception, the city of Saguntum. According to the treaty previously mentioned, the Romans were not to expand their influence south of the Ebro. The Republic had thus far respected their side of the agreement, well, with one exception, the city of Saguntum. The rich coastal centre was an ally of Rome and enjoyed support from the Republic. By challenging Carthaginian rule, it was a proxy Roman thorn firmly planted on Hannibal's side of the river Ebro. The general was rearing to remove that thorn once and for all, knowing full well it could provoke another war with Rome. Heeding his late father's advice, Hannibal preferred to secure his possessions in the rest of Iberia before considering a move against Saguntum. But it was only a matter of time for that move to come, and for Carthage to finally repay Rome, not with talents of silver, but with inches of sharpened steel. Before Hannibal could deal with Rome, he first had to subdue one of Rome's allies in Iberia, the city of Saguntum. In the winter of 220 and 219 BC, The Saguntines feared an impending attack from the increasingly threatening Carthaginians, and sent envoys to their Roman allies asking for help. The Republic eventually sent some envoys to New Carthage to parley with Hannibal. Their message was clear: leave Saguntum alone, and per the agreement Rome had signed with Hasdrubal the Fair, do not cross the river Ebro. Hannibal's reaction was, to quote Polybius, inflamed by martial ardour. The Carthaginian general challenged the Roman envoys, claiming that the Saguntines had been harming some of his Iberian allies. The ambassadors concluded that they could not reason with the hot-headed son of Hamilcar Barca and sailed off to Carthage, hoping to find cooler heads. After their departure, Hannibal left his quarters in New Carthage and marched to Saguntum at the head of a vast army that, according to Livy, numbered 150,000 men, a number that was likely inflated. Hannibal's decision was not born simply out of spite, but was a calculated move within his strategic design of starting a war against Rome. By seizing Saguntum, he would remove a thorn from his territories south of the Ebro. Moreover, the enormously wealthy city would provide him with plentiful supplies for later expeditions, including loot to pay his soldiers. Finally, the capture of the city would boost the morale of his allied and mercenary troops, as well as secure support from the Carthaginian Senate. Hannibal initiated his campaign by laying waste to the countryside surrounding Saguntum. He then proceeded to lay siege to its walls, attacking from 3 directions. The general concentrated his siege engines against one particular section that faced an open valley. The flat terrain allowed for his troops to deploy a series of siege engines, namely battering rams protected by vinae, moving canopies designed to deflect projectiles. The Saguntines put up a fierce defense, repelling the enemy with their missile weapons. As the Carthaginians retreated, the emboldened defenders staged several sorties, damaging Hannibal's siege works. As usual, the fearless general led from the front, fighting alongside his soldiers until a Saguntine javelin pierced his thigh. When news of this injury spread across his troops, they retreated in panic and abandoned their engines. As Hannibal recovered from his wound, the Carthaginians abandoned all offensive operations, but continued to blockade the city, while building more siege works and fortifications. After a break lasting some weeks, the attacks resumed in earnest from all sides, and the rams succeeded in tearing down several portions of the walls. Eventually, 3 towers crashed to the ground, and the Carthaginians rushed through the breach. The Saguntines reacted quickly, forming a defensive line of infantry. A pitched battle among the ruins ensued, with neither side ceding an inch of ground. According to Livy, on the one side hope, on the other despair, inflamed their courage. The Saguntines' courage was inflamed not only by despair, but also by actual flames, for they brandished a fearsome incendiary weapon, the phallurica, a javelin similar to the pilum, which was set alight before being hurled. Confronted with such a determined defense, the Carthaginians floundered, which further boosted the Saguntines' morale. The townsmen released a battle cry, pushing the attackers beyond the ruins of the wall and chasing them all the way back to their camp. General Barca allowed his soldiers to rest for a few days, restoring their fighting spirit with his rousing speeches and promises of reward and plunder. All the while, the defenders repaired their damaged fortifications in anticipation of the next assault. Once again, Hannibal ordered his men to attack from more than one direction, which forced the Saguntines to spread their forces thin. Once again, the general was in the thick of the fighting, directing the operations of a movable tower higher than the city's walls. Each story of this tower was equipped with catapults and ballistae, which, according to Livy, cleared the walls of their defenders. Hannibal then sent in 500 sappers armed with pickaxes, who set to work to undermine the walls. When a large section collapsed, scores of infantry poured into the city and occupied a hillock. The Carthaginians quickly gathered their catapults and ballistae on top of the high ground and surrounded them with a wall, thus creating their own citadel within Saguntum. The defenders, meanwhile, retreated into the inner city and raised another wall. They had survived to fight another day, but they were now confined to a cramped space with no access to supplies. After this action, Hannibal temporarily left the siege to quickly deal with a revolt staged by the Oretani and Carpetani tribes. In his absence, operations were led effectively by his deputy Hannibal. An attack with battering rams caused a portion of the recently erected wall to fall down. Hannibal's troops poured in through the breach, chasing the Saguntines into their last line of defense, the inner citadel. As Hannibal returned from his side quest against the rebel tribes, one of his allies, the Iberian soldier Alorcus, took it upon himself to negotiate Saguntum's surrender. Declaring himself to be a friend of the Saguntines, Alorcus approached the citadel and requested a parley with the city's praetor. The city's elite gathered to listen to Alorcus's conditions. If Saguntum surrendered, the Carthaginians would exact a tribute in gold and silver, but spare the lives of the inhabitants and endow them with a territory to rebuild their city. According to Livy, the city's elites did not wait for the Senate's answer before staging a tragic protest. The chief men suddenly withdrew before an answer was returned and threw all the gold and silver collected, both from public and private stores, into a fire hastily kindled for that purpose. The greater part flung themselves also into it. At that moment, one of the towers of the citadel came crashing down. A cohort of Carthaginian infantry rushed in and signalled that the Saguntines had been caught off guard. Hannibal seized the opportunity and ordered an all-out attack. The city was thus taken by storm after 8 months of siege. All its adult inhabitants were either put to death or taken as slaves, while all property was confiscated and either distributed amongst the soldiers or sent back to Carthage. When news of Hannibal's victory reached Rome, the Senate dispatched a delegation of 5 senior ambassadors to Carthage, led by Quintus Fabius Maximus. The envoys offered 2 options to the Carthaginian Senate. They could either disavow Hannibal's actions and surrender the general to Rome, or enter into a war with Rome. The Carthaginians countered that the Romans had no business in defending Saguntum. When the Republic had signed a treaty with Hasdrubal the Fair, the doomed city had not yet entered into an alliance with Rome. Hence, Saguntum was not protected by the clauses of the treaty. The Roman ambassadors shrugged off the argument, claiming that both the then existing allies and all those taken subsequently on either side were entitled to reciprocal security. Besides, Saguntum had been a de facto ally of Rome long before their alliance had been formalized. The discussion was concluded with a speech by a senior Roman ambassador, probably Fabius Maximus himself. Gathering his toga into a fold, he said, "We bring you here both war and peace. Choose which you will." The Carthaginian senators clamored that he might give them whichever he liked. Shaking off the folds of his toga, the Roman announced that he would give them war. Thus, war was on. Much like in the case of the First Punic War, a localized conflict in an allied city had dragged the largest powers in the Western Mediterranean into a devastating conflict. The Roman envoys left Carthage and immediately sailed to Spain, with instructions to undermine Hannibal's alliances with the local tribes. Their mission was initially successful, with the Bargusi being the first to switch sides, sowing sedition south of the Ebro. But Fabius and the other ambassadors were not so lucky with the Volciani. Their eldest chief accused the Romans of abandoning Saguntum, as they had not sent troops to defend the city. According to ancient sources, the Volciani chief declared that, "To the Iberian peoples, the ruins of Saguntum will constitute a warning, no less emphatic than deplorable, that none should trust to the honor or alliance of the Romans." The words of the Volciani leader spread across the peninsula, preventing Fabius's expedition from securing any alliance. Undeterred, the envoys moved to Gaul, looking for allies who could prevent the Carthaginians from marching through their territory. According to Livy, the assembled Gauls burst out into such peals of laughter that the magistrates and elders could scarce reduce the younger men to order. So stupid and impudent a thing it seemed to propose that the Gauls should not suffer the invaders to pass into Italy, but bring down the war upon their own heads, and offer their own fields to be pillaged in place of other men's. Moreover, the Transalpine Gauls were well aware of how Rome had subdued the Cisalpine Gauls, and thus they owed the Romans no kindness, nor the Carthaginians any grudge. As the winter of 219 to 218 BC drew to an end, Fabius and friends returned to Rome. Hannibal succeeded in igniting the war he had been hoping for, both provoking the ire of Rome and securing the support of his homeland. It was now time to make arrangements for the coming campaign. The Romans surely expected the Carthaginians to fight, as was their custom, mainly on the sea. Moreover, if any land engagement were to take place, it would certainly take place in Iberia. It should not come as a spoiler that Hannibal's grand strategy was designed to take his foe by complete surprise. He would take the initiative and bring the fight where the Romans least expected it, to Italy. Nonetheless, the general would not neglect other possible theatres of operation, and thus split his forces to secure both the Iberian Peninsula and the Carthaginian homeland. To that end, his brother Hasdrubal was put in command of a large naval force that was assigned to protect the coastline and the border of the river Ebro. The fleet consisted of 50 quinqueremes, 2 quadriremes and 5 triremes. The land forces included 2,500 cavalry, of which 1,800 were skilled Numidian light horsemen, alongside 11,850 Libyan heavy infantrymen, 300 Ligures, 500 Balearic slingers, and 21 war elephants. A smaller army was assigned to defend Carthage, consisting of 1,200 cavalry, 13,850 foot, and 800 Balearic slingers. After seeing off this latter force at Gades, Hannibal returned to his headquarters at New Carthage. There he gathered his expeditionary force and marched north along the coast. As he crossed the Ebro, Livy tells of how the general experienced a portentous dream. He saw in his sleep a youth of godlike aspect who declared that he was sent by Jupiter to lead him into Italy. Then he saw behind him a serpent of monstrous size that moved along with vast destruction of trees and underbrush, and a storm cloud coming after, with loud claps of thunder. And on his asking what this prodigious portent was, he was told that it was the devastation of Italy. He was therefore to go on, nor inquire further, but to suffer destiny to be wrapped in darkness. Hannibal the Thunderbolt marched on towards his destiny, leading 3 columns across the Ebro. According to Livy, his forces amounted to 90,000 foot and 12,000 horse, plus a contingent of war elephants. With such a force at his disposal, Hannibal quickly subdued the hostile tribes living beyond the Ebro, such as the Iligetes, Bargusi, the Alcitani, and the Lacetani. Hannibal then entrusted 11,000 troops to his brother Hanno to garrison and secure the area. Finally, he dispatched his agents and scouts beyond the Pyrenees into Gaul, and even to the Alps, to explore the mountain passes and secure the support of local tribes. It appears that Hannibal had a knack for collecting advanced intelligence, but was apparently not equally proficient in sharing information among his troops. It appears that only at the foot of the Pyrenees did his Carpetani allies realize they were at war with Rome. Daunted by this prospect, 3,000 of them deserted and returned home. Rather than detaining them forcibly, the crafty general seized the occasion to dismiss a further 7,000 allies of questionable loyalty. Thus, he could pretend that he had also dismissed the Carpetani. This ruse preserved the morale amongst his allied troops, but cut down his numbers by 10,000 men. Taking into account the 11,000 entrusted to Hanno, Hannibal had already lost 20% of his expeditionary force. It would not take long before Hannibal squared off with the Romans. Back in Italy, the Republic was facing its fair share of trouble. Carthaginian envoys had enjoyed better luck than their Roman counterparts when it came to securing alliances. Their negotiations had prompted the Boii tribe of Cisalpine Gauls to stage a rebellion against Rome, which soon extended to the Insubrians. The rebellious Gauls attacked the Roman colonies of Placenta and Cremona on the Po River, forcing the Roman commissioners Gaius Lutatius Catulus, Gaius Servilius, and Marcus Annius to flee to Mutina. The Gauls lacked siege engines, but blockaded the city nonetheless, prompting Praetor Lucius Manlius to lead a relief force from Rome. On its way to Mutina, Manlius's column had to traverse 2 areas of thick woodlands, perfect real estate for an ambush. And yet his forces did not fall into an ambush. They fell into 2 ambushes, losing some 1,200 soldiers. Lucius eventually made it out of the woods and set up a fortified camp in Tarentum. With the support of the loyal Brixian tribe, Manlius and his men were able to fend off successive attacks by the Boii and the Insubrians, but their numbers were increasing daily. News of Manlius's ordeal reached Rome, and the Senate dispatched an army of some 10,000 men under Praetor Gaius Attilius. This was a force the rebels were not prepared to contend with, and thus the Gauls retreated north, releasing Mutina and Tarentum from their grip. Rome had dealt with the disturbance in the north of Italy, but it soon had to contend with the first Carthaginian attacks in the south. Carthage itself had sent forth a fleet of 20 quinqueremes with 1,000 onboard marines to harass the coast of Sicily. 17 of them attacked the Aeolian Islands, while 3 passed through the Straits of Messana. King Hiero of Syracuse, allied to the Romans, was in Messana with his own fleet, and took the occasion to capture the Carthaginian vessels, who surrendered immediately. The captive sailors revealed that, in addition to the 17 ships in the Aeolians, 35 more quinqueremes were on their way, with the objective to seize Lilybaeum. The praetor for Sicily, Marcus Aemilius, had the port city heavily garrisoned and placed lookouts on the coast. The crafty Carthaginians approached Lilybaeum at night for a surprise attack against the port, but the moon shone on their sails and they were spotted by the garrison. As fires were lit on the watchtowers, the Carthaginians learned they had lost the element of surprise and prepared themselves for a naval battle. The following dawn, the Romans and their Syracusan allies sailed off to meet them with 20 quinqueremes. Although outnumbered in terms of vessels, the Sicilian allies had the advantage when it came to marines. Thus, each fleet fought in a way that played to its own advantages. The Carthaginians tried to encircle and ram the Sicilians, while the latter sought to grapple and board the enemy vessels to fight in close quarters. The Carthaginians succeeded in ramming a Roman quinquereme, but then the Roman marines fought back with a vengeance, boarding and capturing 7 ships, with the remaining 28 sailing away to safety. Meanwhile, Consul Tiberius Sempronius Longus had arrived in Sicily with an army of 26,400 Roman and allied troops aboard 160 quinqueremes. His orders were to stage an invasion of Carthage, but the consul preferred embarking on a side mission to further secure the Sicilian coast, the seizure of Malta, a Carthaginian possession. The defender of Malta, General Hamilcar Gisco, had no appetite for being slaughtered by a much larger force and surrendered his 2,000 soldiers and the island to the consul. At this stage, Longus may have crossed the Mediterranean to stage his amphibious landing, but was distracted once more by reports of a Carthaginian fleet on the island of Vulcan. The consul sailed off to deal with this threat, but found no trace of the enemy. It appears that the invading fleet had been ravaging the coast of Vibo, but Longus had not the chance to intercept them, let alone sail off to North Africa. A distressing message had reached him from the Senate. The mission to Carthage had to be aborted. Hannibal had crossed the Alps and was now threatening Italy. To prepare for his attack on Rome, Hannibal had dispatched emissaries to the Celtic lands of northern Italy, who soon returned to him with welcome news. The lands were fertile, and the local Gallic tribes were hostile to Rome. Moreover, the passage of the Alps, though difficult, was not impossible. It was time to leave Iberia behind and march towards the fulfillment of his destiny, the destruction of Rome. Hannibal's initial expeditionary force consisted of some 70,000 to 100,000, according to Polybius and Livy respectively. As the Carthaginian army crossed the Pyrenees, Polybius put their total numbers at 50,000 infantry, 9,000 cavalry, and an unspecified number of war elephants. Their relatively low numbers were compensated, in the historian's words, by an extraordinary state of physical training from their continuous battles with the Iberians. Meanwhile, in Rome, the Senate learned that Hannibal had cast his die and crossed over the river Ebro, a clear demonstration of his bellicose intent. The Republic thus organized 2 naval expeditionary forces with the intention of taking the fight outside of the Roman peninsula. The first consisted of 160 quinqueremes under Consul Tiberius Sempronius Longus and was dispatched to northern Africa. As stated in our previous episode, Longus's force was distracted by a smaller Carthaginian expedition in Sicily. The second expedition consisted of 60 ships bound for Iberia under the other consul Publius Cornelius Scipio, who was the father of the later-to-be famous Scipio Africanus. Scipio sailed north along the Tyrrhenian coast and then west, heading to Massalia, modern-day Marseille. Along the 5-day journey, Scipio learned that Hannibal had cleared the Pyrenees and was now in southern Gaul. However, he expected that his march would be delayed by the bellicosity of the local tribes. The consul's ships laid anchor at the mouth of the river Rhone, hoping to catch a breath. After all, Hannibal should have still been far away. He wasn't. The astute general had indeed faced some initial resistance from the Gauls, but as Livy states, he was more afraid of delay than of fighting. Thus, Hannibal dispatched ambassadors to the Gauls with offers of friendship and expensive gifts. The local Gaulish chieftains were happy to allow safe travel through their lands. It seems like paying an extortionate price to traverse France's highways remains a tradition to this day. But in the case of Hannibal, it was worth the expense. The Carthaginians soon reached the western banks of the Rhone, dangerously close to Scipio's forces. When the consul learned about Barca's approach, he could hardly believe it. To verify the intelligence, Scipio sent out 300 horsemen, supported by Celtic mercenaries as guides. Meanwhile, Hannibal was readying himself to cross the river. This was a daunting task, considering what waited for him on the eastern bank, the army of a hostile tribe, the Volcae. Unlike other southern Gauls, the Volcae had not been convinced by Hannibal's gifts, and feared they would end up under the Carthaginian yoke, much like many native Iberian tribes had. For 2 days and 2 nights, Hannibal prepared for the crossing, gathering as many boats and barges as he could. The general knew that a frontal assault on the Volcae across the river would be met with disaster, but Hannibal the Thunderbolt always had a plan. On the 3rd night, Hannibal entrusted a portion of his army to Hanno, son of Hamilcar, and ordered them to march upstream for a distance of 200 stadies. Hanno and his men then built a small fleet of rafts, crossed the Rhone, and lay in waiting, completely unseen to the Volcae. Hanno's units rested for a day before heading downstream, ready for action. When they came into view of the Volcae camp, Hanno ordered for a fire to be lit, so that the plumes of smoke could be seen from the Carthaginian shore. That was the signal Hannibal was waiting for. The general ordered his men to prepare for the crossing, with the light horse and foot the first to board their boats. This sight prompted a disorderly reaction from the Volcae. They poured out of their camp in scattered order and ran towards the bank of the Rhone, sure they would prevent the Carthaginians from landing. More Barcid units undertook the crossing, while the Celtic warriors bayed for blood on the other side. As described by Polybius, the Volcae yelled their war cries and challenged their foe to combat, so that the scene was in the highest degree striking and thrilling. This was when the Gauls suffered a rude awakening, as Hanno and his ambush party fell like wolves upon them. Some of Hanno's troops raided the camp, while others directly attacked their enemy on the shore. The Volcae lines, already poorly organized, fell into total disarray. Some of the warriors rushed back to their camp to protect it, while others were pinned between Hanno and the river. Distracted by the surprise attack, the Volcae were unable to prevent Hannibal's concurrent landing. Always leading from the front, the general exhorted his men to attack, ploughing into what little remained of the enemy army, sending them into flight. The following morning, Hannibal learned that a Roman fleet was anchored off the mouths of the Rhone. Great minds think alike, and thus, much like Scipio, he ordered 500 Numidian horsemen to ride in reconnaissance. Meanwhile, he decided to address the elephant in the room, or rather the dozens of elephants still stuck on the other side of the Rhone. To do so, the Carthaginians first built a solid bridge of rafts over the Rhone, which they covered in piles of earth, making them indistinguishable from the dirt paths on the shore. The mahouts, or elephant handlers, then led 2 female elephants across the bridge, which enticed the other male pachyderms to follow. However, some of the elephants became frightened of the water and fell into the river. According to Polybius, the mahouts of these were all drowned, but the elephants were saved, for owing to the power and length of their trunks, they kept them above the water and breathed through them. Rest in peace those brave mahouts, but Hannibal's snorkeling elephants must have been one of the most comical sights in ancient history. The general then proceeded to boost his men's morale, reminding them of how many victories they had achieved under his leadership, and reassuring them that the Cisalpine Gaul allies would lead them safely across the Alps and support them in the fight against Rome. At the worst possible moment, his battered Numidian reconnaissance detachment returned to camp, having suffered some 200 casualties at the hands and hooves of Scipio's own cavalry. Scipio's squadron had lost some 140 men and had hastily returned to Massalia to report back. The consul then ordered his entire army to march upstream on the Rhone, intending to clash head-on with the Carthaginians. But Hannibal now knew that Scipio knew that he knew about the Romans. As usual, fearing a delay more than a fight, Hannibal Barca gave orders to resume the eastwards march, and fast. By the time Scipio's column reached the crossing of the river, it was too late. Hannibal had slipped through his fingers and moved to the east, which confirmed his worst fears. He was heading for Italy. Scipio rushed back to Massalia, where he entrusted the bulk of his expeditionary force to his brother Gnaeus, known as Calvus. He would carry out the original plan to initiate a campaign in Iberia, while Scipio and a small force would sail back to the Etrurian coast to raise the alarm, and thus be ready to face Hannibal at the foot of the Alps. Meanwhile, the Carthaginians had reached the area where the Rhone and Isere rivers meet each other, known as the Island. Here, Hannibal found that two local chieftains, who happened to be brothers, were embroiled in a fratricidal war for control of the area. The eldest sought assistance from the general, who duly agreed, helping him defeat his little brother. The new chieftain rewarded the Carthaginians with sorely needed provisions, weapons, and appropriate cold weather clothing, which were essential to crossing the Alps. After a 10-day march along the Isere, the expeditionary force finally reached the foot of the terrifying mountains. Crossing them was surely a highly dangerous prospect, but by no means an impossible task. In recent years, large armies of Transalpine Gauls had negotiated the passes to join their Cisalpine cousins in their fight against Rome. Nonetheless, Hannibal left nothing to chance and employed the services of local guides and pioneers. As the Carthaginians prepared for their ascent, their movements were watched closely by the local Allobroges tribe, which was hostile to any army that would traverse their mountain abodes. The Allobroges chieftains had their warriors occupy key positions on the mountain roads, ready to unleash a deadly ambush on Hannibal. But the general was already one step ahead and had sent some guides to reconnoiter the roads and spot enemy positions. Through their intelligence, Hannibal learned that the Allobroges would lay in ambush during the day but return to their towns at night. Hannibal then ordered his troops to initiate their uphill march, but had them in camp before they got too close to the enemy. As darkness fell, he ordered a small part of his army to quietly occupy the positions abandoned by the enemy, thus securing the road. At dawn, the rest of the Carthaginian troops continued their ascent along a steep and narrow path, with a deep precipice on one side. The Allobroges, having lost their ambush hideouts on the high ground, had almost abandoned their plans. However, the sight of the loaded pack animals enticed them to launch a series of scattered attacks anyway, which sowed panic amongst the horses and mules. The freaked-out animals trampled their handlers and fell from the precipice, carrying their precious load with them. Hannibal realized he was at risk of losing all his supplies, and ordered his troops, stationed in the enemy's former positions, to attack at once. Running downhill, the Carthaginians swept away the Allobroges with their momentum, but more pack animals were lost in the ensuing chaos. The remaining Allobroges fled, but Hannibal was not done with them. After personally mustering as many troops as he could, he launched an attack against the Allobroge town, only to find it mostly deserted. Barca took the opportunity to raid its stores and stables, seizing horses, mules, cattle, and a 3-day supply of grain. More importantly, the defeat and subsequent pillage of the Allobroges struck terror amongst the neighbouring tribes, shielding the Carthaginians from attacks for the following 3 days. On the 4th day, the Carthaginian column was met by a delegation of locals near a narrow pass, bearing olive branches and wreaths as a sign of peace. The apparently peaceful tribe, however, closely followed Hannibal's men along the snaking narrow paths. After 2 days of march, the warriors sprung their attack just when the Carthaginians were crossing a dangerous gorge. This sucker punch was not totally unexpected to Hannibal, and he had placed his precious supply train and pack animals at the head of the column, with his heavy infantry in the rear. The heavy foot absorbed most of the initial attack, but the tribe's warriors skirted up the slopes, flanking the paths, thus gaining higher ground. From there, they bombarded the enemy column with rocks, stones, and other projectiles, killing men and animals alike. The Carthaginian force was split into two halves. A forward section, consisting of the supply train and the cavalry, pressed forward to escape the onslaught. A rear section, mostly infantry, was rallied by Hannibal into a defensive position, surrounded by sharp rocks, from where they could repel further enemy attacks. The heavy foot endured a harrowing night of fighting, but by daybreak the tribal warriors had departed. Hannibal caught up with the forward section, and the reunited column resumed the march, continuously harassed by the hit-and-run tactics of the locals. It appeared that only the elephants could keep enemies at bay, as the Gauls were in awe and fear of the magnificent beasts. 9 days went by, and Hannibal finally reached the summit of the mountain range, where he set up camp for 2 days amidst the snow. From there, he reignited once more his men's fighting spirit by showing them the spectacular view which awaited them at the foot of the Alps: fertile plains, towns ripe for the taking, and friendly allies. If the Alps were the fortifications of Citadel Italy, their task was almost complete. The next day, the troops broke up camp and began their descent towards the Po Valley. The downhill route was mostly clear of enemies, but the Carthaginians had to contend with the unforgiving terrain, which consisted of a narrow path covered in snow that caused many men and animals to stumble and fall into a precipice. A recent landslide had made a tract of the path even narrower, effectively preventing passage to the army. The Carthaginians attempted to slide down a snowy slope, but too many animals remained trapped in the icy snow. Hannibal's only choice was to order his already exhausted men to build a new path from scratch. In Polybius's account, this was a most toilsome task, surely not welcomed by the Numidians, who took the brunt of the roadwork. Nonetheless, after 3 days of hard labour, a road was laid out, wide and solid enough to allow safe passage for the elephants. 3 days later, the expeditionary force finally reached the foot of the mountains. The Thunderbolt had thus accomplished an operational and logistical masterpiece, braving the elements and hostile tribes to take the fight into the territory of the Roman Republic. As proven before, crossing the Alps was not an impossible feat, but it had certainly been costly. After the 5 months' trek from New Carthage and 15 days of marching across the Alps, Hannibal had lost most of his forces, which had been reduced to 12,000 heavy Libyan infantry, 8,000 light Iberian infantry, 6,000 cavalry, and an unspecified number of elephants, but surely fewer than the initial 37. Meanwhile, in Iberia, Scipio Calvus's fleet had landed at the port of Emporium, present-day Catalonia. From there, his army marched southwards along the coast, quickly subduing a number of Iberian towns and securing precious local allies. Calvus continued to move south, heading to Tarico, but the road was blocked by Hannibal, entrenched at a town called Kisa. The two armies squared off in a pitched battle, of which we have scant details, except that Calvus probably outnumbered Hanno 2-1. Thanks to the numerical advantage, the battle was a complete success for the Roman general. He seized a large booty, cemented the alliance with the tribes north of the Ebro, and managed to capture both Hanno and the Iberian general Antibalis. Word of the Carthaginian defeat reached Hasdrubal Barca, who rushed across the Ebro to avenge his brother. The Barcid leader learned that the Roman troops garrisoning Emporium and guarding the fleet had lowered their guard. Apparently they had relaxed their discipline and lay scattered in the surrounding countryside. Seizing the occasion, Hasdrubal moved to the port town to deliver a swift blow. His 8,000 foot and 1,000 horse raided the country around Emporium, killing many of the Roman soldiers and forcing the survivors to flee for their lives aboard the Quincorims at the port. Hasdrubal then withdrew south of the Ebro, fortified the defences along the river, and took up his winter quarters at New Carthage. Scipio Calvus reached Emporium shortly afterwards and was probably enraged by the debacle suffered there, as Polybius tells us that he punished the authors of the disaster according to the Roman custom. Calvus then allowed his men to rest, setting his own winter quarters at Tarico. The first land engagement between Romans and Carthaginians of the Second Punic War had thus concluded with a Roman victory, albeit tainted by Hasdrubal's raid. By the end of his death march through the mountains, Hannibal had paid a hefty price for his boldness. His forces were now severely depleted, numbering only 20,000 foot, 6,000 cavalry, and some 30 elephants. Moreover, these troops were in a wretched state. According to Polybius, due to the lack of supplies, they had become, in their external appearance and general condition, more like beasts than men. Thus, Hannibal's first priority was to allow his men a well-earned rest. After that, he set out to replenish his numbers by joining forces with his prospective allies, the Cisalpine Gallic tribes. Some of these tribes, such as the Insubrians, were quick to join ranks with the Carthaginians due to their enmity against Rome and the skilled work of Hannibal's ambassadors. Others, like the Taurini, rejected the Carthaginian overtures. In response, Hannibal made them an offer they could not refuse. He set siege to their main city, razed it to the ground, and massacred those inside. Presented with such terms and conditions, the Gauls inhabiting the Alpine regions flocked under the Carthaginian banner. Other tribes, located further south, were also eager to join Hannibal, but the presence of Roman legions in the Po Valley prevented them from doing so. The crafty general knew that only one thing could tilt the balance and spur the Gauls into action, and that was action itself. Thus he began his march south, seeking a confrontation with the Romans. His wish would soon be fulfilled, as northern Italy would soon play host to two consular armies. The first, under Publius Cornelius Scipio, had hastily returned from southern Gaul upon hearing of Hannibal's descent from the Alps, while the second, under Tiberius Sempronius Longus, had recently been recalled from its mission to invade North Africa. It was now November of 218 BC, and Hannibal was expecting a direct clash with the Republic at any moment. As a superbly gifted motivator, the general staged an elaborate rite to bolster the morale of his troops. He called for some prisoners taken during the crossing of the Alps, had them decked with elaborate suits of armor, and showed them prize gifts such as horses and cloaks. The prisoners were then offered the chance to challenge each other in mortal duels, in which the victor would claim the prizes, while the vanquished would be delivered by death from his present misery. Apparently, death was a sweeter prospect than captivity for those men, and they all eagerly accepted to participate in Hannibal's battle royale. After the carnage had subsided, the general addressed his troops to spell out the metaphor enacted by the gruesome ritual. His valiant men were already so far from home that flight was no longer an option. Their only remaining choice was to challenge the might of Rome and to fight on. And in doing so, their most desirable fates were either to win or to die fighting. "For you," Hannibal said, "the prize of victory is not to possess horses and cloaks, but to be the most envied of mankind, masters of all the wealth of Rome. The prize of death on the battlefield is to depart from life in the heat of the fight, struggling till your last breath for the noblest of objects and without having learnt to know suffering." At about the same time, Scipio had crossed the Po with his troops, and then moved west until he reached the Ticinus River, a tributary to the Po. As his engineers built a bridge, he also took the occasion to motivate his troops. It appears that Scipio was a skilled propagandist, as he portrayed Hannibal's crossing of the Alps not as a calculated operational move, but rather as a hurried tactical retreat born out of fear of the Roman legions in southern Gaul. The consul also reassured his men that Hannibal had lost most of his army, and that the rest were weak and useless owing to hardship. "He has lost most of his horses too," Scipio declared, "and those he has left he has rendered fit for nothing by the length and difficulty of his march." This was technically true, but he failed to mention that the Carthaginians had had time to rest and had welcomed scores of Gallic allies. Publius could also count on some Gallic cavalry, still loyal to Rome. On the following day, he placed them as scouts in front of his main column and advanced westwards, with the Po on their left. Hannibal had given exactly the same orders, and now the Carthaginians were advancing eastwards, with the Po on their right. Their respective scouting parties sighted each other and reported back to their commanders, who ordered their armies to set up camp for the night. The next day, Hannibal and Scipio continued to mirror each other's decisions, both opting to conduct reconnaissance with their entire cavalry contingents. According to Livy, Hannibal's intentions went beyond simple scouting, for he was seeking a full-on battle. To rouse the spirits of his horsemen, Livy claims that the general held a lamb with his left hand, and with his right a flint, and praying that if he should deceive them, then Jupiter and the other gods might slay him, even as he had slain the lamb, he thereupon smote the lamb's head with the stone. In response to this display, Hannibal's men cried out with one accord and one voice for battle. Livy also tells us how the mood in the Roman camp may not have been as perky, due to some bad omens. A wolf had entered the camp, and after rending those whom it met, had itself escaped unharmed, and a swarm of bees had settled in a tree that hung over the consul's tent. Perhaps such ominous portents convinced Scipio to send forth a substantial force of 10,100 troops, including 5,600 Italic and Gallic allied cavalry and 4,500 Velites skirmishers. On the other side, the Carthaginians fielded 6,000 horsemen, with units of Iberian heavy cavalry in the centre, protected by wings of Numidian light riders. As Scipio sighted the clouds of dust lifted by the incoming enemy, he placed his Velites and his Gauls at the front of his formation. The Carthaginian cavalry immediately rode forward, which prevented the Velites from releasing their volleys of javelins. Facing the impending charge, the light infantrymen hastily retreated amidst the gaps left by their own cavalry. This flight initially sowed confusion amongst Scipio's ranks, but the allied cavalry maintained their calm and met the charge of the heavy Iberian horse head-on. Both cavalry formations were now gripped in a tight melee, which prompted several horsemen to dismount and fight as infantry. As such, the fight was evenly balanced until the Numidians did what they did best, outflanking the enemy and taking it by surprise at the rear. The Velites who had retreated to the back of their own cavalry offered only light resistance. However, they were eventually cut down by the rain of javelins unleashed by the skilled African riders. The Italic and Gallic horsemen, who had resisted valiantly thus far, found themselves quashed from all sides and scattered in all directions. Only a few continued to fight on, gathering around their consul. Scipio, however, was unhorsed and badly wounded. His almost certain death was prevented only by the intervention of a 17-year-old soldier, his own son, also named Publius Cornelius and later known as Africanus. Scipio the Younger rode into the melee at the head of some horsemen, rallying the defences around his wounded father. The Roman party had been soundly defeated at the Ticinus River, suffering unspecified but certainly heavy losses. Consul Scipio, however, would live to fight another day, thanks to his son, and was able to lead the survivors into an orderly retreat. Once back in his encampment, Scipio ordered his troops to break camp and cross a bridge to the southern bank of the Po. After doing so, the consul covered his rear by having the bridge dismantled and leaving an infantry contingent on the northern bank. Hannibal took advantage of Scipio's retreat to give chase, but he arrived too late. The bridge had already been torn down. He quickly dealt with the Roman troops on the northern bank, capturing 600 of them before marching westwards along the Po looking for another crossing. After 2 days' march, the Carthaginians dusted off their DIY skills and laid out a bridge of boats across the river. After crossing, Hannibal received welcome news. His triumph at the Ticinus had convinced thousands of fence-sitting Gauls to finally take his side, replenishing his ranks as well as his stores with much-needed weapons and supplies. The beefed-up invading army thus resumed its march, now to the east, looking for the enemy. Scipio had by then reached the safety of Placentia and was recovering from his wounds. However, after 2 days of rest, the Romans were surprised by the sight of Hannibal's army, encamped at 50 stadies from the Roman position. The Carthaginians challenged Scipio to a pitched battle, but the consul wisely refused, as he was in no shape to withstand another direct confrontation. Moreover, he knew that Hannibal relied on momentum, victory, and action to draw more and more Gauls to his side. Thus, by forcing him into inaction, the Romans had a chance to maintain a balance of power in Cisalpine Gaul. It was a sound strategic theory, but the reality was that Hannibal wasn't the only one with fair-weather allies. During the lull, some 2,200 Roman-aligned Gauls encamped at Placentia decided to forego their former allegiance to the Republic. At night, they silently attacked several Roman soldiers in their sleep, decapitated them, and defected to the Carthaginian camp, carrying their heads as a macabre trophy to Hannibal. The general welcomed them with open arms and sent them back to their cities, urging them to recruit more allies. This event shook Scipio, who decided to leave Placentia before dawn and to march towards the river Trebia and the surrounding hills, which were inhabited by loyal allies. Hannibal took notice and unleashed his Numidians in pursuit. Luckily for Scipio, the riders wasted precious time in setting fire to his now deserted camp, allowing him to escape. When the Numidians resumed the chase, the bulk of the consular army had crossed the Trebia, but several stragglers were captured or slain by the African javelins. Nonetheless, Scipio was able to erect a heavily fortified camp, where he awaited the arrival of Longus and his reinforcements. Meanwhile, news of the defeat at the Ticinus had reached Rome, where, according to Polybius, the Senate attributed the surprising debacle to the willful poltroonery on the part of the Gauls. Far from being poltroons, the Gauls had fought valiantly, but were progressively throwing their lot in with Hannibal, who was now camped only 40 stadies away from Scipio. The consul must have breathed a sigh of relief when his colleague Longus showed up shortly thereafter with his army. The two consuls established a war council, etching out their strategy for the next phase of the war. As for Hannibal, he was busy consolidating his gains. He first secured further supplies from the town of Clastidium, which were handed over to him by a defector. He then dispatched 2,000 infantry and 1,000 cavalry to raid the countryside between the Po and the Trebia as the local Gauls showed signs of returning to the Roman fold. Longus, an impetuous commander, saw this as an opportunity to give battle. He thus dispatched most of his cavalry and 1,000 velites to oppose the Carthaginian expedition, catching up with them just when they returned back to camp. The short engagement ended with a Roman victory, but the fleeing Carthaginians called upon their compatriots for help. A relief party sallied forth to meet the Romans, and the short engagement ended with the Carthaginians coming out on top, but the fleeing Romans called upon their compatriots for help. A relief party sallied forth to meet the Carthaginians, and the short engagement ended with yet another quick Roman win. Longus was overjoyed by this peculiar chain of events, a seesaw skirmish which in his eyes proved the superiority of his own cavalry against the feared enemy horse. Thus he pressed Scipio to launch into a decisive battle as soon as possible. However, the older, wiser consul was not convinced. He still maintained that protracted inaction would deprive Hannibal of local allies, and believed that Longus's troops could do with more drilling throughout the winter. Rationally, Longus agreed with such advice, but his overconfidence and ambition had gotten the best of him. His consular term was approaching its end, and the commander was eager to deal with Hannibal before the new consuls snatched the laurels of glory from his head. Hannibal himself knew this, and used it to goad Longus into confronting him, eagerly and provocatively challenging the Romans to battle. Amongst many other things, Hannibal excelled at choosing the right terrain for battle and setting ambushes. Thus, ahead of the battle to come, he identified the ideal patch of land, a flat terrain between the camps of the two enemies, traversed by a watercourse overgrown with brambles. Then, after supper, he summoned his brother Mago, who was still quite young but full of martial enthusiasm, and assigned him 100 soldiers and 100 horsemen. The next day, Hannibal and Mago asked each one of the 200 chosen ones to select 10 men each from amongst the bravest of their companies. Mago then led this elite force amongst the brambles, where they lay in waiting, ready to spring a surprise attack. The following dawn, Hannibal mustered his Numidians and ordered them to sally towards the Roman camp, challenging them to battle before retreating beyond the Trebia. The ruse worked perfectly. The impatient Longus unleashed his cavalry and 6,000 skirmishers after the Numidians, and then ordered his entire army to march beyond the Trebia. Due to the early hour of the action, the Romans had not had their breakfast yet, meaning they had to cross the freezing late December waters of the Trebia on an empty stomach. The half-frozen, half-starved Romans emerged from the river to face Hannibal's first line of defense, which consisted of 8,000 pikemen and slingers. Beyond them lay a line of 20,000 well-fed and rested Iberians, Gauls and Libyans. At the flank of the infantry, Hannibal had deployed a line of 15 war elephants, closely followed by 5,000 horsemen. Longus recalled his cavalry and skirmishers, wanting to arrange his army into a more solid formation. He deployed his infantry, numbering 16,000 Romans and 20,000 allies, into the typical Republican order of battle. 3 lines of Hastati, Principes and Triarii, protected on the flanks by 2 squadrons of cavalry, consisting of 4,000 horsemen in total. The fighting was opened by the skirmishers on both sides, with the Carthaginians quickly gaining the upper hand. The Roman velites were by now exhausted, and their javelins were rendered useless by the wet and cold weather. As the Roman light troops retreated through the gaps in the heavy infantry line, the Carthaginian horse charged forward, easily dispersing their Roman counterpart. The Roman infantry was now exposed on its flanks. The Numidians, supported by Libyan pikemen, seized the occasion and attacked the Roman lines from both sides. Longus's army had been trapped in a textbook Barcid pincer, but the centre of his formation still held on, fiercely opposing the Carthaginian infantry. It was now time for the young lion to roar. Mago and his elite force pounced from behind the brambles, enacting their well-prepared ambush. The third line of Roman triarii fell under their attack, and confusion reigned among the legions. Nonetheless, the Hastati and the Principes fought with valour. With no other choice but to press forward, they broke through the Carthaginian infantry line. This short-lived triumph was followed by despair, as they immediately realised their cavalry and third line had been soundly defeated. The Romans then retreated towards the Trebia, crossed the river, and eventually fled back to Placentia. The Carthaginian horse and elephants gave chase and slaughtered most of the stragglers, but were unable to cross the river due to a raging storm. The defeat on the Trebia had cost Longus up to 20,000 killed and several hundred captured. Hannibal, on the other hand, had lost several thousand allied Gauls, as well as a smaller number of Libyans and Numidians. All but one of his fearsome war elephants had also died, succumbing to the inclement weather. Consul Tiberius Sempronius Longus initially attempted to conceal the scale of the disaster, claiming that a battle had taken place and that the storm had deprived him of the victory. The Roman senators were no fools, however, and laid out contingency plans to contain the effects of the defeat. The Republic raised new legions in Sardinia, Sicily and Tarentum, and built a new fleet of 60 quinqueremes. At the same time, the new consuls, Gnaeus Servilius and Gaius Flaminius, assembled new armies of Romans and allies, welcoming a 1,500-strong contingent from Syracuse. As usual, the Roman Republic gave a display of its most fearsome quality, a quasi-pathological inability to accept surrender. It was Polybius who perhaps put it best: the Romans, both in public and in private, are most to be feared when they stand in real danger. While the Romans were being struck by the Carthaginian thunderbolt in Italy, they were having better luck in Iberia. Hasdrubal Barca, left in command in New Carthage, planned an amphibious attack against his foe north of the river Ebro. That foe was Gnaeus Calvus, the brother of the now former consul Scipio. Hasdrubal fitted out 40 quinqueremes in the summer of 217 BC, after which he set out from New Carthage and sailed up north along the coast. Upon learning of the Barcid plans, Calvus assembled a fleet of his own, numbering 37 Roman and Massaliote quinqueremes. Calvus sailed off Tarraco, planning to meet his enemy off the mouth of the river Ebro. The Massaliotes acted as a scouting party, sighting the enemy and reporting back to Calvus, who decided upon a swift attack. Hasdrubal outnumbered his enemies, but placed his men at a psychological disadvantage. The general had also deployed a force of infantry on the beach, which gave his sailors a false sense of security and made them less daring. The more aggressive Romans quickly sank 2 ships and boarded 4 more vessels, killing the marines on board. The surviving Carthaginians rowed back towards the shore, seeking protection from their compatriots on the land. Their ships ran aground, while marines and sailors sought refuge with the infantry on the beach. In a bold move, the Romans simply ignored the surviving forces on dry land, opting instead to grapple the beached quinqueremes and tow them away, securing an easy victory and invaluable loot. Back in Rome, the Senate applauded Calvus's naval success. While concerned about the events in Italy, the Republic acknowledged the importance of the Iberian theatre, for those lands represented Hannibal's lifeline, a bountiful reservoir of silver, supplies and manpower. Thus, the Senate fitted 20 quinqueremes under the command of Scipio and dispatched him to Iberia to join his brother. Gnaeus Calvus and Publius Cornelius Scipio, brothers in blood and brothers in arms, were now ready to pursue a momentous strategy previously deemed unthinkable by the Romans. They abandoned the safety of northern Iberia, crossed the Ebro, and for the first time ventured to aim at acquiring dominion on the other side. Following his initial Italian successes, Hannibal wisely allowed his troops to rest through the winter. However, the general did not sit idle during this time. The previous battles had yielded hundreds of Italic prisoners allied to Rome. Barca addressed them, alleging that he had not come to fight against them, but against Rome on their behalf. In fact, the Carthaginians had come to restore freedom to the Italians and to assist them in recovering their cities and territory, which they had severally lost to Rome. By then restoring their freedom, Hannibal ensured he would spread his network of local allies beyond the Gallic tribes, whom he did not fully trust. Concerned about a potential assassination plot, the general changed his appearance daily by donning one of several wigs and disguises. But as usual, what worked best with the Cisalpine Gauls was the promise of more action down the peninsula, followed by more plunder. Hannibal's plans were complicated by the movements of Gaius Flaminius and Gnaeus Servilius, the two consuls for the year. In March 217 BC, the commanders placed their respective armies at Arretium and Arminum, seeking to block the Carthaginians' path. Marching anywhere between the two cities would have been foolish. Thus Hannibal did what Hannibal did best, making an even more foolish decision to take his enemies by surprise. After scouting the terrain, the commander ordered his columns to march into Etruria via the marshes of the river Alsa, a treacherous, disease-ridden, mosquito-infested tract of swamplands. Hannibal divided his van into three sections: a vanguard composed of Libyans, Iberians and the pack animals, a middle section composed of Gallic allies, and the cavalry, led by his brother Mago. According to Polybius, the Gauls were deliberately placed in front of the young Barca's rearguard owing to their softness and aversion to labour, so that if, owing to the hardships they suffered, they tried to turn back, Mago could prevent them by falling on them with his cavalry. The hellish trek across the marshes took 3 days and 3 sleepless nights, as the terrain offered no chance to set up camp. Several men, mainly in the Gallic contingent, succumbed to exhaustion, disease and drowning. Most of the pack animals also perished in the mud, which made for a logistical nightmare, but at least allowed the weary troops to take brief naps atop their sinking bodies. Hannibal rode across this hellscape atop his one remaining elephant, but this did not save him from what Polybius termed a severe attack of ophthalmia. According to a 2021 paper by Dr. Justin Denholm, this disease was most likely a keratitis from waterborne organisms, such as Pseudomonas or Acanthamoeba. Currently, keratitis can be treated with antibiotic eye drops, which today would be included in the luggage of every sensible traveller seeking to outflank consular legions in Tuscany. Hannibal's only choice back then, however, was to accept the loss of one eye, thus giving him an even more fearsome appearance as an avenging Cyclops. After a grueling march, the exhausted army set up camp on the southern edge of the marshes, and Hannibal immediately started collecting intelligence about the surrounding area and his closest foe, Consul Flaminius. He thus learned that the countryside of Faesulae promised a rich plunder. More importantly, he learned that Flaminius had a reputation as an impetuous and rash commander, swelling with self-confidence, but critically low on battle experience, the perfect Hannibalian dupe. The Carthaginians then went on a plundering and burning spree around and beyond Faesulae, each plume of smoke sending a clear message to Flaminius: "We are destroying your country, come and fight us if you dare." The consul was rearing to punish the invaders, but his more experienced officers advised him to wait for Servilius' army before making a move. According to Livy, an enraged Flaminius kicked out his war council and launched into a tirade laden with sarcasm. "Aye, truly, let us sit still under the walls of Arretium, for here are our native city and our household gods. Let Hannibal slip through our fingers and ravage Italy, and laying waste and burning everything, march clear to Rome." He then ordered his troops to march out of their camp and vaulted upon his horse, only to be immediately unseated, thus crashing to the ground. This moment of slapstick was interpreted as a bad omen, but Flaminius pressed on and advanced with his army as if victory were a dead certainty. While Flaminius fumbled, Hannibal had cleared Arretium, leaving behind a trail of destruction. His troops proceeded south, then east, with Cortona to their north and Lake Trasimene to their south. At this point, the general realized that Flaminius had taken the bait and was following his trail. It was time for another display of classic Barcid tactical genius, a masterful ambush. Hannibal identified the perfect spot for his trap, a tract of narrow road, quashed between Lake Trasimene to the south and steep hills to the north. As the sun set upon the lake, both armies set up camp. The Carthaginians garrisoned one of the hills identified by Hannibal, while the pursuing Flaminius encamped near the shores of the lake. But as the Romans rested, the invaders did not. Under cover of darkness, Hannibal's light infantry, Gallic allies, and cavalry took position on the hills overlooking the lake, arranged into a long line roughly parallel to the narrow path along the shore. Concealed by the trees, they waited for the signal to charge down the slopes. The following dawn, Flaminius broke up camp and personally led his vanguard along the lake, seeking to make contact with the enemy. The morning was unusually misty, and the Romans could see very little of what was around or in front of them. Hannibal and his men, on the other hand, had perfect visibility from atop their positions on the hills. At the right moment, the general gave the order, and his troops attacked from all sides. They fell upon the front and rear of Flaminius's column, and especially upon its flank, in a devastating downhill charge. As described by Livy, "From the shouting that arose on every side, the Romans learned, before they could clearly see, that they were surrounded, and they were already engaged on their front and flank before they could properly form up or get out their arms and draw their swords." The ambush was a success, the surprise utter and complete. The Roman centurions and tribunes failed to understand what was happening, and thus could not organize the defenses of the hapless column. Consul Flaminius had doomed his troop with his foolish overconfidence, but in the hour of peril he proved to be a fierce fighter. Keeping his cool, the commander succeeded in maintaining order amongst some of the maniples closest to him. The legionnaires were made virtually blind by the fog around them, so thick that, in Livy's words, ears were of more use than eyes, and the groans of the wounded, the sound of blows on body or armour, and the mingled shouts and screams of assailants and assailed made them turn and gaze, now this way and now that. Above the chaos of battle soared the consul's roaring voice, spurring the Romans to fight on. Such was the frenzy of fighting that none of the soldiers took notice of an earthquake, which, according to Livy, was violent enough to overthrow large portions of many of the towns of Italy and bring down mountains with great landslides. The battle continued for 3 hours. The Roman vanguard tried to break through the Libyan heavy infantry, while the rearguard was gradually pushed by the Carthaginians along the lakeside path. The centre of Flaminius's column suffered the brunt of the slaughter. More and more Iberian, Numidian and Gallic warriors poured down from the hills, slaying their foes and throwing their bodies into the blood-tinted waters of the Trasimene. Hundreds of Roman soldiers were simply pushed into the lake, or jumped into it in a desperate attempt to evade death. Polybius described how many of them lost their wits and, trying to swim in their armour, were drowned. The majority managed to wade across part of the lake, but as they stood with only their heads above the water, they made for perfect targets for the unforgiving Numidian horsemen. Even the survivors, fearing a slow death by drowning, pleaded for their comrades to grant them a mercy killing. All the while, Flaminius, surrounded by his bravest soldiers, continued to repel the flanking attacks, while pressing on against the Carthaginian heavy infantry at the front. But as the morning wore on, the fog lifted off the lake and the hills, thus making the consul highly visible amongst the regular troops. Flaminius was thus spotted and recognized by an Insubrian horseman called Ducarius, who called out to his compatriots, "Behold the man who massacred our legions and laid waste to our fields and our city. Now I will offer him up as a sacrifice to the shades of our fellow citizens so foully slain." Baying for revenge, Decarius charged through the thick of the battle. Flaminius's armor-bearer tried to stop him, but the Insubrian cut him down and then threw his spear against the consul, instantly killing him. The Romans were now leaderless, but their vanguard, 6,000 strong, pressed forward nonetheless, eventually breaking through the Carthaginian opposition. The surviving Romans poured through the opening in the enemy line and rushed to safety atop a hill, from where they observed the carnage being perpetrated on the shores of the Trasimene. The Carthaginian lines consolidated once again, thus preventing the survivors from helping their fellow legionnaires. With no other option remaining, what remained of the consular army fled to safety in a nearby Etruscan village. Their respite was short-lived, however, as Hannibal's cavalry commander, Mahubal, gave chase and surrounded the village. The survivors negotiated a truce with Mahubal, offering to lay down their arms on condition of having their lives spared. Hannibal was not happy with the arrangement and overruled his second-in-command. The Italic allies were allowed to return home unscathed, so as to spread the word that the Carthaginians were there as liberators rather than conquerors. The Roman soldiers, however, were distributed amongst his troops, and their weapons and armor were duly looted. Hannibal had secured another triumphal victory, having destroyed an entire consular army. By the afternoon, 15,000 Romans lay dead, with an equal number taken captive. Hannibal Barca had lost only 1,500 troops, most of them Gallic allies. Next, Hannibal convened a council of war with Mahubal, his brother Mago, and other officers to choose their next directive of attack. As they deliberated, the surviving consul, Gnaeus Servilius, in Arminum, was planning to join Flaminius, unaware of the latter's defeat and death. Moving his entire army across the Apennines was logistically impractical. Thus, Servilius dispatched a reconnaissance party of 4,000 cavalry under officer Gaius Catenius. Unfortunately for the latter, Hannibal's network of informants never rested, and soon news reached him that a Roman cavalry force was approaching. It was again time for Mahubal to shine, as he moved forward to meet the attackers with a contingent of cavalry and pikemen. Polybius and Livy offer scant details on the ensuing engagement, but it was clear that Catenius's horse was thoroughly outclassed by Mahubal's mobile tactics. In their first attack, the Carthaginians killed about 2,000 Romans, with the survivors fleeing on top of a nearby hill. The following day, Mahubal attacked again, surrounding the height and forcing the remaining horsemen to surrender. News of the double Hannibalian victory spread to Rome. Curiously, the Roman Senate did not react with alarm upon hearing of the massacre at Trasimene. It was only when they learned about Catenius's defeat that they activated their panic mode. In times of great need and extreme danger, the Senate would abandon the traditional system of magistrates elected annually and would instead hand over emergency powers to a single leader with full powers, a dictator. The choice fell upon Quintus Fabius, known to the populace as Verrucosus or Warty, but exalted by his supporters as Maximus, the Greatest. Romans would later bestow upon him another cognomen, Cunctator, or the Delayer, due to his strategies. As a master of the horse and second-in-command to Fabius, the Senate appointed a political rival, Marcus Minucius Rufus. We will learn about these leaders in our future episodes. As the Senate made its appointments, Hannibal was free to roam the Italian peninsula undisturbed, plundering and ravaging the countryside. His armies marched through Umbria and the Picenum towards the Adriatic Sea, capturing an unspecified number of cities by storm. Despite his initial reassurances that he had come to liberate the Italic peoples, according to Polybius, the general put to sword all adults who fell into their hands. Once he reached the coast, the general awarded some much-needed rest to his men, and especially to his horses, afflicted by an unspecified mange, which apparently was cured with baths of old wine. Hannibal then proceeded to refit his infantry with equipment looted from the Romans, and then dispatched messengers via sea to Carthage. The local Senate was delighted to learn of the Barcid triumphs, and proceeded to raise funds and fit ships to support both fronts of the war in Italy and Iberia. While the Carthaginians reaped triumphs in Italy, they were not as successful in Iberia. Here, the combined armies of the Super Scipio bros, Publius Senior and Calvus, had crossed the Ebro, easily overpowered the local tribes, and intimidated the standing army under General Bosta. The latter, outnumbered and outmaneuvered, sought refuge within the walls of Saguntum, and the Scipios prepared for a lengthy siege. None of the parties involved, however, could predict the masterpiece of manipulation enacted by an Iberian chieftain called Abelix. Before leaving for Italy, Hannibal had secured the loyalty of several Iberian cities by kidnapping the sons of their leaders and having them kept as hostages within Saguntum. As the Roman legions approached, the erstwhile Carthaginian fanboy Abelix plotted to switch sides. To quote Polybius, he reasoned with himself in a manner thoroughly Iberian and barbarian on the question of betraying the hostages, to get on the Romans' good side. Abelix first approached Bosta and convinced him to free the hostages. By doing so, he would elicit the gratitude of countless Iberian cities and secure their allegiance in the impending fight against Rome. Next, the Iberian chieftain infiltrated the Roman camp and conferred with Publius, promising him that he would personally free the hostages from Saguntum. If the Romans returned them to their homes, they could enlist thousands of grateful allies amongst their ranks. Following this elaborate setup, Abelix delivered his punchline. Under the cover of darkness, and with Bosta's blessing, he collected the hostage children within Saguntum. Bosta then expected Abelix to return them straight to their home, but the cunning Iberian smuggled them instead into the Roman camp, handing them over to Publius. In the ensuing weeks, Roman envoys repatriated the former hostages, giving a display of gentleness and magnanimity into manifest contrast with the suspiciousness and harshness of the Carthaginians. Without firing a single javelin, the Scipios had thus secured important alliances, seriously threatening Carthaginian rule in Iberia. From his latest base on the Adriatic, Hannibal led his army on a plundering spree across the territories of Praetutia, Marrucina, Frentana, Luceria, Vibo and Arpi. Little resistance was offered, but that would soon change, for Fabius Maximus had just taken charge of 4 legions, alongside his deputy and master of the horse, Marcus Minucius. The Roman contingent thus marched south to intercept their enemies, and pitched their camp at a place called Ecce, some 6 miles from the Carthaginian quarters. Hannibal was determined to awe his new opponent, leading his entire army to Ecce. His men took position, ready to give battle, and then nothing happened. Fabius the Delayer had already made up his mind about his strategic approach: preserve his own strength whilst gradually wearing out the enemy. Furthermore, Fabius would be denying Hannibal's true source of power: action and victory, 2 things the Barcid desperately needed to keep his allies on his side. To quote Polybius, the enemy had thoroughly made up their minds that their one hope of safety was in victory. In every respect, the circumstances of the Roman army were the exact opposite of these. As Fabius did not come out and play, Hannibal retreated to his camp, but the fight would continue by other means. The Delayer's legions continued to hover around the Carthaginian camps, or closely followed the movements of their foraging parties. The Romans themselves were well stocked with provisions, so they did not need to risk dangerous shopping trips. Fabius kept his troops ever united, massing them together on carefully selected vantage points. On the other hand, the Carthaginians were forced to dispatch small foraging parties outside of their camps frequently, thereby separating their troops. It was during these occasions when Fabius struck, killing and capturing Hannibal's foraging parties piecemeal. Through these tactics, Fabius gradually diminished the Carthaginian ranks, while boosting the morale and fighting prowess of his own soldiers. Hannibal eventually evaded Fabius's pestering by crossing the Apennines into Samnium, then proceeding to plunder Beneventum and later Venusia. But the Delayer was hot on Barca's trail, following him at 1 or 2 days' march behind, always declining to accept battle. Hannibal's next move was to invade the plains around Capua, which was known as the most beautiful and bountiful land in all of Italy. By seizing these lands, he would accomplish one of 2 key objectives: either force Fabius to battle, or prove to the Italic allies that the Carthaginians were the new masters of the peninsula. This latter goal was key, for despite all of his efforts to secure alliances with the Italic peoples, most of them were still loyal to Rome. Thus, in the autumn of 217 BC, Hannibal moved towards Capua, encamping on the western bank of the river Volturnus. From their new base, the Carthaginians swarmed the entirety of the plains with their foraging and pillaging expeditions, but Fabius stuck to his tactics. His deputy Minucius, on the other hand, reasoned that their legions could trap Hannibal around Capua by seizing the heights surrounding the region. The master of the horse convinced the tribunes and centurions to follow him in great haste, and they took positions on the hills and mountains overlooking the Agaphalernus district in northern Campania. Fabius initially went along with the general enthusiasm, but later changed his mind, ordering his legions not to descend from their positions. Meanwhile, Hannibal raided all that could be raided around Capua. His next order of business was to cross the mountains again and find some suitable storage depots and winter quarters. Either through spies or simple common sense, Fabius predicted this move. He identified the mountain pass most likely to be used by the enemy and set up an ambush, with 4,000 troops on one side and the rest of his troops on the other. In the game of chess being played between Hannibal and Fabius, the Roman dictator thus far had maintained the upper hand. But it was now time for the Thunderbolt to spring one of his gambits. Fearing a Roman ambush, Hannibal summoned one Hasdrubal, captain of his pioneers, for a delicate mission. Hasdrubal's pioneers were to fashion large numbers of bundles of dry wood and then gather 2,000 strong oxen from their supply train. In the middle of the night, Hannibal and Hasdrubal assembled their composite human-bovine force and ordered for the bundles of wood to be tied to the oxen's horns and then set alight. Then the general instructed the pioneers and a contingent of light infantry to drive the oxen up a ridge placed between their camp and the pass where the Romans laid in ambush. At night, the procession of animals with flaming horns would have given the impression of a large column of troops walking up the ridge, thus misdirecting the Romans' attention. The ruse worked a treat. Upon seeing the flames, the Roman troops guarding the gorge walked through the night, abandoning their position and climbing the ridge. Once they reached the height, they were struck by the sight of the oxen taking a nighttime stroll. They were then struck by something else: javelins and sling bullets shot by the Carthaginian light foot. A confusing, indecisive skirmish ensued, after which the Romans left the ridge. According to Polybius, the Romans separated and took up their positions on different heights and waited for daybreak, not being able to comprehend what was taking place. The legionnaires had been utterly bamboozled, and Hannibal took the occasion to cross the gorge undisturbed with the bulk of his army. Fabius had some inkling that something was afoot. Polybius borrowed a line from Homer, stating that the dictator was some deep design suspecting, but resolved to stay put to avoid a major engagement. At dawn, Hannibal was safely on the other side, but noticed how his light infantry was still on the ridge, surrounded by some 4,000 legionnaires. No man was to be left behind, and thus Barca dispatched a contingent of Iberians who killed some 1,000 Romans and relieved their companions. Thanks to this masterclass in deception, Hannibal was now free to look for suitable winter quarters in Apulia. Moreover, he had inspired alarm and uncertainty amongst the Italic peoples, threatening their loyalty to Rome. More importantly, he had brought disrepute upon Fabius. The dictator had to return to Rome to perform some ritual sacrifices, and was forced to hand over command to his less cautious deputy Minucius. While Fabius navigated treacherous politics back home, Hannibal had set his sights on Geronium as an excellent storage place for grain. Once there, the general sent messages to the inhabitants, offering them good treatment in exchange for their cooperation. However, the Geronians ghosted him, so Barca stormed the town and massacred most of the inhabitants, but did not burn down their houses, which were used as granaries. Next, Hannibal erected a fortified camp by the town, protected by trenches and palisades. In the ensuing weeks, 2/3 of the Carthaginian army was busy plundering the surrounding plains, collecting as much grain and victuals as possible. This activity attracted the attention of Minucius, who quickly marched to the area and set up camp in nearby Calena. To face this new threat, Hannibal now left only 1/3 of his army in charge of foraging and moved forth with the rest of his troops, encamping on a hill close to Minucius. During the night, the general ordered 2,000 pikemen to occupy an advanced position, a smaller hill located between the two enemy camps. At dawn, Minucius caught sight of the enemy on the hillock and sent his own velites against them. The brief skirmish resulted in a Roman victory, allowing Minucius to occupy the hillock with his entire legion. The threat was moving closer to Hannibal, but the general's priority was still to replenish his stores, and thus he dispatched more foraging parties in the countryside. But the Romans went on the attack again, sending out contingents of cavalry and light infantry to roam the fields and fall upon the foragers and taking no prisoners. Emboldened by these victories, the Romans assembled near the Carthaginian camp and attempted to take down the palisades. The Roman attack was nearly successful, but Hannibal managed to stall them long enough, allowing Captain Hasdrubal to return to camp with 4,000 of his pioneers. The arrival of the reinforcements pushed back Minucius and allowed Hannibal to stage a large sortie. Minucius ordered a tactical retreat after inflicting large casualties on his enemy, and the morning after he returned to the Carthaginian camp. Overnight, Hannibal had decided to abandon it, repositioning his troops at Geronium itself. This victory made Minucius the darling of the Senate, so much so that they took an unprecedented move. They decided to make Minucius co-dictator, elevating him to the same rank as Fabius. When the Delayer rejoined the army, he found a compromise with Minucius. They would split their legions into equal halves, with each commander free to lead them according to their own strategies and temperament. Hannibal was well informed about the two co-dictators' contrasting natures, and sought to exploit Minucius's boldness in his next plan. To that end, the Carthaginian general identified a small hill placed halfway between his camp and Minucius's position. He then split 5,000 light foot and 500 horse into detachments of 200 to 300 men each, and overnight had them occupy hiding spots surrounding the hill. Then at dawn, he sent a further light contingent to occupy the hill itself. As predicted, Minucius ordered an attack from his own velites, closely followed by the cavalry and the heavy infantry. As the Roman velites started engaging the Carthaginians on the height, the hidden reinforcements poured in to join the fight. Hard pressed by the enemy cavalry, the Roman velites hastily retreated into their own lines, sowing confusion. At that moment, Hannibal sortied from his camp with the bulk of his army. Minucius had been outwitted, and his legion risked total destruction. Observing from his own camp, Fabius decided it was time to intervene, and sallied out at the head of his troops. At this sight, Minucius's disorganized men recovered their morale and discipline, conducting an orderly retreat protected by the Fabian legion. Fabius had thus saved Minucius from his own rashness, but the Romans suffered heavy losses in the ranks of the legions, and that too of the bravest men. Upon the intervention of Fabius, Hannibal also retreated to his own camp, which he proceeded to fortify with a trench and palisade. By now, the winter of 217 to 216 BC was gripping the land, and General Barca decided it was best to rest within his fortified position. The 6-month term of the co-dictators had come to an end, and Fabius and Minucius handed back power to the newly elected consuls, Lucius Aemilius Paulus and Gaius Terentius Varro. Once again, these leaders presented a dichotomy observed several times during the Second Punic War. One of them, Paulus, was experienced and calculating, favouring a long-term strategic approach over impetuous tactics. The other, Varro, sought to put a quick end to the conflict, all too eager to collide head-on with the Carthaginian steamroller. True to his nature, Paulus enlisted former consul Gnaeus Servilius to raise new legions, and put them to work by adopting textbook Fabian tactics. The new levies were to avoid large engagements with the enemy, and instead harass their foraging parties in short but frequent skirmishes. Paulus had deemed that Roman defeats had been caused by the inexperience of newly recruited legions. Thus, by adopting these tactics, he would enhance their skills and battle readiness while weakening the Carthaginians. Due to this methodical approach to warfare, the winter and spring of 216 BC were largely uneventful. All armies remained in their camps at a short distance from each other, while engaging in small-scale attacks against foraging parties. As the leaves turned to amber and the season was ripe for harvest, Hannibal decided it was time to act. He moved his forces out of their camp at Geronium, bent on challenging his enemies to a decisive battle. But first he had to locate the right bait. His choice fell upon a small town in Apulia, used by the Romans to collect grain and supplies from the surrounding district. According to Polybius, said town had been reduced to ruins a year prior, although he did not specify how and by whom. Nonetheless, the citadel survived intact, making for a perfect storage depot for the newly collected supplies. Hannibal knew that the apparently unassuming citadel held great strategic importance for the Romans. Losing the fortification meant losing access to the fertile plains of Apulia, one of the breadbaskets of Italy. Not only that, but another defeat meant that Rome might lose the support of their local Italic allies. Once Hannibal occupied the citadel, Paulus and Varro sent frequent messages to the Senate, asking for instructions. Should they continue with their delaying tactics, or take decisive action to retake the district? Eventually, the Senate cast its die. They should give the enemy battle. But before doing so, they would build the largest army ever assembled by the Republic, an unprecedented 8 legions. In normal circumstances, one legion would consist of 4,000 foot and 200 horse, plus an equal number of Italic allied infantry and 600 cavalry. In times of peril, a legion could be bolstered to 5,000 Roman foot and 300 horse, plus 5,000 allied infantry and 900 cavalry. Based on Polybius's account, the force put under the consul's command thus amounted to 89,600 men. The cast of characters was now complete for the worst tragedy the Roman Republic would suffer in one single day. The immense army began its march southwards, confident in their own skills and especially in its immense size. Unbeknownst to them, their chief antagonist was also the author of the play and had already started to craft the plot that would lead to their demise on a suffocating summer day. Slowly, the curtain started to lift over the stage in which the tragedy would unfold: the fields of Canusium, the river Aufidus, and a citadel by a place called Cannae. The Senate had good reasons to fear the destruction of their republic, for they had been thoroughly humiliated by Carthaginian general Hannibal Barca on their own soil. Their armies had been soundly defeated at the battles of Ticinus, Trebia and Trasimene, and outwitted at the Agaphalanis. Only the timely intervention of Quintus Fabius Maximus, the delayer, had prevented yet another disaster at Geronium. Hannibal had proved to be a master planner, able to exploit the natural features of the terrain to his advantage. Moreover, he appears to have firmly grasped the psychology of Roman military commanders, choosing to give battle when and where the younger, less experienced, and less cautious leaders were in charge, turning their unwise thirst for glory to his advantage. The Senate could no longer tolerate the arrogance and sneaky tactics of this invader, who risked undermining Rome's alliance with the various Italic peoples in their native peninsula. As Hannibal moved south into Apulia, Rome assembled their largest land force ever, 8 legions of Roman citizens matched by an equal number of Italic allied units. A force of approximately 89,000 soldiers, led by both consuls for the year, Aemilius Paulus and Terentius Varro, was tasked with nailing down Hannibal in Apulia and annihilating his army. While this was the Romans' most urgent operational objective, it was only one tile in their strategic mosaic. The consuls and the other magistrates knew very well that Hannibal's ability to fight rested on 4 pillars. First, his potential to turn the Italic allies in the south against Rome. Second, his silver mines and manpower reserves in Iberia. Third, political support and supplies emanating from Carthage itself. Fourth, Hannibal's Gallic allies in Cisalpine Gaul. Paulus and Varro's expedition to the south would address the first pillar. Hence they received the majority of Rome's military resources. However, the Senate did not neglect the other 3 strategic objectives. The second pillar had already been taken care of, as the Scipio brothers were already causing trouble for Hasdrubal Barca in Iberia. As for the third pillar, already in late 217 BC, a fleet under Gnaeus Servilius Geminus, 120 quinqueremes strong, had set sail to northern Africa. Geminus raided the island of Menix before disembarking on the mainland. The Roman marines went on a pillaging spree, but lost cohesion and fell to a number of Carthaginian ambushes. After losing 1,000 men, the Romans hastily retreated to their ships. Finally, the fourth pillar was handled by Paulus and Varro, who raised 2 further legions before marching south, entrusting them to Praetor Lucius Postumius. His mission was to march into Cisalpine Gaul to lay waste to the lands of the Boii tribe, allied to Hannibal. They hoped to cause mass desertion amongst the Gauls serving with Barca. As Postumius marched north along the Adriatic coast, he recruited more allied troops, bolstering his numbers to 25,000 men. Thus, in July 216 BC, Rome had fielded almost 115,000 soldiers against the Carthaginians, deployed in 2 theatres of operations. As per tradition, Paulus and Varro shared command of their biconsular army by leading on alternate days. The 2 commanders did not see eye to eye. In a pattern observed many times before, Paulus was an experienced and cautious strategist, while Varro, a homo novus, was younger, more impetuous, and hungry for glory. Before entering Apulia, the huge army set up camp, and Paulus addressed the troops. "Men of the army, seeing that we have every advantage on our side for securing a victory, there is only one thing necessary: your determination, your zeal. Men who, like you, are fighting not for others, but themselves, or country, wives, and children, and for whom the issue is of far more momentous consequence than the mere danger of the hour, need only to be reminded, require no exhortation. Enter upon this battle with the full conviction that in it your country is not risking a certain number of legions, but her bare existence." The next morning, the consuls broke up camp and after 2 days of march arrived within sight of the enemy, entrenched near Cannae. As usual, Hannibal had chosen his ground wisely. The small village held a substantial depot of grain and other supplies, and was located on flat terrain, perfect for cavalry operations. Paulus and Varro pitched their new camp at about 50 stadies, almost 10 kilometers away from the Carthaginian positions. Paulus smelled danger and urged Varro to move to a location less favorable to cavalry tactics. But it was Varro's day of command, and the younger consul ordered a sortie towards the enemy. Hannibal ordered a contingent of skirmishers and horsemen to charge at the Roman party, and his attack was initially successful. However, the Roman heavy infantry formed a solid line, thus repulsing the cavalry charges. The Carthaginians suffered 1,700 casualties in this initial skirmish, while Varro only lost 100 foot. The next day, still high on victory, Varro pressed to launch a second, larger attack, but it was Paulus's turn to lead. The older magistrate feared an ambush and ordered his men to stay put. Paulus was right, for Hannibal was cooking up his umpteenth ruse. That night he ordered his soldiers to abandon their camp and lay in hiding on a nearby ridge. Before leaving, the Carthaginians left their fires burning and their tents open, exposing heaps of booty to the prying eyes of the Romans. It was an open invitation: "Come and loot our camp, and we shall massacre you later." At daybreak, Roman scouts reported that the enemy had fled, and their riches were ripe for the taking. Varro and the majority of soldiers insisted on going on a plundering spree, while Paulus urged caution, and dispatched Prefect Marius Statilius to inspect the camp. Statilius soon returned, reporting that he smelled a trap, but Varro ignored the report and ordered an invasion of the camp. At the last moment, 2 Roman slaves, previously captured by the Numidians and recently escaped, rushed to the consuls, warning them that Hannibal's entire army was lying in ambush on a nearby ridge. Hannibal had been outwitted for once, and he graciously admitted the temporary defeat, returning to his camp. His food supplies, however, were dwindling, and he knew he had to draw the Romans into battle as soon as possible. For his part, Paulus decided not to take the bait and spent the next 2 days dividing his forces into 2 contingents. 2/3 of his army set up camp on the western bank of the river Alpheus, the remaining third on the eastern bank at about 10 stadies from Hannibal. The latter, perceiving a loss in morale among his troops, deployed his oratory skills to prepare them for battle. "Give thanks to the gods, for they have brought the enemy into this country, because they designed the victory for us. And next to me, for having compelled the enemy to fight, in a place so full of advantages for us. The present contest is for the cities and the wealth in them, and if you win it, all Italy will at once be in your power, and freed from your present hard toils, and masters of the wealth of Rome, you will by this battle become the leaders and lords of the world." General Barca then dismissed his troops, ordered them to break up their camp, and then entrench on the western bank of the Alpheus. The next day, an eerie quiet descended upon the plains of Cannae, as both Roman and Carthaginian nerves were racked by the tension of what might happen. As Polybius would write, "There is nothing more intolerable to mankind than suspense. When a thing is once decided, men can but endure whatever out of the catalogue of evils it is their misfortune to undergo." Hannibal decided to break that suspense, sending Numidian riders to harass Roman watering parties on the eastern bank of the river, perhaps knowing that Varro was in charge of the smaller camp on that side. The consul, in fact, was more than ever inflamed with the desire of fighting, and the soldiers were eager for a battle and chafed at the delay. On August 1st, Hannibal further precipitated events. He drew out his men from the camp, amassed them on the eastern bank of the Alphodus, and sent his Numidians to provoke the enemy. It was too much for Varro to bear. It was time to give battle. Once again, Paulus tried to rein him in, but he eventually conceded that battle was inevitable. According to Livy, he specified that he would himself be guiltless of all blame, but would share in all the consequences. Another day went by. On August 2nd, it was Varro's time to lead, and he ordered for the bulk of his army to take position on the eastern bank. The two armies thus faced each other on the plain of Cannae, the Romans to the north and the Carthaginians to the south. The battlefield was enclosed by the Alphodus to the west and hilly terrain to the east. The consuls placed a contingent of Roman cavalry on their right wing, along the river, which would be led by Paulus. The centre of the formation was taken by the heavy foot, deployed in very close maniples, the depth of each several times greater than its front. The infantry formation was led by Marcus Attilius and Gnaeus Servilius, consuls for the previous year, now serving as proconsuls. The left was composed of Italic allied cavalry under Varro's command. A screen of light infantry was placed in advance of the whole army, which numbered up to 80,000 foot and 6,000 horse. The Roman army appeared as a solid block, a massive fist ready to deliver a deadly punch to Hannibal's face. As for General Barca, he knew he had the cavalry advantage, both in quantity and quality. However, his overall troops were outnumbered 2-1, so he had to go for a more complex battle order. From west to east, his troops were arranged as follows. Close to the Alphodus, the Iberian and Gallic cavalry, led by one Hasdrubal, not a Barca, and facing Paulus's horse. Then a column of elite Libyan heavy infantry, equipped with armour and weapons looted from the Romans. The centre of this formation was taken by a crescent-shaped line of Iberian and Gallic infantry bulging towards the Romans. Hannibal himself and his brother Mago stood in command of the centre. On the other end of the crescent stood another column of Libyans, flanked to the east by a wing of Numidian horse led by Mahabal and facing Varro. The entire formation was screened by a line of Balearic slingers and javelin throwers. Numbers-wise, Hannibal could field about 40,000 foot and 10,000 cavalry, but his real strength lay in the peculiar formation. Crucially, the columns of Libyan infantrymen were not immediately visible to the Romans, as they had been placed slightly behind the edges of the convex crescent, standing in reserve. As the sun scorched the earth, a southerly wind began blowing clouds of dust into the faces of the Romans, further hindering their visibility. Clearly, Hannibal had no control over the elements, but the wind played to his advantage. His entire plan relied on luring the impatient and reckless Roman heavy foot into the pincer of his Libyan columns, theoretically in plain sight, but virtually invisible to his enemies. The bait placed in front of the hungry she-wolf was the apparently weak and bulging Carthaginian centre. Now it was time to set the master deceit in motion. The three Parcae had already been hard at work. Nona had spun the threads of the lives of thousands of young men. Decimer had measured them, and mortar would soon cut them. The Carthaginian light foot surged forward, clashing against their Roman counterpart. Their engagement was indecisive, with neither side gaining an advantage. Next, cavalry commander Hasdrubal sent forth his Iberian and Gallic cavalry, colliding head-on with Paulus's horse. Their movements were hindered by the Alphodus to the west, with both formations failing to perform any outflanking maneuver. Their engagement degenerated into a chaotic melee. The horses came to a standstill, and the riders grappled with each other, dragging their enemies to the ground. The horsemen dismounted and fought bitterly on foot until Hasdrubal got the upper hand, forcing the Roman cavalry into a flight. As Paulus's men fled north along the river, the Iberian and Gallic horsemen gave chase, cutting them down from behind. Meanwhile, in the centre of the battle lines, both light infantry contingents had exhausted their strength and retreated behind the heavy foot. It was time for the latter to engage. Baying for blood, the front lines of the Romans charged at the Carthaginian crescent. Spurred on by Hannibal and Mago, the Iberian and Gallic foot fought gallantly, checking the enemy's advance. but more and more legionaries pressed forward, gradually turning the convex line into a concave shape. The Romans converged to the very center of the enemy battalions, adopting a wedge-like formation of ever-mounting mass. The Carthaginian line caved under the pressure, retreating to the south, but not quite breaking up yet. As the Roman infantry seemed close to success, Varro's cavalry wing was struggling against Mahabal's feared Numidians. The Numidian riders pinned the Italic horse in place with volleys of javelins, preventing any effective counterattack. Their fate was sealed when Hasdrubal's Iberian and Gallic cavalry returned to the field and struck from the rear. Livy adds that another 500 Numidians had earlier feigned defection to the Romans, only to turn on them at the decisive moment. Surrounded from front and back, the Italic cavalry collapsed under the pressure. Unable to withstand the assault, they broke and fled toward the safety of their camp, with the Numidians in close pursuit. Varro himself abandoned the battlefield and escaped, leaving the Roman cavalry wing shattered and the wider battle firmly tipping decisively in Carthage's favour. The other consul, Paulus, would not be so lucky as to escape with his life. After losing the cavalry engagement on the Roman right wing, the consul joined the centre. Though severely wounded, he continued to incite his infantry to smash through the Carthaginian line. The latter finally appeared to break, and a flood of Roman soldiers continued to pour into the fray. Finally, the Iberian and Gallic soldiers appeared to be breaking into a flight. But was this a spontaneous reaction of a defeated formation, or was it all part of Hannibal's master plan? Neither Polybius nor Livy provide clarity, but they do agree on one point. Just when the Carthaginian centre seemed doomed, the columns of elite Libyans wheeled inwards and started hacking at the Romans. Confusion had taken over. One moment the legionaries were fighting as a compact fist against a single line of foes. The next, they were attacked from the sides by men clad in Roman equipment. The Iberian and Gallic soldiers reformed their line, and they too started pressing inwards. The biconsular army was now an amorphous heap of desperate men encircled by 3 walls of disciplined, relentless killers. And the worst was yet to come. After having effectively dealt with both Roman and Italic cavalry wings, Hasdrubal and his mounted warriors showed yet again great discipline, wheeling towards the centre of the battlefield and smashing into the Roman rear. With the help of his trusted commanders, Hannibal Barca had achieved the nigh impossible, the complete encirclement of a force twice the size of his army. As Hannibal had almost sealed his masterpiece in Roman blood, a secondary action was taking place. Before the battle had commenced, Paulus had stationed 10,000 foot soldiers inside his main camp, on the western bank of the Aufidus. Acting on previous orders, these soldiers staged a sortie, marched southwards and attacked the Carthaginian camp, also on the western bank. Their action appeared successful at first, but the Carthaginian garrison held them back. Seeing that his presence was no longer needed on the main battlefield, Hannibal rushed across the Aufidus to direct the defence of his camp. The Romans wavered and eventually fled back north, pursued by Barca and his men. The Carthaginians cut down 2,000 of the fleeing enemies and surrounded the rest in their camp. Back in the thick of the action, the bleeding, exhausted Paulus had not lost hope yet. If his men maintained a cool head, they could attempt to break the boundaries of the killing field. But too many soldiers were falling under the Carthaginian steel, including dozens of centurions, tribunes, and even the proconsuls Attilius and Servilius. Eventually also Paulus fell on the ground, covered in blood but still breathing. Tribune Gnaeus Lentulus rode by his side and bade him to take his horse and ride to safety. "Make not this battle calamitous by a consul's death. Even without that, there are tears and grief enough." But Paulus refused. "Waste not in unavailing pity the little time you have to escape the enemy. Go and tell the senators in public session to fortify the city of Rome and garrison it strongly before the victorious enemy draws near. As for me, let me breathe my last in the midst of my slaughtered soldiers." Indeed, that was what the battle had turned into, a one-sided slaughter. Mortar, the third Parca, had severed the threads of thousands of soldiers, falling into a lake of their own blood, as Hannibal's fist tightened without respite. The Romans and their allies, compressed into a killing field of ever-decreasing area, had little space to breathe, let alone to raise their arms and fight. The cavalry had been almost annihilated. Out of 6,000 horsemen, only 70 escaped with Varro to Venusia. some 60 kilometers to the south of Cannae, and 300 dispersed to other nearby towns. The infantry did not fare much better. According to Polybius and Livy, only 3,000 managed to escape, but some 70,000 were slain during the encirclement. Almost every family in Italy would mourn the loss of a husband, a father, a son, or a brother. The military leadership of the Republic had also been almost decapitated. Rome had lost 1 consul, 2 proconsuls, former co-dictator Marcus Minucius, 29 tribunes, 80 senators, and an unspecified number of praetors. Hannibal, on his part, had lost only 5,700 men in total. But the engagement was not over yet. The 2 Roman camps were still garrisoned, even if the larger camp in the west was surrounded. As night fell, the men in the larger camp sent a messenger to the smaller one, asking those troops to join them so they could break through enemy lines. Only 1 tribune, Publius Sempronius Ticinus, and 600 soldiers accepted the offer. Filing out of the camp at night, they formed a marching shield wall against the Numidian javelins, which enabled them to escape to the larger camp. There, Ticinus assembled a larger force, with which he was able to fight his way to nearby Canusium. The remaining soldiers in the camp, numbering between 8,000 and 15,000, were all taken prisoner at daybreak. As the sun rose over Cannae on August 3rd, 216 BC, the Carthaginians themselves were shocked at the extent of the carnage, vividly described by Livy. Some were discovered lying there alive, with thighs and tendons slashed, baring their necks and throats, and bidding their conquerors drain the remnant of their blood. Others were found with their heads buried in holes dug in the ground. They had apparently made these pits for themselves, and heaping dirt over their faces shut off their breath. But what most drew the attention of all beholders was a Numidian who was dragged out alive from under a dead Roman, but with a mutilated nose and ears, for the Roman, unable to hold a weapon in his hands, had expired in a frenzy of rage while rending the other with his teeth. While the Carthaginians plundered the corpses and offered proper burial to the fallen enemy officers, Roman survivors started assembling around Venusia and Canusium. 4 young tribunes in particular were busy corralling the demoralized soldiers. Amongst them was a 19-year-old scion of a dynasty of officers and magistrates, Publius Cornelius Scipio the Younger. A faction of demoralized patrician soldiers, led by Marcus Caecilius Metellus, argued that the Republic was destroyed and should be mourned as dead. Their plan was to set sail, abandon Italy, and seek refuge in another kingdom. A council was convened to decide on the matter, but Scipio refused to hear the defeatists' argument. "I solemnly swear that even I myself shall not desert the Republic of the Roman people, so likewise shall I offer no other Roman citizen to do so. If I wittingly speak false, may Jupiter Optimus Maximus utterly destroy me, my house, my family, and my estate. Marcus Caecilius, I call on you and the others who are present to swear after these terms, and if any refuse to swear, let him know that against him this sword is drawn." Presented with such terms, Caecilius and his party took Scipio's oath and vowed to fight under his leadership. Meanwhile, Hannibal had convened a council of his officers to determine their next steps. Mahabal, the cavalry commander, urged them to press their advantage. Rome was bleeding, and his horsemen could deliver the fatal blow to the capital city itself. He promised, "In 5 days you shall banquet in the capital." Hannibal, however, refused to attack the city of Rome, prompting Mahabal's reply, "In very truth, the gods bestow not on the same man all their gifts. You know how to gain a victory, Hannibal. You know not how to use one." Hannibal's decision not to attack Rome has been at the center of much speculation, but it is widely believed that his thinking was strategically sound. Barca's army was victorious, but was exhausted, and lacked the equipment and supplies for a long siege. Moreover, the southern Italic allies appeared to be swaying on the side of Carthage. It would have been realistic to presume that Rome would soon sue for peace, without the need to mount a long and costly siege. While the city of Rome was safe for the moment, the Republic was doomed to suffer another catastrophe just days later. While the events of Cannae were unfolding, Praetor Postumius had been marching north to open a second front in Cisalpine Gaul. His army, 25,000 strong, was marching along a narrow path through a thick forest, the Silva Litana. Unbeknownst to them, they were heading straight into a masterful ambush. Warriors of the Gaulish Boii tribe had previously cut the trunks of the trees along the path, but made sure they were still standing. When the Roman column appeared on the track, the hidden warriors pushed at the trees, which crashed at once over Postumius and his men. Most of them were instantly crushed, while those who tried to escape were surrounded by hordes of warriors and promptly massacred. Postumius, at the head of the column, tried to break through the encirclement, but was slain and decapitated. His head was seized as a trophy, and his cleaned skull was covered in gold to be used as a cup by the high priest of the Boii. Only 10 soldiers survived the ambush at Silva Litana. When the inhabitants of Rome learned about the two disasters, confusion, desperation, and lamentations fell upon the city like a shroud. Almost an entire generation of men in their prime had been wiped out in a matter of days. And who knew what would come next? Perhaps Hannibal was already on his way to Rome. The citizens reacted out of character, performing a ritual described by Livy as wholly alien to the Roman spirit, a triple human sacrifice. A Gaul and 2 Greeks were in fact buried alive at the Forum Boreum, or cattle market, to plead to the gods for protection. The Senate sought to contain the panic, limiting the period of mourning to 30 days and dispatching enforcers across the city to ensure that no shop closed down. Businesses had to continue as usual, including the business of war. The Senate ordered for new legions to be raised, enlisting even those who still wore the purple-bordered dress of boyhood, as described by Livy. The magistrates then had new armor and weapons forged. When these were not enough, the ancient spoils of the enemy were brought from the temples. This way the Republic was able to raise 4 legions and 1,000 cavalry, just enough to defend Rome in case of siege. Finally, the Senate bought 8,000 young slaves to serve as soldiers. As Livy points out, the Senate could have ransomed the prisoners of war at a lesser expense, but that implied negotiating with Hannibal, something Rome would staunchly refuse to do. After his victory at Cannae, Hannibal moved towards the region of Campania, with the aim of either conquering its rich cities or severing their allegiance to Rome. His first stop was Compsa, which was handed over peacefully by a man named Statius Trebius. There, General Barca split his forces into 2 divisions. He entrusted one to his brother Mago, instructing him to incite anti-Roman revolts across the district of Hirpinia. Hannibal then took command of the 2nd Division and marched towards Neapolis, as he needed access to a large port city. As the Carthaginians approached the city, Hannibal placed detachments of Numidian horsemen by the main roads, hiding in ambush. He then dispatched a smaller cavalry force to ride around the walls of Neapolis, flaunting their plunder. His purpose was to exploit the Neapolitans' lust for booty and lure them into the open. This plan worked like a treat. The local cavalry sorted out of the city walls and gave chase, but the Numidians drove them straight into their ambush. The Neapolitans were surrounded and promptly annihilated, save for some horsemen who jumped into the sea and were picked up by fishing boats. The military commanders of the city had perished during the incautious sortie, but Neapolis would not make for easy prey after all. Its impervious walls deterred Hannibal from laying siege, and the general preferred marching inland towards Capua, which was second in riches and power only to Rome. At the time, Capua was torn between Roman loyalists and those who wished to defect to Hannibal. Among the latter was Chief Magistrate Pacuvius Calavius. But to enact his plan, he first had to neutralize the Senate. To do so, he convinced the senators that the populace was about to stage a violent revolt against them. Thus, for their own protection, he would shut them under guard inside the Senate House. Calavius then summoned an assembly of the citizens and invited them to execute the senators one by one, but only if they could find suitable replacements. Gradually, the citizens realized that any alternative to the ruling senators would have been even more corrupt officials, and gradually dispersed. Thanks to this ruse, the crafty magistrate had ensured total control over both the Senate and the populace, and could orchestrate a defection to the Carthaginians. Only this plan never came to pass, for Varro, the surviving consul, after the disaster at Cannae, pleaded with Capuan envoys to raise 30,000 foot and 4,000 horse to attack the invaders. One of the ambassadors, who was presumably allied to Calavius, Vibius Virius, convinced the delegation to reject Varro's demands. Under his influence, the same delegation went to Hannibal and negotiated peace with him. Calavius then moved swiftly, ordering the arrest of any Roman official within Capua. Shortly thereafter, Hannibal was welcomed into the city by a cheering mob. Clavius organized a banquet in favor of his new ally, but to his surprise, he discovered that his own son was ready to assassinate the Carthaginian general. The young man admitted to his father that he was ready to ratify our treaty with Rome in Hannibal's blood, to which Clavius retorted, "Will you have the courage to strike me, your father, when I interpose myself to protect Hannibal?" Young Clavius abandoned his murderous plans, and no blood was shed during the banquet, only fatherly tears of joy. While this near tragedy unfolded, Mago had concluded his mission, having welcomed many Campanian, Apulian, Bruttian and Samnite communities into the Carthaginian fold. He then sailed to Carthage to flaunt his brother's victories to the Senate. Overjoyed, the Carthaginian leadership passed a resolution granting reinforcements consisting of 4,000 Numidians, 40 elephants, and 500 talents of silver. Mago then travelled to Spain to raise a further 20,000 soldiers and 4,000 horsemen. Meanwhile, Rome was not sitting idly by. The Republic appointed a new dictator, Marcus Junius Pera, with Tiberius Sempronius Gracchus as his master of horse. The two set about raising new legions, a total of 25,000 troops, which included 6,000 men formerly imprisoned for debt or even capital offences. But the initiative, as ever, was with Hannibal. After gaining control of Capua, the Thunderbolt moved towards Nola, whose citizens were eager to welcome him as an ally. The Nolan Senate, however, was still loyal to Rome and sent delegates to Casilinum, asking for help. That was a smart move, as the town's garrison was led by Praetor Marcus Claudius Marcellus, a fierce warrior who had defeated the Gallic king Viridomarus in single combat at the Battle of Clastidium in 222 BC. As Marcellus approached Nola, Hannibal evacuated its territory. After a second indecisive attempt to seize Neapolis, the general easily conquered Nuceria to resupply his forces. Finally, the Carthaginians returned to Nola and set up their camp, preparing to give battle. Marcellus had divided his forces, placing part of them outside the city walls and part of them inside, to prevent the citizens from staging an anti-Roman rebellion. Over the following days, frequent indecisive skirmishes took place between the opposing forces, until Marcellus learned that the Nolans were preparing a surprise attack against his legions. The praetor thus decided to stage a decisive battle before an all-out revolt broke out. Marcellus split his army into 3 divisions, which he placed behind the 3 main gates of Nola, facing towards Hannibal's camp. At the center gate, he posted his strongest units, Roman heavy infantry and cavalry, while the other 2 gates were guarded by velites and allied cavalry. Hannibal, for his part, deployed his light infantry across a long line facing the main gate. Behind them, units of heavy infantry were flanked by cavalry. The ancient historian Livy does not provide details about the numbers of the opposing armies, but we can infer that Marcellus was heavily outnumbered. As the days wore on, Hannibal expected Marcellus to sortie at any time, but the praetor kept him waiting. Eventually, Barca ordered his men to prepare to storm the walls, confident that the Nolans would revolt and attack the Romans from the rear. As the Carthaginian lines approached the walls, Marcellus ordered for the central gates to be flung open, and his infantry surged forward, followed closely by the cavalry. This sudden and furious attack sowed confusion amongst the Carthaginian ranks, halting their advance. At that moment, the secondary gates of Nola burst forward, and the light infantry and allied cavalry joined the fight, charging at the Carthaginian flank. Their attack was then joined by the camp servants, who deployed a secret weapon, loads of shouting. The noise and confusion convinced Hannibal that Marcellus's army was much larger than it actually was, prompting him to order a retreat into his camp. Praetor Marcellus had thus scored a small yet important victory against the Carthaginian Thunderbolt, slaying 2,800 of his troops while losing no more than 500 men. Hannibal then lifted the siege and consoled himself by razing the nearby town of Acare to the ground. He then headed towards Casilinum, the town previously garrisoned by his foe Marcellus. The praetor had left there a small force of 1,000 soldiers, almost all Italic allies, which Hannibal expected would surrender easily. He would be proven sorely wrong. An advanced troop of Iberian warriors tried to force open the gates of Casilinum, but the Italic soldiers staged a swift and vicious sortie, which quickly dispersed them. Mahabal, commander of the Numidian cavalry, rushed in support of the Iberians, but his charge too was repulsed by the hardy Italic soldiers. Finally, Hannibal himself intervened, besieging Casilinum with his entire army. During the initial stages of the siege, the Carthaginians attempted to storm the walls on several occasions, but each time they were repulsed by the rain of missiles hurled by the defenders. Hannibal's men suffered heavy casualties, which emboldened the town garrison. The Italic soldiers staged a second sortie, but this time they would have to face the might of Hannibal's elephants, who had recently arrived from Carthage. The pachyderms charged forward, stomping dozens of enemies and forcing them back into the walls. The Italic forces were now heavily depleted, and thus Hannibal moved in for the final assault. Under cover of vinnae, or portable protective roofs, Hannibal's sappers started digging mines under the walls of Casilinum, but their efforts were thwarted by the excavation of countermines. By then, Hannibal realized that the siege of Casilinum was draining a disproportionate amount of time and resources. Unable to overcome the staunch resistance of the town, Hannibal fortified his camp outside the walls, placing a small force to maintain a token pressure on the garrison. The campaigning season had come to an end, and the bulk of the Carthaginian army relocated to their winter quarters in Capua. Throughout the winter of 216 and 215 BC, the feats of the Carthaginians would be more at home in an account of ancient chillaxing practices rather than a military history documentary. In fact, the invading army was seduced by the many pleasures offered by the wealthy Campanian city, as listed by Livy: sloth, wine, feasting, women, baths, and idle lounging. The ancient historian commented how the thus far nigh unstoppable Barcid forces fell victim to a prosperity too great and pleasures too attractive for them to withstand, which in his view was a drain on their fighting capability and a major strategic blunder. But when the mild weather returned, Hannibal shook his men out of their pleasurable torpor and led them back to Casilinum with the intention of starving the city into submission. In early 215 BC, Master of the Horse Tiberius Sempronius Gracchus had planted his camp near Casilinum, upstream of the Volturnus River. Later sources add a night ruse against Junius Pera, while Gracchus himself was ordered not to intervene. The defenders of Casilinum, however, were so starved that many of them preferred to jump off the city walls rather than to endure another day of starvation. A frustrated Gracchus thus devised an ingenious way to supply the city. He gathered large quantities of grain from the surrounding fields, placed it in casks, and then floated them down the Volturnus at night until they reached Casilinum. After 3 days, however, the Carthaginians discovered the stratagem and intercepted the shipments of grain. Gracchus responded simply by scattering great quantities of nuts into the river, which were then caught in baskets by the defenders. But clearly this was not enough to sustain the garrison and the townspeople, who eventually had to survive on a diet of boiled leather. Eventually Casilinum had to concede defeat, agreeing to Hannibal's terms of surrender, a ransom of 7 ounces of gold per person. The summer of 216 BC had been cursed by the double disaster of Cannae and Silva Litina, which had plunged the Roman Republic into an existential crisis. Hannibal and his men had continued to run rampant into southern Italy, sure, but the defeat at Nola and the staunch defense of Casilinum had proved to the general, to the Italic peoples, and to the Romans themselves that the wounded she-wolf could still bear the sharpest of claws. The fight would continue for years to come, plunging the Mediterranean ever deeper into a bitter conflict, which would soon turn personal. In late 216 BC, the Carthaginian forces in Iberia under Hasdrubal Barca had been contained by the Scipio brothers, Publius and Gnaeus. Hannibal's younger brother had just received 5,000 troops as reinforcement from northern Africa when his naval captains deserted wholesale. This mutiny was quickly followed by the rebellion of a hitherto allied tribe, the Tartessi. Hasdrubal ordered his forces to encircle the camp of the rebellious general Chalbus, but the Tartessi staged a sortie, performing a frightening war dance which apparently scared the Carthaginians all the way up a nearby hill. The roles were now reversed, as Chalbus now besieged Hasdrubal's camp and later seized the town of Escua, securing a sizable loot for his men. The prospect of further booty caused a breakdown in Tartessian discipline, and Hasdrubal seized the occasion to attack the scattered plundering parties. Chalbus's warriors regrouped and formed an infantry square, but Hasdrubal performed a complete encirclement worthy of his big brother, massacring almost the entire tribe. Having regained control of southern Iberia, Hasdrubal welcomed an expeditionary force dispatched from Carthage, led by General Hamilcar. The Carthaginian Senate's plan was for Hamilcar to occupy Iberia, while Hasdrubal and his army crossed the river Ebro, smashed through the Scipio's lines, and then joined Big Bro Barca in Italy. In early 215 BC, Publius and Gnaeus got wind of Hasdrubal's mission. They launched a preemptive attack, crossing to the south of the Ebro and besieging the wealthy city of Iberia, also known as Detosa. To relieve the city, Hasdrubal attacked a nearby unnamed town, which had just allied itself to Rome. The bait worked, and the Scipios turned their forces towards Barca. For several days, the two enemies were encamped at 5 miles from each other, engaging in occasional skirmishes. Finally, the signal was given, and both armies descended in force onto a nearby plain, ready to give battle. The Scipios arranged their infantry across 3 lines, with the front line being composed of alternating units of light and heavy infantry. As usual, the cavalry protected the flanks of the formation. Hasdrubal's entire infantry was deployed in 3 compact blocks, rather than lines. Iberian allies in the centre, with Libyan and mercenary heavy infantry on the sides. The left wing was protected by a screen of Iberian cavalry. In comparison, the right wing stood behind a formation of highly specialized Numidian horse. According to Livy, these riders were trained to manage 2 horses at the same time, like circus riders, and when the battle was at the hottest, were in the habit of jumping off the wearied horse onto the fresh one. The opposing forces were equally matched, with roughly 25,000 men each, but they greatly differed in terms of morale. Scipio's legionaries were determined to block a second invasion of their homeland, while Hasdrubal's Iberian allies had no appetite for victory, for defeating the Romans would have meant embarking on a long and perilous trip across the Pyrenees and the Alps. The Iberians responded to the initial Roman attacks nonetheless, exchanging missiles with the Velites. When the Roman skirmishers exhausted their javelins, they retreated behind the heavy infantry. The Principes then hurled their own javelins and then charged forward. It was at this stage that the Iberian centre vacillated and started retreating. The Roman lines advanced in pursuit, concentrating their force against the centre of Hasdrubal's formation. At that point, the Carthaginian wings wheeled inwards and started to squeeze their enemies into a pincer. Was the Battle of Detosa at risk of becoming a second Cannae? Not really, as the Iberian centre crumbled completely, which prompted Hasdrubal's cavalry to break into a flight too. This allowed the Scipios to redirect their heavy infantry against both arms of the Carthaginian pincer. The battle evolved into 2 separate engagements, with the Roman infantry now split into 2 contingents, fiercely fighting back the advance of the Carthaginian wings. Eventually, the Scipios had the upper hand, mowing down lines upon lines of Carthaginian foot while suffering heavy casualties themselves. Hasdrubal escaped the carnage by a hair's breadth, while the Romans plundered his camp. The victory at Detosa had temporarily quashed Hasdrubal's ambitions to march towards Italy. What was worse, the humiliated Barca would be abandoned by several allied tribes, threatening Carthaginian rule in Iberia. The Senate in Carthage decided to support Hasdrubal and Hamilcar's presence in Iberia by dispatching yet another expeditionary corps led by Mago Barca, consisting of 12,000 foot, 1,500 horse, 20 elephants, and 60 warships. A similarly sized force was then directed towards Sardinia under Hasdrubal the Bald, with orders to link up with Hamilcar, a local leader who had rebelled against Rome. But Hasdrubal's mission was temporarily stalled by a storm near the Balearic Isles, allowing for Praetor Manlius Torquatus to reach Sardinia with 22,000 infantry and 1,200 cavalry, ready to take on Hamilcar. The Praetor set up camp near the rebel positions, at that time led by Hamilcar's son, Hostus. The rash and inexperienced leader ordered an all-out attack against the Romans, which ended in total defeat. The Sardinians lost 3,800 of their number, with the survivors fleeing towards Cornus. Manlius was about to strike the fatal blow when Hasdrubal the Bald disembarked on the island. The Romans managed to evade the expeditionary force and regrouped at Caralis, while the Carthaginians and Sardinian rebels devastated the lands still loyal to Rome. The combined force then headed towards Caralis, but Manlius marched out to meet them, facing them in a pitched battle. Livy's description of the engagement is rather hazy, but we can infer that Manlius's forces faced 2 divisions side by side, one Carthaginian and one Sardinian. The latter soon crumbled under the legionnaires' blows and left the battlefield. The Roman wing which had faced them thus far was now free to encircle the Carthaginian division, attacking its flank. In Livy's words, "Then it was more of a massacre than a battle. Manlius exacted almost 16,000 casualties and was able to capture 3 Carthaginian aristocrats, Hasdrubal the Bald, Hanno and Mago, the latter being a relative of Hannibal Barca. Hamilcar's son Hostus died in the battle, and his father took his own life shortly afterwards, which effectively put an end to the rebellion. The actions taking place in Italy, Sardinia and Iberia were keenly observed by King Philip V of Macedon. Having heard of Hannibal's astounding victory at Cannae, Philip considered allying with the Carthaginian general and sent his ambassadors to initiate negotiations. The Macedonian envoys avoided the Apulian coast, which was heavily guarded by Roman ships, and disembarked at the temple of Juno Liciniae in Bruttium. As they marched towards Capua to meet Hannibal, however, the ambassadors fell into the hands of Praetor Valerius Levinus. Ancient ambassadors were not yet equipped with Ferrero Rochers, so the Macedonian envoy Xenophanes had to rely on guile alone. The legate completely fooled the praetor, pretending to be on his way to Rome to forge an alliance between King Philip and the Republic. A delighted Levinus released Xenophanes and friends, who immediately rushed to Hannibal's camp. The alliance was thus sealed. Philip would help Hannibal by ravaging the Italian coast with 200 ships. After the defeat of Rome, General Barca would then sail to Macedon and make war upon such nations as the king wished. The Macedonian legation, accompanied by 3 Carthaginian aristocrats, set sail again from Bruttium, but their ship was seized by a Roman naval squadron. Xenophanes attempted to pull off his signature trick once more, but the presence of Carthaginian passengers betrayed him. The Romans searched his ship and found a copy of the agreement between Philip and Hannibal. The entire delegation was thus immediately arrested by the naval officers, and the small squadron set sail towards Rome, so that the Macedonians would be questioned by the consuls or the Senate. As this tale of intrigue unfolded, the Campanians, now allied to Hannibal, were hatching a plot of their own to seize the city of Cumae, still loyal to Rome. It was a custom of the Campanians to hold a regular sacrificial festival at Hamae. With the next one approaching, they invited the Cuman Senate to attend, in order to discuss a potential alliance. The Cumans smelled a rat, and 3 days before the appointment, sent a message to Consul Tiberius Sempronius Gracchus, who was encamped at Liternum with a legion of young recruits and volunteer slaves. Gracchus suspected the Campanians would attempt a massive ambush, and thus advised the Cumans to remain within their city walls while he moved his legion in front of Cumae. The day before the festival, the Campanians had amassed an army of 14,000 troops near Hamae, under their general Marius Alpheus. Somewhat carelessly, the bulk of these troops were left to rest inside their camp, while Alpheus and a smaller contingent performed their sacrifices. Probably they were expecting the Cuman senators to show up defenseless, easy pickings for a sacrifice of another kind. But as darkness fell, Gracchus ordered his troops to surround the unguarded Campanian camp from all sides, and then launched an all-out attack. Many Campanians were massacred in their sleep, and others were slain as they returned from the festival. The consul lost only 100 men against 2,000 of his enemies, including Marius Alpheus. The surviving Campanians rushed to Hannibal at Capua, asking him to intervene. The general immediately marched to Cumae, hoping to surprise Gracchus and his rookie recruits in the open field. But the consul had already withdrawn within the city walls, and thus Hannibal prepared for a siege, burning the countryside and building his siege works. Hannibal's engineers erected a huge wooden tower on wheels and then brought it close to the Cuman fortifications. Gracchus could not accept being bested by Hannibal's wood, and thus erected an even higher tower from which his garrison bombarded the besiegers with stones and wooden stakes. As the Carthaginian siege engine advanced even further, touching the walls, Gracchus's tower spewed a flurry of blazing projectiles. Hannibal's tower burst into flames, and a crowd of soldiers jumped to the ground, looking for safety. At that moment, the 2 gates of Cumae were flung open, and a Roman infantry charge overwhelmed the besiegers, forcing them back to their camp. As Hannibal attempted to organize a counterattack, Gracchus signaled a tactical retreat back into Cumae. The short action had exacted more than 1,300 casualties on the Carthaginians. The following day, Hannibal drew up his army into formation before the city gates, hoping to tease Gracchus into a frontal assault. But Gracchus did not take the bait, and thus General Barca decamped and returned to his headquarters. This Roman success was matched by more victories in southern Italy. At Gromentum in Lucania, Tiberius Sempronius Longus, the consul who had lost at the Trebia, defeated General Hanno, slaying 2,000 of his troops. Meanwhile, in the region of Hirpinia, Praetor Valerius Laevinus reconquered 3 rebellious towns, Vercellium, Vescellium, and Siculinum. This Laevinus, by the way, was the same praetor who had been previously bamboozled by the Macedonian envoys. Speaking of which, after their arrest off the coast of Bruttium, said Macedonians were being carried to Rome by sea, escorted by 5 ships. While sailing near Cumae, Gracchus intercepted the small fleet, uncertain if they were friend or foe. Thus Gracchus learned about the alliance between Philip and Hannibal, and immediately alerted the Senate. The latter instructed Prefect Publius Valerius Flaccus to take command of 55 ships, with orders to protect the eastern coasts of Italy and obtain intelligence about Philip's intentions. The main theatre of the war for the remainder of 215 BC would remain Campania, however. There, Consul Fabius Maximus joined forces with his colleague Gracchus, and the two conducted a short and successful campaign around Capua, reclaiming the towns of Compulteria, Trebula, and Osticula, which had previously sided with Hannibal. Fabius then encamped near Hannibal's headquarters at Tifata to keep tabs on his movements. From there, the consul learned that the populace of Nola was conspiring to defect to the Carthaginians, something they had attempted 1 year prior. On that occasion, Hannibal's army had been defeated by Praetor Marcus Claudius Marcellus just outside the city walls. Perhaps hoping to replicate the same results, Fabius dispatched Marcellus to occupy Nola, which he then used as a base to devastate the lands of the Samnites, who also had become friendly with the Carthaginian invaders. Marcellus's actions eventually provoked Hannibal's intervention, who marched to Nola with the bulk of his army, including reinforcements and elephants brought from Carthage by General Hanno. The latter tried to take the city by treachery through negotiations with local senators Herennius Bassus and Herius Petius. When these failed, Hannibal had his men surround Nola from all sides and ordered a simultaneous attack. Inside the walls, Marcellus waited for the besiegers to be as close as possible to the ramparts, then opened one of the gates and led his soldiers into a fierce, concentrated charge. The Carthaginians were initially overwhelmed, but their lines eventually held, leading to an infantry slog. The impasse was broken by a sudden rainstorm, which sent the combatants back into their respective bases. The rain continued through the night, but as the skies cleared the following morning, Hannibal sent part of his army on a foraging expedition. Marcellus took note, and thus drew up his forces outside of Nola, ready to engage in a pitched battle. Hannibal accepted the challenge, and his men raised a fearsome battle cry. The shouts alerted the foraging parties, which hastily returned to the battlefield. Marcellus was again at a disadvantage, but in a major plot twist, the previously unreliable Nolans abandoned their traitorous schemes and sided squarely with the Romans. An obstinate, bloody battle followed, of which Livy provided little detail. What we know is that both commanders deployed their oratory skills. Marcellus encouraged his men, claiming that the Carthaginians had been turned into a bunch of softies by their prolonged rest at Capua. The men who crossed the Alps are mere wrecks now. They can hardly bear the weight of their armor on their limbs while they fight. Capua has proven to be Hannibal's Cannae. Hannibal, perhaps noticing a decline in fighting spirit amongst his ranks, retorted with, "Are you, whom 2 consular armies never withstood, hardly able now to hold your own against a subordinate officer? Has the sword lost its edge? Have your right hands lost their power?" Apparently, they had. The Carthaginian line started to fall back, which only encouraged the Romans to fight with more vigor. Eventually, Barca's ranks wavered and his troops fell back to their camp. The Romans started to pursue them, but Marcellus, probably wary of ambushes, ordered his soldiers back into the walls. At Second Nola, Marcellus was said to have inflicted heavy casualties on Hannibal, including 5,000 dead and 600 captured. Moreover, almost 300 Iberian and Numidian warriors had defected to the Republic, and General Barca had lost 6 of his elephants. In contrast, Marcellus had lost less than 1,000 troops. Following the Second Battle of Nola, the Carthaginian forces split into 2 armies. The first, under Hanno, was stationed in Bruttium to ensure the loyalty of the local rebel cities, while Hannibal led the second army into Apulia to rest and refit in their winter quarters. The campaigning season had thus come to an end without a clear success for Carthage. But the thunderbolt was far from tamed yet, as most of southern Italy was either under his heel or allied to his hosts. Moreover, the general had secured a new ally in Macedon, and would soon welcome the alliance of a powerful city, previously one of Rome's staunchest friends, Syracuse. After the triumph at Cannae, Hannibal and his generals had been able to turn most of Rome's Italic allies in southern Italy to the Carthaginian side. The Samnites, the Campanians, and the Bruttians in particular were eager to revolt against Rome. However, up until 215 BC, the Republic had been able to count on a powerful and staunch ally in the region, the city-state of Syracuse in southeastern Sicily, ruled by King Hiero II. In that year, the wise king had reached 90 years of age and knew that the end was near. After the death of his son Gelo in 216 BC, the heir apparent was King Hiero's teenage grandson, Hieronymus, known from an early age for his monstrous lust and inhuman cruelty, according to Livy. Hiero distrusted his grandson and thus intended to turn Syracuse into a republic, but his own daughters opposed him. Their scheme was for their husbands, Andranodorus and Zopus, to rule in Hieronymus's stead until he came of age. On his deathbed, Hiero attempted to foil this scheme by nominating 15 legal guardians for the boy tyrant, advising them to maintain the alliance with Rome. But after the king's death, Andranodorus convinced the other 14 guardians that Hieronymus was mature enough to rule on his own. The crafty uncle dismissed the guardians and even resigned his own position, only to become the boy king's unofficial advisor. In this capacity, Andranodorus and his brother-in-law, Zopus, conspired to sever the alliance with Rome and join Hannibal's camp instead. Hieronymus was on board with this plan. Consequently, he sent his envoys first to Carthage and then to Hannibal directly, concluding a treaty in which General Barca would have dominion over mainland Italy, but Sicily would be under Hieronymus. The young monarch of Syracuse's next order of business was to wage war against the Roman garrisons on the island, and thus inspire other towns and cities to revolt. The boy king thus raised an army of 15,000 infantry and cavalry, and then marched to Leontini, north of Syracuse. Unbeknownst to him, this army had been infiltrated by officers still loyal to Rome. After occupying Leontini, Hieronymus was ambushed by a group of conspirators, led by his bodyguard Dinomenes, and stabbed to death on his way to the Forum. Two of the assassins, Theodotus and Sossis, then rode back to Syracuse to eliminate the remainder of the pro-Carthaginian party. Its leader, Andranodorus, mustered a strong garrison and sought refuge in the citadel on the island of Naxos. This was a wise move, as Theodotus and Sossis had been able to rally both the Senate and the citizens to their cause. An armed militia was ready to take on Andranodorus at Naxos, but the uncle of the late king agreed to parley and announced that he would meet with the Senate the following day to submit to its authority. Andranodorus had no intention to do so. His next scheme would have been to betray the trust of the Senate and invoke help from Hannibal. But he committed the mistake of confiding his plans to an actor called Aristo, who immediately shopped him to the Senate. The pro-Roman faction then went on an assassination rampage. First, they eliminated Andranodorus as he entered the Senate house. Next, they slew his ally Themistus, brother-in-law to the late Hieronymus. Then they murdered their respective wives, Demerata, daughter of King Hiero, and Harmonia, daughter of Gelo. And finally, the assassins slew another daughter of Hiero's, Heraclea, and her innocent daughters. When we last saw Hannibal at the end of 215 BC, after the Second Battle of Nola, he had moved to Apulia to spend the winter. As customary, Livy introduced his narrative of what was to come with a rundown of portents. At Hadria, an altar had been sighted in the sky, surrounded by men clad in white robes. At Spoletum, a woman had turned into a man. Good, one more soldier for the legions. Finally, near Teate, an unborn baby had shouted, Io Triumphe, or Hail Triumph, still in the mother's womb. Would the next campaign season be marked by triumph or disaster? Disaster it was. Not for the Romans though, but for the Capuans, Hannibal's strongest allies in southern Italy. Consul Quintus Fabius Maximus did not wait for spring, and during the winter months he laid waste to Capua's rich and fertile countryside. The local garrison was only 6,000 men strong, but desperation forced them to sally out of the city to form an entrenched camp and offer some resistance to the Romans. The Capuan infantry, as per Livy's one-star review, were absolutely useless. Ouch. However, their cavalry was much more skilled, and they effectively harassed Fabius's troops with their skirmishing actions. Their finest horseman, a rider named Taurea, challenged to single combat the best eques in the Roman ranks, Claudius Asellus. After some initial charges in an open field, Trebia tricked Asellus into accepting a close quarter fight in a narrow trench. As soon as Asellus and his horse vaulted into the trench, Trebia hastily rode away from the fight, shouting, "Never be an ass in a ditch." Following this comical duel, Fabius interrupted operations, perhaps due to inclement weather, as he relocated his troops to a camp in Suessula where he quartered them for the winter. Meanwhile, the other consul, Tiberius Sempronius Gracchus, had entered Apulia. He deployed a detachment to Brundisium under praetor Marcus Valerius Laevinus to keep an eye on potential naval actions from the Kingdom of Macedon, which was allied to Carthage. Gracchus then encamped in Luceria, some 30 kilometers west of Hannibal's winter quarters at Arpi. The two commanders had already squared off at the siege of Cumae when the thunderbolt had failed to subdue the consul. The two rivals resumed their hostilities, engaging in frequent skirmishes throughout the winter. While indecisive, these clashes bolstered the skill and morale of Gracchus's army, composed of young recruits and volunteer slaves. While Gracchus and Hannibal wore each other out in Apulia, the Carthaginian general Hanno, son of Bomilcar, kept very busy in Bruttium. Having cemented their alliance with the Bruttians, the Carthaginians threatened the rich and powerful Greek cities in the region, starting with Rhegium, a steadfast ally of Rome. A small citizens' militia manned the ramparts of Rhegia, defending them from the assaults led by General Hamilcar, while large foraging parties fanned out into the countryside. As Hamilcar could not breach the walls, he changed tactics, employing his cavalry to prevent foragers from supplying Rhegium. As the defenders neared starvation, a Bruttian delegation offered the local magistrates a favourable peace deal, thus securing Rhegium's allegiance to Carthage. Next, Hanno, Hamilcar and their Bruttian allies set their sights on Croto, which was large and well defended. A local deserter fled to the Bruttian camp, reporting that the majority of the populace was pro-Carthaginian, unlike the Senate. Thanks to this intelligence, the Bruttians moved towards the positions manned by the popular party, who happily let them invade Croto. The Senate and the Roman loyalists retreated into the citadel, from which they repelled the Bruttian attacks. The latter appealed for Hanno to lead negotiations, but the general was unable to persuade the senators to surrender. Eventually, Hanno allowed some ambassadors from Locri into the citadel, who convinced the last staunch defenders to evacuate their redoubt. The year 214 BC started with a new consular election in Rome. Fabius Maximus was confirmed in his post, and Claudius Marcellus was elected as second consul. This electoral ticket made perfect strategic sense. Fabius had previously excelled at containing and wearing out Carthaginian forces with his delaying strategy, while Marcellus had bested Hannibal twice at Nola thanks to his aggressive tactics. That same aggressive stance would later prove useful at the siege of Syracuse, which we have already covered in a previous episode of this series. For the time being, Marcellus's first order of business was to march 6,000 infantry and 500 cavalry to a location he knew very well, good old Nola. The locals had been swinging between Roman and Carthaginian sympathies for the past 2 years, and it appears that they needed a little encouragement to stay on the Republic's side. Meanwhile, the Senate had been securing funds, even from private investors, to raise 6 new legions and a fleet of 100 quinqueremes. These preparations alarmed the Campanians, who implored Hannibal to move his army to Capua for their protection. Hannibal heeded their request and moved his army out of Apulia and into a camp on Mount Tifata. From there, Barca ordered his Numidian and Iberian troops to protect Capua, while he and the rest of his troops devastated the region around Cumae and the promontory of Misenum. Hannibal then marched against Puteoli, which was garrisoned by 6,000 Roman troops. The Carthaginians assaulted the walls of the city for 3 consecutive days, but the defenders held fast against all attacks. Seething with frustration, Hannibal continued to lay waste to the province of Naples before heading towards a place that must have been dear to his heart, good old Nola. The stage was thus set for the 3rd round, pitting Hannibal versus Marcellus. As the consul learned of the Carthaginians' approach, he ordered legate Gaius Claudius Nero to lead a cavalry contingent into the field to shadow the enemy from the rear. In case of a pitched battle, Nero was to intervene and envelop Hannibal's troops. When the Carthaginians reached the walls of Nola, Marcellus replicated the same tactics that had secured him a victory in the 2 previous battles. he led his troops outside the city and met Hannibal in an open battle, of which Livy offers no details. The Romans lost 400 troops in the clash, but the Carthaginian losses were much heavier, at 2,000 dead. At this stage, Marcellus expected Nero to show up and attack from the rear, but apparently the legate had lost his way and did not make it to the battle. Eventually, both commanders ordered their soldiers to retreat into their respective positions, and Hannibal marched back to Apulia. The Romans had scored a third victory at Nola, although arguably not a decisive one. When Nero finally made it back to camp, Marcellus gave him a piece of his mind, saying that it was entirely his fault that they had not inflicted on the enemy a defeat as crushing as the one at Cannae. While Marcellus and Hannibal were concluding their Nolan trilogy, General Hanno was adding an installment of his own. When his commander Barca marched into Campania, the son of Bomilcar led a column from Bruttium to Beneventum to support the campaign. Unbeknownst to him, the city had already been occupied by proconsul Tiberius Sempronius Gracchus and his army of rookies and slaves. Hanno thus proceeded to ravage the farmlands until the Romans moved into a camp just out of the city, ready to offer battle. Hanno could field 17,000 foot, mostly recruited in Bruttium and Lucania, as well as 1,200 Numidian horse. As per Gracchus, we know that he could field 2 Roman legions, but it is not clear whether these were bolstered by 2 allied legions, as per the Republic's custom. Therefore his forces may have numbered anywhere between 9 and 18,000. What is certain is that one of his legions had been recruited amongst slaves, still lacking in experience and motivation. That is why, on the eve of battle, he addressed them with a rousing motivational speech. Whoever brought back the head of an enemy would be immediately declared a free man. On the other hand, those who left their positions would suffer a slave's death. At sunrise, Gracchus led his legions into the field, and Hanno accepted the challenge. The Carthaginian general anchored his right cavalry wing on the shores of the Calor River, facing westward towards the Romans. Next, he laid out his Bruttians and Lucanians in a simple infantry line, closed on the left by a second cavalry wing. Gracchus arranged his men in a similar fashion, and although Livy is scant in details, we can assume that his slave soldiers were at the forefront of the infantry formation. Over 4 hours, both sides pushed and charged against each other, but neither was able to secure an advantage. The slaves in Gracchus's ranks fought ferociously, but were too anxious to secure their freedom, and lost precious time and energy in beheading their fallen enemies. The Roman tribunes took notice, and reported back to Gracchus that the soldiers were carrying human heads in their right hands instead of swords. Gracchus thus dropped his previous orders. He would grant freedom to every fighter, provided they show clear courage. As the tribunes spread these new directives, the Roman infantry charged forward with renewed impetus. The cavalry too launched a charge of their own, but the fierce Numidians kept them in check before unleashing a countercharge. Gracchus felt that his men needed another morale boost. This time, instead of dangling a carrot, he threatened them with an ominous stick. There would be no hope whatever of liberty if the enemy were not routed and put to flight that day. The slave soldiers then raised a mighty battle cry and flung themselves against the enemy formation with impetuous force. The Carthaginian standards in the front lines were broken in the charge, sowing disorder among Hanno's ranks. Plunged into confusion, the Bruttian and Lucanian infantry rushed back to their camp in panic, pursued by the Romans. The latter poured into Hanno's camp, initiating a new, even bloodier battle amidst the confined space of the encampment. Hanno's army had been keeping Roman and Italic prisoners within the camp, who seized the occasion to join the fight. Snatching some weapons from their enemy's stores, they formed a solid phalanx and attacked the Carthaginians and their allies from the rear. Hanno's infantry was then crushed between a hammer of slaves and an anvil of prisoners, both fighting for their freedom. They stood no chance, and Hanno's men were massacred almost down to the last man. However, the Carthaginian general was able to make a narrow escape at the head of most of his cavalry. Proconsul Gracchus had scored a decisive success in Campania, effectively evicting most enemy forces from the region. Apparently, this was not enough. Gracchus raised an additional legion in Lucania and then launched a large-scale plundering expedition throughout Campania. But his triumphs would be soured by Hanno's revenge. The general and his Numidian horsemen were on the prowl, evading the proconsular army while harassing and attacking them at will. These fast-paced guerrilla tactics eventually cost up to 15,000 casualties to Gracchus and the Lucanians. The brutality of the Campanian theatre would be matched by the actions conducted by Consul Quintus Fabius Maximus and his praetor son, also called Quintus. The two staged punitive expeditions against Samnite, Lucanian and Apulian communities who had defected to the Carthaginians, burning crops, confiscating cattle and seizing entire towns. Quintus Jr. led successful operations, albeit contained in scale, in the area of Luceria and Ardenae. His dad, on the other hand, went on a full-on rampage from Cordium in Samnium to Accae in Apulia, capturing a total of 8 rebel towns and killing or taking captive 25,000 people. As Gracchus, the Fabii and Hanno littered southern Italy with bodies, Hannibal had reached the strategic port city of Tarentum, with the aim of winning its alliance. Local aristocrats had previously sent envoys promising their friendship, and thus the general hoped for the port to fall into his hands easily. Unfortunately for him, Apulia was under the watchful eye of Praetor Marcus Valerius Laevinus, a skilled and crafty commander stationed at Brundisium. Probably alerted by his spies, Laevinus had dispatched one of his officers, Marcus Livius, to Tarentum. Livius reached the city before Hannibal, and assembled a force of young loyal noblemen who kept the pro-Barcid faction in check. Hannibal thus preferred not to attempt an attack on the Tarentines, nor did he ravage their lands, lest he angered potential allies. As the summer of 214 BC drew to a close, the general retreated to new wintering quarters in Salapia. That same summer, Laevinus would be kept busy by another foe allied to Hannibal, King Philip V of Macedon, who had initiated hostilities against the Illyrian cities under the Roman protectorate. Philip had assembled a fleet of 120 vessels and sailed them up the river Alps, first aiming at seizing Apollonia. As the siege protracted for too long, the King of Macedon blockaded the city while going on a side quest to seize another Roman ally, Oricum. This city was more vulnerable, as it lay on flat terrain and was defended by a small garrison. In fact, Oricum fell immediately, but some envoys escaped in time to alert Laevinus and implore him for help. The praetor accepted the request, crossing the Adriatic with a large force and attacking Oricum the very next day. Philip had already left his conquest, leaving behind a small contingent which surrendered after one day of fighting. As Laevinus and his men rested in Oricum, messengers from Apollonia reached him with bad news. Their city was about to fall. The praetor then picked a special force of 2,000 of his best men and entrusted them to officer Quintus Naevius Christa. Travelling at night, Naevius stealthily led his men within Apollonia, evading the Macedonian blockade. The following morning, Naevius realized that the messengers may have exaggerated their report. In fact, he found that the city was well garrisoned and well defended by solid fortifications. Even better, his spies reported that Philip's troops were plagued by indolence, negligence, and low morale. Clearly a night owl, Naevius decided once again to move after sunset. As darkness fell, the officer led a sortie out of Apollonia's gates, his men filing in perfect silence through the blockade and into the main enemy camp. As they encountered the first sentries, the Romans drew their swords, and agonizing screams pierced the night. Panic ensued, and most besiegers fled without offering resistance. According to Livy, even the king himself, suddenly awakened from sleep, fled half-dressed, in a state not decent for a common soldier, to say nothing of a king, and escaped to his ships in the river. Naevius's nighttime raid exacted 3,000 dead and prisoners amongst the Macedonians. More importantly, it had sent the bulk of their force back into their ships moored on the Alps. From there, Philip ordered his fleet to sail to the open sea, but as he reached the mouth of the river, he was greeted by the sight of a Roman fleet lying in wait. Laevinus, acting in coordination with Naevius, had dispatched his quinqueremes to ambush the Macedonian fleet. Philip had been outmaneuvered, and he conceded defeat. He had his ships hauled ashore and then burnt, before returning to Macedonia by land. All in all, it appears that the unborn baby at Teate had been correct in shouting Hail Triumph, as the campaigning season had concluded with important Roman victories. And yet, Hannibal was still haunting southern Italy like an indomitable spectre, and none of the Roman commanders, however capable, had been able to deal a decisive blow. Not yet. While the entire royal family was being massacred, Rome observed with keen interest. Finally, a fleet of 100 quinqueremes under Praetor Titus Ottocilius Crassus was dispatched to Lilybaeum, ready to intervene. Meanwhile, Consul Claudius Marcellus, thus far the only Roman general to achieve success against Hannibal, took position in Magantia. Marcellus sent his envoys to Syracuse to discuss a renewal of the treaty, but the pro-Hannibalian faction was still alive, now led by brothers Hippocrates and Epicides, who were of mixed Carthaginian and Syracusan descent. The former held particular influence over the mercenaries within the Syracusan army, whose loyalties could be easily swayed. The Senate was aware of this, and thus ordered Hippocrates to march 4,000 of them to Leontini. In their mind, this was a clever ploy to remove anti-Roman forces from the city, but Hippocrates completely outsmarted them. Establishing authority over the mercenaries, he started devastating the Sicilian lands held by Rome. Praetor Appius Claudius sent a detachment to protect the farmland around Leontini, but Hippocrates ambushed and massacred them. A furious Marcellus threatened the Syracusan Senate with an ultimatum. Unless they banished Hippocrates and Epicides from Sicily, Rome would declare war against the city. The awkward impasse was resolved by Epicides himself, who fled Syracuse and joined his brother in Leontini. Marcellus and Claudius thus descended onto the town, besieging it from both sides. Their legionnaires, eager to avenge the massacred detachment, stormed the walls and the gates, cutting down the rebel forces. A small group of survivors rallied around Hippocrates and Epicides and then retreated into the citadel. Marcellus and Claudius tightened their grip against the rebellious brothers, but during the night they managed to escape to Hebessos. A Syracusan army arrived shortly thereafter, surrounded them, and moved to arrest them. But all Hippocrates was surrounded by was confusion and easily swayed men. More precisely, Cretan mercenaries, with whom the cunning leader had previously been friends. Hippocrates convinced them that the Romans and the Syracusans were plotting to arrest and execute all their mercenaries, a big fat lie which immediately sparked a mutiny. The mercenaries revolted against their leaders and then captured the regular soldiers, threatening to massacre them. Having pulled off the con to end all cons, it was now time for Hippocrates' next genius move. He intervened in defense of the captives, pleading for their lives. Thus, he had secured the loyalty of the entire contingent, supposedly in charge of his arrest. But Hippocrates wasn't done with the mind tricks. He dispatched a messenger to the Syracusan Senate, relaying an exaggerated account of the storming of Leontini, accusing Claudius and Marcellus of perpetrating untold atrocities. Public opinion swayed once more against the Romans, and pro-Carthaginian forces seized the district of Acradina. The pro-Roman leadership was then massacred, and the mob elected Hippocrates and Epicides as the new praetors and rulers of Syracuse. When Marcellus learned about the latest developments, he decamped from Leontini and moved his army to the Olympeion, a temple about a mile and a half south of Syracuse. The consul attempted to negotiate with the new praetors, but talks quickly broke down. Marcellus then ordered a simultaneous attack by sea and land. A land force under Appius Claudius targeted the Gate of Hexaphyllum in the northern district of Ticia, against which they directed the concentrated fire of their siege artillery. Marcellus himself took charge of a fleet of 60 quinqueremes, which targeted the walls of the Acradina district from the sea. Some of the ships were manned by archers, slingers, and javelin throwers, who unleashed a constant rain of projectiles against the defenders on the ramparts. This squadron operated at a certain distance from the walls of Acradina, thus offering the ancient equivalent of suppressive fire, which allowed for a second squadron to approach the fortifications. This was composed of vessels tightly tied together in pairs, with oars in motion only on the outer sides. These double quinqueremes carried siege towers and other artillery, which took to battering the walls. Marcellus's attack was certainly formidable, but the Syracusans could count on the brilliant defences designed by Archimedes, described by Livy as an unrivaled observer of the heavens and the stars, who was still more wonderful as the inventor and creator of military works, engines, and artillery of every kind. Archimedes had, in fact, placed upon the ramparts his lethal engines of various sizes. The largest of them unleashed huge boulders against the more distant ships. The other smaller engines shot lighter missiles against the quinqueremes approaching the walls. The walls themselves had been designed by the inventor, who had placed small loopholes throughout, allowing the garrison to aim their scorpions, a sort of large crossbow, without exposing themselves. And if any of Marcellus's ships were able to evade the barrage of missiles, they were in for a big surprise, Archimedes' secret weapon. No, these weapons were not the mirrors which allegedly concentrated the sun's rays to burn the Roman ships. Those were a legend, mentioned for the first time by Greek historian Anthemius of Tralles, writing some 7 centuries after the events. The more reliable accounts of Polybius and Livy do not mention the mirrors, but do describe Archimedes' cranes of doom. These consisted of huge beams swinging on pivots placed above or behind the walls. A large chain hung from the end of each beam, with a grappling hook attached to it. As the beams were released, they swung downwards, so that the hook latched onto the prow of a ship. At that moment, a counterweight lifted the beam once more, lifting the prow into the air and making the vessel rest on its stern. Finally, the counterweight was released, and the unfortunate quinquereme came crashing down onto the sea. Marcellus graciously admitted that he had been bested by the brilliant inventor and suspended any attempt to storm the Acradina from the sea. On land, Appius Claudius was not faring any better, as his men were mowed down from a distance by the mangonels and catapults placed around the hexaphyllum gate. Those who managed to approach the walls were targeted by intense volleys of arrows shot from behind the loopholes, or were crushed by stones and beams dropped from the ramparts. Archimedes' cranes were deployed also on this side of the city. According to Polybius, here they were fitted with iron hands, which lifted soldiers from the ground before dropping them to their deaths. Marcellus and Claudius thus convened a council of war and agreed it was impossible to take the city by storm. They would blockade it instead, while redirecting part of their forces to subdue other rebel towns around Syracuse. Marcellus led 1/3 of his army into a punitive expedition, which quickly subdued many cities. Among them were a few that were completely destroyed to instill terror amongst rebel communities. At this stage, Carthage sent strong reinforcements under General Hamilcar, consisting of 20,000 foot, 3,000 horse, and 12 elephants. This army landed at Heraclea, taking it by storm. Marcellus immediately marched westwards, seeking to intercept Hamilcar before he conquered Agrigentum. But when the consul reached the port city, it had already fallen to Carthage. A disappointed Marcellus marched back to Syracuse, but his hunger for a fight would not go unsated. While he had been away, Hippocrates had staged a large nighttime sortie, sneaking past the Roman lines and then moving towards Aquileia. The consul's legionnaires surprised Hippocrates and his men just when they were setting up their camp, and a small battle broke out. The Romans easily cut down most of the Syracusan infantry and then attacked the cavalry protecting Hippocrates. After offering token resistance, the rebel praetor escaped to Acre and then onto the shores of the river Anapus, where he joined forces with Hamilcar. At the same time, Admiral Bomilcar and his 55 warships appeared in the great harbour of Syracuse. It seemed like the balance of power had swung decidedly on the Carthaginian side, but not for long. Shortly afterwards, Roman reinforcements joined the blockade, consisting of 33 quinqueremes and 1 legion. Hamilcar took stock of the situation. On land, the Roman forces surrounding Syracuse were numerous and well entrenched. At sea, the Roman fleet outnumbered Bomilcar almost 2-1. Moreover, all Carthaginian forces were running low on supplies. Eventually, Bomilcar sailed out of the great harbour and returned to North Africa, while Hamilcar decided to march inland and harass other towns and cities still loyal to Rome. He first captured Mergentia, defeating the Roman garrison with help from the locals, with other cities soon following the example. The Roman forces stationed in Henna feared a similar fate when the local magistrates asked their commander, Pinarius, to surrender. Pinarius convinced the magistrates to defer the matter to the following day, when he would address the citizens in the theatre. That night, Pinarius prepared his soldiers to take drastic action. "Tomorrow, Henna will run with blood, either yours or that of its own citizens. Victory will fall to him who first draws the sword." The following day, Pinarius addressed a crowd of citizens in the tightly packed theatre, claiming that only Consul Marcellus could authorize his surrender. As the magistrates protested loudly, Pinarius gave a pre-agreed signal with his toga to his soldiers. It was time for a massacre. Teams of soldiers closed all entrances to the theatre, while others rushed down the seating tiers, sword in hand. As described by Livy, the men of Henna were ruthlessly cut down and lay about in heaps. In trying to escape, they scrambled over each other's heads and fell upon another, the wounded stumbling over the unwounded, the living over the dead. Pinarius then dispersed his soldiers throughout the streets of Henna, where they continued slaying the defenseless crowds until the city was filled with dead bodies. Pinarius had thus secured possession of Henna, a vital node in central Sicily, but his foul acts had convinced many Sicilians to join the pro-Carthaginian rebellion. By the spring of 212 BC, Marcellus was uncertain about where to direct his efforts. Should he risk abandoning the siege of Syracuse and face Hamilcar and Hippocrates, now headquartered at Agrigentum, or should he continue with the blockade? He opted for the latter, although he soon realized he could not entirely seal off Syracuse from the sea, and the defenders received steady supplies from Carthaginian blockade runners. An opportunity opened up when the Romans captured a Spartan envoy, Damipus, travelling from Syracuse to visit another ally of Hannibal, King Philip of Macedon. Syracusan praetor Epicides offered to pay a ransom for Damipus, and Marcellus agreed to negotiate. A group of his officers were thus allowed into the city, and one of them took notice of one specific wall, previously believed too high to be scaled. By counting its stones, Marcellus's spy realized that the fortification was well within range of the Roman siege ladders. Days later, a Syracusan deserter brought word that the city was organizing a 3-day-long festival in honor of goddess Diana. Even better, Epicides had distributed large quantities of wine to the populace, but very little food. A drunken enemy makes for the perfect prey, and thus Marcellus asked his tribunes to hand-pick 1,000 centurions and soldiers for a daring assault. During the first night of the festival, as most of the city was still recovering from a massive bender, the stealthy 1,000 climbed up their ladders and infiltrated Syracuse. They then moved to the Hexapilum and forced open one of the minor side gates, allowing more legionnaires to pour in. The Romans then sounded their trumpets, frightening the still hungover defenders into a panicked flight. At daybreak, Marcellus tore down the main gates at Hexapilum, entering the city with his entire force. As his troops occupied the districts of Tica and Epipoli, according to Livy, the consul observed the city from the fortifications, shedding tears at the sight, partly through joy at his great achievement, partly at the memory of its ancient glories. Syracuse, however, had not entirely fallen yet. Epicides still held Nasos and the Acradina, while the Romans controlled the western districts. Lengthy negotiations ensued, as Marcellus would rather not devastate the entire city, but Epicides dragged on proceedings on purpose, hoping for his brother Hippocrates and Hamilcar to intervene. Meanwhile, the praetor received reinforcements from another direction when Admiral Bomilcar returned to the Great Harbour with 155 quinqueremes. The Syracusan leader was in a strong position, as the walls of the Acradina could not be taken by storm. Marcellus opted once more for a blockade, establishing 3 camps on the western side of the fortifications. Finally, Hippocrates and Hamilcar showed up, which caused a general attack against the Roman lines. Epicides sorted from Acradina, attacking Marcellus's main camp, while his brother Hippocrates attacked a secondary camp held by one Crispinus in the southern district of Neapolis. Crispinus proved a tough cookie as he repulsed the initial attack, and then he went on the chase, driving Hippocrates all the way back to the Great Harbour. Epicides did not fare better, as Marcellus repelled his forces back into Acradina. Another lull in the fighting followed, during which both armies were severely stricken by a most dangerous foe, an unknown pestilence which devastated both sides. The outbreak was particularly severe in the Sicilian Carthaginian camp on the shores of the Great Harbour. Eventually, almost the entire force died of disease, including commanders Hamilcar and Hippocrates. Marcellus was able to save most of his men by dispersing them across the occupied parts of the city. However, another threat materialized on the horizon. Yet another fleet was on its way from Carthage, taking 130 warships and 700 transports to Epicides. Marcellus dispatched his own fleet towards the promontory of Ticinus, ready to intercept it. Just when the two fleets were about to clash, the Carthaginians suddenly skirted off eastwards and set sail for another allied city instead, Tarentum. Epicides had been let down by his allies and had just lost a brother to disease. Losing all hope, the praetor escaped Syracuse by sea, sailing to Agrigentum. Acradina and Nasos still held on, however, defended by mercenary troops and Syracusan rebels. After yet another round of failed negotiations, Marcellus sought to dispatch them quickly, launching a full-strength assault against the walls of Acradina. The mercenaries rushed to the defense, summoning every available man, even those garrisoning the island of Nasos. The Romans seized the occasion, staging an amphibious landing on the isle. They quickly seized the district and then moved north, occupying a sector of Agradina. Meanwhile, part of the defenders had defected under the leadership of Metaurus, an Iberian and secretly a Roman ally. The defences had collapsed. Agradina, and with it Syracuse, had finally fallen. Marcellus prevented his soldiers from plundering the magnificent royal treasure, but little was done to protect the ordinary people of Syracuse. The Roman soldiers rampaged through the city, burning and looting at will. One of them came across a strange man, drawing geometrical figures on the sand. Ignoring that this man was under the protection of Marcellus himself, the soldier struck him down with his sword. Thus died the genius of Archimedes, one among thousands of senseless deaths brought about by possibly the cruelest war in antiquity. In spite of the tragic fall of Syracuse, fighting was far from over in Sicily. Some days before the fall of the city, Praetor Titus Ottocilius Crassus had launched 80 quinqueremes from the port of Lilybaeum, boldly crossing the sea and entering the enemy port of Utica. His fleet captured dozens of transport ships, bursting with grain, while his marines disembarked to plunder the surrounding countryside. Ottocilius met little resistance, and after just 3 days, he was able to return to Lilybaeum with 130 ships, filled with supplies of every kind. He then immediately dispatched a consignment of food to Marcellus in Syracuse, a very much welcome delivery, as his legions were on the brink of famine. Ottocilius' support allowed the energetic Marcellus to continue his Sicilian campaign with renewed vigour. While most communities and cities on the island returned to the Roman fold, Agrigentum and the surrounding area were still under the control of Carthage and its allies. Enemy forces in the area were led by General Hanno, the Syracusan rebel Epicides, and a formidable Libyan cavalry commander whom Hannibal himself had trained. This was General Hippocratanus, better known as Mutinus. Riding at the head of his elite Numidian cavalrymen, Mutinus laid waste to Roman allied towns and lands, while extending the Carthaginian footprint further away from the walls of Agrigentum. Emboldened by Mutinus' daring do, Hanno and Epicides decided to go on the offensive, venturing out of their headquarters and encamping their armies by the river Himera. Marcellus took notice of their movements and marched out of Syracuse, setting camp on the other bank of the river, at about 4 miles from his enemies. Before the Romans could make any battle preparations, their outposts and vanguards were overwhelmed by a sudden Numidian attack. Seizing the initiative, Mutinus had crossed the river. They fell upon the Romans, sowing terror and confusion. Marcellus regrouped, and on the next day, he offered battle to the Libyan general outside his camp. The engagement, of which we have no details, resulted in victory for the Numidians, who drove the legionnaires back into their camp. Mutinus was about to strike a decisive blow, when he was hastily recalled back to Hanno's and Epicides' main camp on the other side of the Himera. Some 300 Numidians stationed there had mutinied and escaped to Heraclea Minoa. As Mutinus set off to reason with them, he advised the other 2 generals not to take any initiative while he was away. Epicides was inclined to abide, but Hanno took offense to this order. Is Mutinus to dictate to me, a low-born African, to give orders to a Carthaginian general bearing the commission of the Senate and people? The Syracusan rebel was eventually brought over to Hanno's side, and the 2 decided to engage the Romans once more, lest Mutinus get all the credit for defeating them. Marcellus arranged his men in battle order to meet the challenge. Still, before hostilities could commence, 10 Numidians left the Carthaginian lines and rode out to parley with the Romans. The cavalrymen told Marcellus that their loyalties lay with their mutinous compatriots, and especially with Mutinus. They felt that Hanno and Epicides had treacherously cast aside the Libyan general, and thus the entire Numidian squadron would not participate in the ensuing battle. As the Romans raised their battle cries and marched against the Carthaginian infantry, the Numidians protecting their wings stayed put, offering no support. Left to their own devices, Hanno and Epicides' footmen were severely beaten by Marcellus, losing 7,000 men and 8 elephants. The Carthaginian infantry then rushed back to Agrigentum's walls, as the whole Numidian force abandoned them and dispersed into the neighbouring towns. After scoring this victory, Marcellus opted to put an end to his expedition and returned to Syracuse. Back on mainland Italy, another city would become the epicenter of intrigue and brutal sieges. Hannibal Barca had been keeping a keen eye on the city of Tarentum since 214 BC. Just like many other cities in southern Italy, it was torn between pro-Roman and pro-Carthaginian factions. For the past 2 years, the Roman governor Gaius Marcus Livius had been able to keep the rich port city in check, bolstering a party of young noblemen loyal to the Republic. But in late 213 to early 212 BC, a pro-Barcid conspiracy was brewing, orchestrated by 13 young aristocrats, of which Nikon and Philomenus were the leaders. The two Tarentines approached the Carthaginian camp at Salapia one night and, upon being arrested, demanded to speak to Hannibal. The general was delighted to count on some allies within the walls of Tarentum and agreed to an alliance with them. Carthage would set the city free from the Roman yoke and would not demand any tribute in return. After signing this sweet deal, Nikon and Philomenus returned to the Carthaginian camp on several occasions. As a cover story, the two friends claimed to be going on hunting expeditions. Indeed, according to Polybius, Philomenus was known as having an excessive passion for the chase. After each encounter with Hannibal, the general made sure to provide his Tarentine allies with plenty of game, which Philomenus would then present as a gift to the sentries at the Temenid Gate. The soldiers of the watch grew accustomed to Philomenus returning at night, so much so that they would just open the gates as soon as they heard him whistling at a distance. Nikon and his buddy would bring Hannibal's game also to Livius, and thus they learned that the governor was soon going to attend a large dinner party. Hannibal decided to attack Tarentum on the night of the feast. As his camp lay at 2 to 3 days' march north of the city, he timed his movements carefully. 3 days before the feast, a squadron of Numidian horsemen set off southwards, riding in reconnaissance. Their main task, however, was to screen from view the movements of the main column marching behind them. 10,000 infantry and horse personally selected by Hannibal for their bravery. On the night of Livius's banquet, the Carthaginians reached a river gorge north of Tarentum, where they lay in hiding until sunset. Then they resumed their march, so they would reach the eastern walls of the city at midnight. Meanwhile, Nikon and another conspirator, Targiscus, were enacting their part of the plan. As a drunken Livius stumbled out of the party with his friends, the two young men approached him in the dark streets of Tarentum and readily unsheathed their finely sharpened weapons, irresistible wit and drunken banter. By pretending to be intoxicated too, Nikon and Targiscus joined Livius's company, then isolated the commander from his friends, and finally walked him home, where he crashed into a drunken stupor. Then Nikon and his fellow conspirators stood watch outside Livius's house, while more compatriots spread out across the city, guarding vital nodes. They aimed to control the flow of information to and from the Roman garrison, so as to delay their reaction. Targiscus had another task: reach a place known as the Tomb of Pythionicus and wait for Hannibal's signal. Outside of the city walls, the general and his selected troops quietly advanced into the night until they reached another tomb, that of Hyrcanthus, located just outside the eastern Temenid Gate. Once there, Hannibal's men lit a fire on the tomb, thus signaling their presence. Targiscus responded by lighting another torch and then moved on to the next part of the plan. Accompanied by other young men, the conspirator rushed to the Temenid Gate and attacked the Roman sentries, swiftly cutting them down. The pro-Carthaginian 5th column then opened the gate, allowing for Hannibal and 7,000 of his 10,000 troops, mainly infantry, to quietly file into Tarentum. The general had ordered 2,000 cavalry to stand in reserve outside the city walls. The remaining 1,000, composed of Libyan infantry, had been entrusted to Philomenus the hunter. The big game aficionado had received another gift from Hannibal, a huge wild boar carried on a stretcher. Shortly after the successful infiltration at the Temenid Gate, Roman sentries guarding another gate heard a loud whistle in the night. Completely oblivious to the silent invasion already unfolding, the guards opened the gates to welcome through the famed hunter Philomenus and his 3 companions, carrying the hulking, mouth-watering boar. Before the gates could be closed again, Philomenus and his 3 accomplices, Libyan soldiers in disguise, drew their swords and fell upon the guards. 30 more Libyans rushed through the gate and stormed the watchtower, massacring the surviving watchmen. Finally, the remainder of the 1,000-strong contingent entered Tarentum and headed towards the marketplace for a rendezvous with Hannibal and the bulk of his forces. The first part of Hannibal's brilliant plan unfolded without a hitch, and he successfully infiltrated a powerful enemy city without suffering one single casualty. It was now time to consolidate control before the break of dawn. To do this, Hannibal sought to sow chaos across town. In a signature Hannibalian move, he first had his Gallic and North African troops seize crucial spots around Tarentum, guarding the main streets leading to the fortified citadel, laying across a narrow channel. Then he unleashed his Tarentine allies, ordering them to raise clamour and confusion. The ever-astute Philomenus, having stolen some Roman bugles, used them to signal a call to arms. As a result of these actions, the rudely awakened Tarentines and Romans rushed out of their homes, wondering what was going on. The more disciplined soldiers, hearing the call to arms, rushed towards the citadel as they had been instructed to do. But their scattered groups fell prey to the Carthaginian ambushes. Thus a large part of the Roman force was easily slain. Their commander Livius had escaped that fate. Still hungover from the night before, he was awakened nonetheless by the early stages of the confusion, and had made it to the citadel in one piece. The citizens of Tarentum were also spared the atrocities, as Hannibal promised. In fact, his local allies ran around the streets, asking locals to stay at home so they would be spared. Some of the Tarentines, fiercely loyal to Rome, preferred to escape to the citadel instead and join the garrison already headquartered there. By late morning, Tarentum had switched to the Carthaginian camp, and Hannibal held the entire city. Well, almost. The citadel was still holding out. Before attacking the fortress, the Carthaginians decided to blockade it by erecting a palisade, which ran in parallel to the moat protecting the citadel's eastern wall. Before the palisade could be completed, the Romans sortied out of their fortifications to brawl with the besiegers. The Carthaginians hastily retreated close to their palisade, but it was just another Barcid ruse. When most of the Romans had advanced beyond their moat, Hannibal ordered a swift counterattack. Some of the legionnaires escaped to safety within the fortress, but a large number died in the fighting, or were simply hurled to their deaths inside the moat. To prevent further sorties, Hannibal then dug a new ditch between the moat and the palisade. He then used the excavated earth to erect a second barrier east of the first palisade. Whilst completing these siege works, the Carthaginians also readied a number of unspecified siege engines, with which they proceeded to attack the citadel's walls. Livius and his garrison had been sealed off by 3 orders of fortifications to the east. Still, Hannibal had not managed to shut off their lifeline to the northwest, a bridge connecting to the other side of the harbour. Several days into the attack, Livius welcomed fresh troops from Metapontum, who crossed that very bridge and encouraged their exhausted companions to strike back. At night, the Romans executed their second sortie of the siege, this time successfully destroying Hannibal's engines. Following this setback, General Barca decided to maintain a blockade of the citadel. He left an infantry and cavalry occupation force in Tarentum before relocating the bulk of his army to a camp on the river Gallaesus. But Hannibal would soon return to the thick of the action following a request for help from his new Tarentine allies. By controlling the citadel, the Romans held the key to the small sea, the inlet in which the Tarentine fleet was moored. Therefore, no ship could sail in or out. At the same time, the citadel faced the outer gulf, meaning that the Romans could be supplied indefinitely. Hannibal had a simple solution to kill 2 birds with 1 stone: get the trapped ships out of the small sea and into the Gulf, restore Tarentine trade, and establish a proper naval blockade against the Romans. But how could the trapped ships sail into the Gulf without incurring damage from the Romans? Well, no one had said anything about sailing. Hannibal instructed the Tarentines to build huge wooden wagons and assemble them alongside a large number of mules by the shores of the small sea. The ships were then loaded onto the wagons and paraded southwards across Tarentum's wide and level streets. In just a matter of days, the entire fleet was thus carried to the waters of the Gulf, initiating a complete blockade of Livius and his men. While the siege continued, the 2 consuls for the year, Quintus Fulvius Flaccus and Appius Claudius, were marching through Samnium and appeared ready to attack Capua. The large and wealthy Campanian city had been one of the first to turn to Hannibal, and thus feared reprisal. Capuan envoys travelled to Apulia, pleading with Hannibal for reinforcements and supplies. The general delegated the task to Hanno, son of Bomilcar, who set off from Brutium with a supply of grain. Hanno reached Beneventum, where he set up a camp and collection centre to collect more grain and food supplies from the surrounding farms. He then sent a message to the Capuans, instructing them to show up on a given date with a large train of wagons and beasts of burden. The Capuans bungled the order and brought along an insufficient number of transports. A furious Hanno gave them a good old grilling, shouting that, Not even hunger, which inflames even dumb brutes, could spur their diligence. The supply operations were thus delayed by at least another day, which gave ample time to the Beneventans to notify the consular legions encamped at Bovianum. One of the consuls, Fulvius, led his troops to Beneventum, where he learned that Hanno's nearby camp was in complete disarray and confusion. Clearly motivated by Hanno's tirade, the Capuans had returned with 2,000 wagons, accompanied by an equally large crowd of farmers. Moreover, Hanno had left the camp on a foraging expedition. Fulvius sought to take advantage of the breakdown in discipline and ordered an attack on the Carthaginian encampment before dawn. The initial attack was not as successful as he had hoped, however, as the fortification was atop a steep slope, which slowed down the impetus of the Romans. As the sun rose, the Carthaginians successfully repulsed Fulvius and then counterattacked down the slopes. A second Roman wave was more successful, reaching once again the enemy fortifications. As the Carthaginians still held fast, Italic prefect Vibius Acaus seized the banner of his cohort and hurled it inside the camp. He then jumped over the palisade, spurring on his men to recover their flag. Inspired by his allies' courage, Roman centurion Titus Pedanius did the same with another standard, motivating an entire legion to conduct an all-out assault. The Roman forces then poured inside the encampment, massacring 6,000 enemies and capturing 7,000 more. Having lost his entire force, Hanno was forced to retreat to Bruttium, while the Capuans sent more requests for help to Hannibal. This time, the general was able to dispatch only 2,000 horsemen, while consuls Fulvius and Claudius encroached with a much larger force. Before moving out of Beneventum, they sent word to Tiberius Gracchus, stationed in Lucania, to join them with his cavalry and velites. But before Gracchus could depart, he had to satisfy a request from a local ally, Flavus, to address an assembly of Lucanian leaders and ensure their loyalty to Rome. Gracchus agreed to meet with the assembly, accompanied only by a small group of lictors and cavalrymen. Unbeknownst to Gracchus, Flavus had betrayed him to Mago the Samnite, Hannibal's general in Bruttium. Thus, Gracchus and his party fell right into an ambush, putting up a desperate yet futile resistance. Gracchus encouraged his companions to die fighting, drenched by the blood of the enemy among the heaps of arms and bodies of their dying foes. After killing Gracchus, Mago joined the Carthaginian cavalry in Campania just when the consuls had started devastating the Capuan countryside. The commander mustered a force of Carthaginian and Campanian cavalry and effectively harassed the consular foraging parties, killing 1,500 men in the process. Mago's action was just an opening act to the main event, the arrival of Hannibal's army, ready to take on the consuls in a full-on pitched battle. Livy does not provide details, except that Hannibal went immediately on the attack, mauling the enemy lines with cavalry charges and volleys of projectiles. The consuls ordered their cavalry to counterattack, which stabilized the battle lines. At that moment, a marching army was spotted in the distance, making its way towards Capua. The consuls feared this was a Carthaginian column, while Hannibal feared it was a Roman legion. As a consequence, both armies simultaneously broke off the engagement. It turned out that this was Gracchus's army, led by his deputy, Gnaeus Cornelius Lentulus, on his way back from Lucania. Had Fulvius and Claudius held their nerve, they could have defeated the Barcid army, but their indecision effectively gave the Carthaginians the upper hand. Once they had retreated from the battlefield, the consuls decided to split off to lure Hannibal away from Capua. Fulvius would march towards Cumae, while Claudius would enter Lucania. Hannibal decided to give chase to the latter, but the crafty Claudius was able to evade the Carthaginian armies and travel undisturbed through Lucania, later even returning to Capua. Hannibal and his army were resting close to the river Salarius when a Roman column approached. This was not a consular army, but rather a force of 16,000 Romans and allies, raised by one centurion, Marcus Centenius, known for his huge body and courage. This gigachad of the Republic had somehow convinced the Senate to entrust him with 8,000 soldiers to meet Hannibal head-on. On his march south, Centenius had recruited a further 8,000 volunteers and was now ready to dispatch the Barcid menace once and for all, or so he thought. As soon as the two armies sighted each other, battle lines were drawn up, and a violent engagement took place. It appears that neither side employed tactics worthy of note, engaging in a 2-hour infantry slog. In an effort to spur his men to victory, Centenius rashly charged the Carthaginian front line and was killed on the spot. Morale plummeted, and the improvised army fled the field. As usual, Hannibal had taken the precaution of placing cavalry squadrons along the main routes in the area. As the Romans fled north, they were cut to pieces by the Numidians, and only 1,000 survived. General Barca was now ready to resume the fight at Capua, but his Apulian allies informed him of another low-hanging fruit. A praetor called Gnaeus Fulvius Flaccus had just defeated some Apulian towns who had defected to Carthage. Drunk on victory, booty, and complacency, his large army of 18,000 men had lost cohesion and discipline, and was now resting at Hedonia. Hannibal approached the camp, ready to give battle. On the night before the fight, the general placed 3,000 skirmishers in the surrounding countryside, lying in ambush. He then ordered Mago and 2,000 horsemen to stand guard by the main roads near the town. After setting his trap at dawn, Hannibal led the remainder of his troop in full view of the Romans. Flaccus and his tribunes attempted to arrange their soldiers into a semblance of formation, but the reckless legionnaires were baying for blood. Ignoring all orders, they rushed out of the camp and formed a single thin line of infantry, flanked by a single wing of cavalry. It was painfully easy for the Carthaginians to smash through the infantry line, while their cavalry charged at the Roman horse from the flank. Flaccus lost all hope and escaped the battlefield, initiating a general collapse of the Roman line. The legionnaires tried to flee, only to be mercilessly surrounded and cut down by the skirmishers and cavalry lying in ambush. Barely 2,000 men survived the massacre. The Roman Republic had recovered from the disaster at Cannae surprisingly quickly, managing to keep Hannibal and his forces in check throughout most of 215 to 213 BC. However, the campaigning season of 212 BC was incredibly successful for Hannibal Barca. He had secured control of most of Tarentum and had annihilated 2 large armies with negligible losses of his own. Emboldened and confident, the general would resume the fight at Capua, and even attempt what he had thus far avoided accomplishing, seizing the city of Rome itself. We will put Hannibal's Italian adventures on hold as we travel west to catch up with another theatre of operations, Iberia. In 215 BC, the Scipio brothers, Publius Cornelius and Gnaeus Calvus, had defeated Hasdrubal Barca at the Battle of Detosa, thus preventing him from marching to Italy in aid of his big brother. Their campaigns had left their armies exhausted, and thus they sent a payment request to Rome, asking for cash, clothing, and food supplies. While the Republic's care package was on its way, the Carthaginians seized the initiative. 3 armies, one led by Hasdrubal, encroached on Illyrian, a city allied to Rome. 3 camps were set up in preparation for a siege, which promised to be a rather easy affair. It wasn't. The Scipios received their supplies just in time, and then rushed to Illyrian, breaking through the blockade while exacting heavy losses on the besiegers. The Romans then entered the city and shared part of their food with the inhabitants, encouraging them to fight back. As the citizens defended the ramparts, the Scipios led their 16,000 legionnaires into a massive sortie and attacked Hasdrubal's camp. The Carthaginians and their allies poured out of their 3 camps and took formation, numbering some 60,000 troops. Unfortunately, Livy does not provide any detail about this engagement, except that the Romans scored a crushing victory, killing more than 16,000 enemies and capturing more than 3,000. Hasdrubal was thus forced to retreat towards the city of Interbili, where he hoped to plunder supplies and recruit more allies. However, the Scipios were in hot pursuit, forcing him into a second pitched battle. Once again, Livy gives us only the cliff notes of what must have been an epic engagement. 13,000 Carthaginian and allies lost their lives, 2,000 were made prisoners, and 9 elephants were captured. More importantly, several Iberian tribes were so impressed by the Scipios' prowess that they switched their allegiance to the Republic. The Romans next moved their forces to Castrum Album, which they used as a supply centre. As the Scipios dispatched their foraging parties in the surrounding countryside, they found that the area was not precisely a safe shopping ground. Hasdrubal Barca had in fact ordered his highly mobile light cavalry to patrol the area, picking off some 2,000 Roman foragers. This was not the Black Friday Publius and Calvus were expecting, and thus decided to relocate atop the easily defensible Mount of Victory. It was a timely move, as another Hasdrubal, son of Gisco, showed up with a fresh army to reinforce his namesake. The Carthaginian forces set up 3 camps on the other bank of the river near the Mount of Victory, keeping the Roman positions in check. Publius led a sortie of light horse to size up his opponents, but was surprised by an enemy counterattack. and hastily retreated to a nearby hill. The Hasdrubals surrounded his tiny detachment and were closing in for the kill when Calvus rode to the rescue, breaking the encirclement and exfiltrating his brother. Following these events, the opposing forces in Iberia essentially called it a draw and spent the years 214 and 213 BC without conducting any major action. The year 212 BC took off with the defection to Rome of Castulo, a powerful city in southern Iberia, previously allied to Carthage. The alliance had been so strong, in fact, that according to Livy, Hannibal had married a local woman. Perhaps in retaliation, the Carthaginians attempted to seize Illiturgis for a second time. Unable to storm the walls, the Hasdrubals established a blockade, pushing the inhabitants to the brink of starvation. True to his style, Calvus once again rode to safety at the last moment, piercing through the besiegers' lines and inflicting heavy losses before entering the city. The following day, the commander did not lose momentum and sallied out of the walls, breaking the siege for good. With his two actions, he had inflicted 13,000 losses to his enemies, forcing the Hasdrubals to focus on another target, the city of Megara. But Calvus would prove to be a recurring nightmare, as he rocked up once more in aid of the allied city, easily dispersing the besiegers. The Hasdrubals then moved their camp to Munda, but Calvus just could not let go, and returned to haunt them. The Carthaginians took formation outside of their camp to meet them, apparently fielding a large force of war elephants. But the Roman legionnaires were now accustomed to dealing with the mighty beasts and welcomed them with a barrage of javelins. 39 pachyderms were thus felled by the rain of steel, and the Carthaginian infantry retreated into the camp. Just when the Romans were about to storm the camp, the retreat was signalled. An enemy javelin had wounded Calvus in the thigh, and his own soldiers preferred to leave the battle for the sake of his safety. The Hasdrubals had lost some 15,000 men, and thus decided to abandon the field and relocate to Oringis. Surely the wounded Calvus would stop chasing them. Surely. Apparently, the hardy Scipio was not one to take sick leave. Not long after setting their camp, the Carthaginians were attacked by Calvus, who was carried into the field by his soldiers on a litter. Another Roman victory ensued, at the end of which the Carthaginians lost a further 7,000 men. Their forces had been severely depleted, but the youngest Barca, Mago, came to the rescue to do what he did best, securing local allies for Carthage. Mago somehow managed to recruit several thousand Iberian warriors, replenishing the ranks. Yet another battle took place in an unknown location, but once again the Romans had the upper hand, inflicting 9,000 losses, capturing 8 elephants and killing 3 more. Now that southern Iberia was strewn with the corpses of the Carthaginians, their allies, and their literal elephants, it was time for the Scipios to address the metaphorical elephant in the room, Saguntum, the city whose siege had started the entire war, and which still lay in Barcid hands. Sadly, Livy does not provide any details of the fight that ensued, simply stating that the Romans expelled the Carthaginian garrison and recovered the city. In early 211 BC, a beleaguered Hasdrubal Barca travelled to North Africa on a recruitment drive. Shortly thereafter, he returned to Iberia with 3,000 Numidian horsemen under the leadership of a young but fierce commander, Prince Massinissa. Hasdrubal Barca then split the Carthaginian forces into 3 divisions, led by himself, his brother Mago, and Hasdrubal Gisco. During that winter, the Scipios too beefed up their numbers, hiring 20,000 Celtiberian mercenaries to fight alongside their 30,000 legionnaires. The combined force then encamped near Castello, while Mago and Gisco joined their forces at about 5 days' march from the Romans, with Hasdrubal Barca setting up a separate position nearby. The Scipios devised a plan of action. Publius was to lead 20,000 legionnaires against Mago and Gisco, while Calvus would oppose Hasdrubal Barca with the remaining 10,000 Romans and the 20,000 mercenaries. Barca enacted a cunning plan, dispatching some of the locals in his service amidst the mercenaries, wielding a simple yet irresistible weapon, a big fat bribe. The Celtiberians were easily convinced to defect, suddenly leaving Calvus at a huge numerical disadvantage. Without the possibility to join forces with his brother, Calvus's only choice was to retreat further up north. As for Publius, he had some troubles of his own. His march against Mago and Gisco was constantly slowed down by the daring raids of Massinissa's horsemen, who harassed his column day and night. When the Romans set up camp, the Numidians struck again, picking off the foraging parties and even charging inside the camp at full gallop. Massinissa and his horsemen were too few in numbers to completely overwhelm Publius and his camp, but the Romans were pinned down nonetheless. What was worse, Massinissa was about to receive reinforcements consisting of 7,500 Swissitanian warriors led by the chieftain Indibilis. Publius realized he had to take drastic measures, initiating the plan that would lead to the Battle of Castulo. Under the cover of darkness, the commander left a small force in the camp under his second-in-command Tiberius Fonteius. He then filed out in silence with the bulk of his legionnaires, sneaking past the Numidian lines. Finally, he headed towards the incoming Swissitanians, his plan being to prevent Indibilis from joining forces with Massinissa. Livy describes the ensuing engagement as an irregular battle, in which the Romans fought in order of march rather than of battle. We can interpret this passage as the Roman column first colliding against the Swissitanian one and then fighting their way through the enemy ranks. Publius was initially successful, but was then surprised by the Numidians, wheeling and charging against both flanks of his column. The Romans were able to hold the formidable horsemen at bay while still fighting against Indibilis at the front. Just when the Swissitanians appeared to be crumbling, Mago and Hasdrubal Gisco appeared at their rear. The Carthaginian generals had suffered defeat after defeat at the hands of the Scipios, but now it was payback time. Publius Cornelius was thus plunged into a desperate situation. Surrounded from all sides, the commander refused to surrender, continuing to fight and encouraging his men. But then an enemy spear pierced his side, killing him instantly. Panic spread through the Roman ranks, matched by an equal surge in morale amongst their foes. The Numidians, Iberians and Carthaginians closed in until the Roman column collapsed, and the men broke into a flight. Initially, the fleeing legionnaires were able to break through the ranks of Numidians and lightly armed Swissitanians, but their foes quickly caught up with them, initiating a massacre. The number of Roman casualties is unknown, but Livy states that the massacre had been almost total. With Publius dead and his force annihilated, Mago and Gisco joined forces with Hasdrubal Barca to deal with Calvus. The combined Carthaginian might approached the Roman camp, but Calvus was able to evade them by leaving his positions as darkness fell, marching for an entire night and throughout the following day. As the sun was about to set once more, the Numidians caught up with Calvus, repeatedly charging his flank and rear. The commander ordered his soldiers, mostly infantry, to form up a battle line to hold the Numidians at bay. However, as he realized that the bulk of the Carthaginian forces was about to arrive, he led them atop a nearby hill to organize a more solid defensive formation, with the small cavalry force and the baggage train in the center of an infantry square. The slopes of the height were not steep enough to deter Massinissa's horsemen, but their charges were repulsed one after the other. Yet, when Mago and the Hasdrubals arrived with the bulk of their forces, Calvus realized he was in deep trouble. He attempted to build a palisade, or excavate a trench to solidify his lines, but the terrain was too barren to collect timber and too rocky to dig through. Eventually, the Romans had to stack large piles of saddles, chests and supply packs to build a barricade. When the Carthaginian infantry marched atop the hill, the soldiers were stopped in their tracks at the sight of the uncanny fortification. Their officers broke their hesitation with shouts to demolish that juggler's trick, which is hardly strong enough to stop women and children. The juggler's trick was more solid than it looked, resisting the Carthaginians' initial attacks. Eventually, the improvised ramparts broke down, and the forces of the three generals poured inside Calvus's makeshift camps. Almost the entire Roman force was slaughtered, including their courageous and resourceful leader. As reported by Livy, in the span of 29 days, Rome had lost two of its most skilled commanders. And back in Italy, a young officer had thus lost his father and uncle, but we shall encounter him later. For the moment, let's focus on another young eques called Lucius Marcius. Marcius had perfected his martial skills under the Scipios, becoming a fine and trusted officer. After the double defeat at Castulo and Illorca, Marcius rallied the bands of survivors, as well as other smaller garrisons, shaping them into 2 legions. He then led them to Publius Cornelius's original camp, still held by his deputy Tiberius Fonteius. The 2 contingents joined forces and then marched up north, setting a new camp north of the river Ebro. Mago and Hasdrubal Gisco were in hot pursuit, and immediately launched an attack against the newly formed camp. Perhaps too high in morale, the Carthaginians lost discipline and cohesion during their enthusiastic approach to Marcius's fortifications. Thus, when the Romans sallied in a countercharge, the attackers were taken by surprise, broke ranks and fled. The Romans then launched in pursuit, baying for blood, so much so that Marcius had to physically restrain some of his men. Given their numerical disadvantage, the young leader wisely ordered his men to return to camp. His next decision, however, would be far riskier. He would go on the attack. Marcius had realized that Mago and Gisco had split their forces into two camps, and thus he considered he could defeat them in detail before Hasdrubal Barca joined forces with them. The ragtag survivor army left their camp shortly before dawn. Most of the soldiers marched towards the nearest enemy position, while a detachment of infantry and cavalry prepared an ambush in a wooded valley, which stood in between the two enemy camps. As the Romans neared the Carthaginian camp, they realized the gates had been left unguarded. Seizing the opportunity, they walked in silently before trumpeting the attack signal. Many Carthaginians were slain in their sleep, and others rushed outside their huts as the legionnaires set fire to them. The panicked Carthaginians tried to escape through the camp gates, or even by climbing the palisades, but almost all of them were cut down. Some did escape into the woods and ran towards the second camp to raise the alarm, only to fall right into the trap previously set by Marcius. With one camp utterly destroyed, Marcius led his men to the second fort. Here the Romans found the gates unguarded and most soldiers still asleep. The legionnaires emerged from the darkness just before dawn, while brandishing torches, their weapons and armour covered in blood. Dismayed at this fearsome sight, the Carthaginians lost cohesion and were easily assailed by their enemies, with only a small number managing to escape. Marcius's bold attack had stalled the advance of the three Carthaginian generals, preventing them once more from crossing the Ebro. According to Livy, himself quoting the previous source, Achilles, Mago and Gisco had lost 37,000 soldiers in one night, which is almost surely a wild exaggeration. However, what is more certain is that both sides had been utterly exhausted by the events of 212 and 211 BC. Matters would remain mostly quiet in Iberia until the following year, when a young member of the Scipio family ushered in the last phases of the war, bent on annihilating the Carthaginian threat and avenging his father and uncle, Publius Cornelius Scipio the Younger, better known as Africanus. Back in 212 BC, Hannibal had successfully dispersed the Roman armies besieging Capua, the largest and wealthiest of the Italic cities that had defected to Carthage. But the general was later distracted by the destruction of two enemy armies in Lucania and Apulia, thus allowing consuls Appius Claudius and Quintus Fulvius to resume the siege. The two commanders and their respective legions were reinforced by a third contingent under Praetor Claudius Nero and established solid supply lines, with food being shipped from Sardinia and Etruria. Capua was thus surrounded, first by three separate camps and then by a ditch, earthworks and fortified redoubts. The city's defences were manned by the local forces and a Carthaginian garrison under Boster and Hanno, son of Bomilcar. Although Livy and Polybius do not offer specifics, they were probably outnumbered by the Romans. As the noose tightened around the city, the defenders staged frequent sorties to disrupt the building of the siege works, but they were all pushed back. Before the Roman entrenchment was widely completed, Capuan messengers made it through the blockade and rushed to Brundisium, seeking Hannibal's help. By the time Hannibal organized his expedition to Capua, it was March 211 BC, and the new consuls, Fulvius Centimallus and Sulpicius Galba, had been elected. The new leaders instructed Claudius and Fulvius, now proconsuls, to continue besieging Capua, as its recapture was considered the main short-term military objective. Thus, the siege of Capua continued apace. However, the Capuans were becoming bolder by the day. Inspired by their Numidian allies, the Capuan cavalrymen frequently rode out of the city walls and engaged the Romans in victorious skirmishes. Frustrated by the inferiority of the Roman horse, Centurion Quintus Navius trained a new unit, consisting of young, fast and agile skirmishers. Each Roman cavalryman would carry one of these velites upon their horse. When riding into battle, the velites would dismount with a skillful leap and release a volley of javelins. Navius's mounted infantry proved their worth on their first expedition, when confronting a squadron of Capuan cavalry moving towards one of the Roman camps. The Roman mounted units rode against the Capuan horsemen. As the enemy came within range of their javelins, the velites quickly dismounted, formed a solid line, and discharged a barrage of missiles, breaking the Capuan charge. This was the signal for more traditional Roman cavalry to surge forward, and their impetuous attack decisively drove the Capuan horsemen back into the city. The success of Navius's tactics was such that the Capuans did not dare attack their besiegers any longer. Luckily for them, Hannibal was on his way, at the head of a column of light infantry, cavalry, and 33 elephants. After seizing the stronghold of Calatia, the general set up camp on Mount Tifata, overlooking Capua but hidden from the Roman sight. From there, he smuggled a message through the Roman blockade, informing the Capuans of when he intended to attack. At the agreed time, the besiegers were thrown into alarm at the sight of a large-scale assault, delivered on two fronts. A Carthaginian army had suddenly appeared at their backs, while the Capuans, Hanno and Bosta, were sallying in force from the city gates. Appius Claudius took charge of the forces facing the Capuan garrison. Taking a defensive stance, his soldiers did not leave the safety of their siege works, and thus easily repelled the enemy attacks. As the Capuans and their allies rushed back into the walls, Claudius launched his men in hot pursuit, cutting them down as they fled. The Romans reached the city gate by the Volturnus River and attempted to break in, but the Capuans bombarded them with ballistae and scorpions, foiling their attempts. Quintus Fulvius, on the other hand, had to face a much stronger attack delivered by Hannibal's own forces. His 6th Legion defended the siege works against the advancing Carthaginians, but their line was pierced by an Iberian contingent reinforced by 3 elephants. The pachyderms continued to spearhead the attack, penetrating beyond the earthworks and heading towards Fulvius's own camp. The proconsul needed to stop the enemy's advance, and fast. To do so, he deployed the man of the hour, Quintus Navius. The centurion, apparently a huge man, grabbed one of the standards of the 6th Legion and charged single-handedly at the Iberian troops. 2 maniples of Hastati soon followed in his support, partially halting the enemy advance. The 3 war elephants, however, made it to the palisade of the camp and started clambering over it, yet the soldiers within the fortification engaged the beasts with javelins and even firebrands. The dead pachyderms thus rolled into the ditch surrounding the camp, and Hannibal's troops used their bodies as a bridge to storm the fortification. Their attacks were met with determined resistance, and as casualties started piling up by Fulvius's camp, Hannibal sounded the retreat. The Capuans and Carthaginians had lost some 11,000 men in the battle, and the Romans still held their positions. What was worse, according to Polybius, Claudius and Fulvius had taken the precaution of burning down the pastures surrounding Capua. The lack of fresh food left Hannibal's cavalry forces severely weakened, preventing them from attempting further attacks on the Roman lines, or even small-scale raids. As time wore on, Hannibal considered moving away from the area, lest his horses starved to death. But where exactly? Then a brilliant idea struck him, one that would kill many birds with one stone. He would lead the bulk of his army to Rome. By moving to pastures new, literally, he would keep his cavalry as a fit fighting force, and by threatening the capital, he would force Claudius and Fulvius into lifting the siege of Capua. Finally, by attacking Rome so unexpectedly, he might even hope to seize part, if not the entirety, of the city. The general dispatched a lone Numidian rider into Capua to inform the local leadership of his plans and to reassure them that he was not abandoning them. Hannibal then gathered 10 days' worth of provisions and led his army north across the Volturnus River. Proconsul Fulvius learned about the Barcid expedition to Rome from some deserters and promptly sent a runner to inform the Senate. Quintus Fabius Maximus urged against overreacting to the news, correctly interpreting Hannibal's move as a diversionary tactic. Rather than summoning all available legions away from Capua to Rome, the Senate decided to recall only Fulvius, who had 15,000 infantry and 1,000 cavalry. Once the proconsul received the order, he unleashed his scouts, who confirmed that Hannibal was marching along the Via Latina, the Latin Way. Fulvius then decided to proceed through the Via Appia, or Appian Way, always preceded by his scouts. These ensured that supplies were always ready and laid out along the road, thus allowing the proconsul to march at a high speed. Hannibal, meanwhile, had reached the town of Fregele, where he found that the locals had destroyed the bridge on the river Liris to slow down his advance. the infuriated Cyclops razed the town to the ground, while a lone messenger escaped north to warn Rome of his arrival. This was when a panic-stricken populace braced themselves for the arrival of the scourge of the Republic. Would this be the end of Rome? Some citizens resorted to prayer, whilst others decided to flee altogether. It proved to be an unwise move, as many of them ran straight into Hannibal's Numidian vanguard and were taken captive or killed on the spot. Hannibal's main column eventually crossed the Liris and continued their northward march, reaching the district of Pupinia on the outskirts of Rome. Hannibal may have reached the capital at speed, but Fulvius had been faster. His 16,000 legionnaires entered the city and started organizing the defenses, forming entrenched camps at the Colline and Esquiline gates. For his part, General Barca relocated close to the river Anio, from which he dispatched a force of 2,000 horse, riding in reconnaissance as far as the Colline gate. The consuls promptly ordered a cavalry counterattack, which was conducted by a force of 1,200 Numidians, who had previously defected to the Romans. As the Numidians rode from the Aventine hill to the gate, the populace mistook them for enemies, pelting them with stones and missiles. The North African allies somehow made it through the friendly fire, sortied out of the walls, and even managed to repel the Carthaginian attack. The next day, Hannibal led his entire force across the Anio and arranged them in order of battle outside the city's fortifications. The consuls accepted the challenge, deploying their legions in front of Hannibal. The two sides were about to engage in what would have been a decisive fight, but Jupiter had other plans in mind, unleashing a mighty hailstorm. It was impossible to maneuver in such dire weather, and both factions retreated to their respective bases. The following day, the two armies squared off once again, only for another storm to disrupt operations. At this stage, Hannibal appeared to experience a slump in morale, exacerbated by two further events. The general had learned that a Roman army, consisting of 12,000 infantry and 600 horse, had just slipped out of the city and was heading to Iberia under Claudius Nero. The second incident was somehow more comical. A Roman prisoner informed him that the land occupied by the Carthaginian camp had just gone on sale at an auction. Surprisingly, the price of the land had not been discounted. This was definitive proof of the Roman spirit. Not even the presence of an enemy army could get in the way of a real estate deal. Moreover, Hannibal had realized that the army under Claudius was still besieging Capua, and thus his entire Roman holiday had been pointless. As a consolation prize, the Carthaginians had amassed a huge booty, and thus Hannibal gave orders to pack up the loot, lift the siege, and then head towards Bruttium, abandoning all hopes to relieve Capua. But as the invaders headed towards the Anio, they were in for yet another humiliation. Praetor Publius Valerius Flaccus had ridden ahead and destroyed all the bridges over the river, forcing the Carthaginians into a slow and perilous crossing via a ford. Flaccus took the occasion to attack them, exacting 300 casualties and stealing much of their loot. Hannibal's Numidians momentarily repelled Flaccus, but the tenacious praetor shadowed the Carthaginian column for 5 days. At the end of the 5th day, both armies set to rest for the night. But just before daylight, Hannibal led his men into a raid against Flaccus's camp, killing most of his men and forcing the survivors atop a hill. Hannibal's next objective was the city of Rhegium, but as the Carthaginian made for that city, Proconsul Fulvius returned to Capua to resume the siege alongside Claudius. The message for the Capuans was loud and clear: Hannibal had abandoned them. In a last-ditch attempt, the Capuans drafted a message to be delivered to General Barca by a Numidian. The Romans quickly seized the messenger, but he managed to escape, pretending to be a deserter, and then waiting for the right time to slip out of camp and ride south. His Campanian mistress, however, betrayed him to the proconsuls, who enacted an exemplary punishment. They arrested 70 Numidian deserters, scourged them, and then cut off their hands before sending them back into Capua. This act of brutality broke what remained of Capuan morale. 28 leading Capuan senators forged a pact to end their lives with a poisoned banquet, while the survivors opened the gates to Fulvius and Claudius, begging for their clemency. The city was indeed spared punishment. Well, its buildings at least. The houses, temples, and walls remained intact, but most of the leadership was executed, and the population scattered across Campania. While the sieges of Rome and Capua unfolded, the Republic was busy taking care of Hannibal's ally, Philip V of Macedon. The brief campaign was in the safe hands of Praetor Marcus Valerius Laevinus, who had already defeated Philip at Oricum and Apollonia in 214 BC. Laevinus knew that Rome could not assign him large forces to control the Macedonian theatre, but what he could do was enlist the help of local allies, namely Philip's enemies in the region, the Aetolian League of northern Greece. According to their treaty, the Aetolians and the other allies would check the Macedonians on land, while Laevinus would assist them at sea with a fleet of 25 quinqueremes. The praetor immediately proved he meant business by capturing the island and city of Zacynthus. Next, he seized Aeneadae and Naxos before regrouping in Corcyra. All the while, his land-based allies kept Philip engaged along his borders, thus preventing him from attempting to support Hannibal in southern Italy. In spring, Laevinus resumed this campaign, launching a concerted attack against Anticyra. While the Aetolians, under General Scopas, blockaded the port city from land, the Roman fleet bombarded its walls with their artillery. Anticyra stood no chance, and Laevinus welcomed the city's offer to surrender. Concurrently, the praetor received even better news. He had been elected consul for 210 BC, and was to return to his homeland. While the tragedy of Capua unfolded, Nero was on his way to Iberia, sailing from Puteoli to Tarraco. Upon making landfall, he joined forces with the survivors of the armies previously under Gnaeus and Publius, the slain Scipio brothers. This large force marched south of the Ebro and immediately surrounded the army of Hasdrubal Barca, encamped in a gorge near Illyturgis. Hasdrubal was trapped, with no chances to fight his way out. But the crafty son of Hamilcar had a few tricks up his sleeve. Hasdrubal sent a delegation to Nero, offering to abandon Iberia altogether if the praetor offered safe passage to him and his men. Nero agreed, and Hasdrubal asked to meet him in person the following day. Hasdrubal then performed a masterclass in procrastination, citing all sorts of excuses to delay negotiations for several days. Unbeknownst to Nero, every night, Hasdrubal would exfiltrate small contingents of his army until all his infantry had escaped to safety. One misty morning, the general seized the occasion to move his cavalry too out of the trap. As the sun dispersed the mist, light was shed over a now empty enemy camp, and Nero realized he had been thoroughly bamboozled. Even before news of this embarrassing debacle had reached Rome, the Senate was considering the idea of entrusting the Iberian theatre to a higher-ranking commander, a proconsul. Thus the consuls fixed a day for the people to assemble at the Campus Martius and elect such a leader. Yet on the day of the election, none of the magistrates dared putting their candidature forward, for the Iberian cause appeared hopeless and devoid of glory. Suddenly, a 24-year-old officer and magistrate stepped forward, announcing himself as a candidate. The scion of an important Roman family, he had already fought against Hannibal at the Ticinus, and even at Cannae. On that occasion, he had forcefully prevented other officers from enacting a shameful desertion. Even before Cannae, he had risen to the rank of aedile by the remarkably tender age of 20, apparently following a divine inspiration that had visited his dreams. Everything the young man did and said, in fact, appeared to be ordained by the gods themselves. Already at this stage, his companions whispered amongst themselves that, just like Alexander the Great, he had been begotten by an enormous serpent, which had been often seen in his mother's bedroom. While delighted at his candidature, senators and citizens alike objected to this go-getter's young age. How could a 24-year-old be entrusted with the proconsular office, let alone lead an entire army in such a delicate campaign overseas? The young magistrate, however, charmed and inspired them with his eloquence. Moreover, he had a very strong motivation to successfully challenge the Carthaginians. His father and his uncle had died in Iberia whilst fighting against the Lion's Brood, Hasdrubal and Mago Barca. This young man was, of course, Publius Cornelius Scipio the Younger, who later in life would be known as both the famous and infamous Scipio Africanus. Eventually, the consuls accepted him as proconsul for Iberia, entrusting him with a fleet of 30 quinqueremes, 10,000 infantry, and 1,000 cavalry, with Junius Silanus as his second-in-command. A new stage of the Second Punic War thus commenced, one in which Scipio the Younger would challenge the Lion's Brood to avenge his family and his motherland. A new stage in which Scipio, son of the Serpent, would clash with Hasdrubal, son of the Thunderbolt. As the young proconsul was organizing his expedition to Iberia, newly elected consul Marcus Valerius Laevinus prepared to settle accounts once and for all with Carthaginian forces in Sicily. The veteran of Macedonia landed on the island in early 210 BC and immediately marched towards Agrigentum, where Hanno was still in command, and the Libyan general Mutinus was still running rampant. The cavalry commander and his Numidian troopers rode around Sicily, plundering Rome's allies at will, before retreating to safety within the walls of Agrigentum. But as Mutinus' reputation as an undefeated leader grew, so did Hanno's jealousy. Eventually, the Carthaginian general stripped Mutinus of his cavalry command and promoted his son to the position. The elevation of Hanno's unnamed Nepo baby did not sit well with the Numidians, and Mutinus himself entered into secret talks with Laevinus. The Libyan would defect to Rome and hand the city to the consul on a silver plate. One night, a squad of Numidians seized one of Agrigentum's gates, massacred the guards, and let a Roman force into the city. Taken by complete surprise, Hanno and his Syracusan ally Epicides could not do anything but flee the city through an unguarded gate, and then hastily sail off to Africa. Their troops and compatriots, unceremoniously abandoned to their own devices, attempted to escape too, but by then Laevinus had sealed all exits. The Romans slaughtered all Carthaginian soldiers and their allies before rounding up all local leaders who had supported Hanno's occupation of the city. To set an example, the consul had them scourged and then beheaded. Finally, Laevinus captured the rest of the population and sold them into slavery. Word of the consul's brutal punishment spread across Sicily, instilling terror amongst the towns still on Carthage's side. 40 of such cities immediately surrendered to Laevinus, while a further 20 fell after being betrayed by agents friendly to the Romans. Only 6 cities remained untouched by fear and treason, only to be stormed by Laevinus in a matter of weeks. While Consul Laevinus restored the she-wolf's dominion over Sicily, the other consul, Marcus Claudius Marcellus, stalked southern mainland Italy, seeking opportunities to weaken Hannibal. Such an occasion presented itself at Salapia in Apulia, garrisoned by 5,000 of the finest Numidian cavalrymen. A prominent local, called Blatius, established secret contact with Marcellus, offering to betray the city to the Republic. Another notable citizen, Decius, reported Blatius to Hannibal, and the general summoned them both before a tribunal. Decius insisted that Blatius was about to hand over the entire city to the Romans, but, astonishingly, Hannibal dismissed the accusation. In his view, this was just a political squabble born out of jealousy. Thus, he released Blatius and left the city, heading for Bruttium. Shortly afterwards, he was proven sorely wrong, as Blatius opened Salapia's gates to Marcellus. The Numidians were taken by surprise, and could not effectively ride their horses in the narrow city streets. Regardless, they seized their weapons and decided to fight on foot, charging desperately against the Romans who were blocking the gates. The battle soon degenerated into a massacre, as the 5,000-strong Numidian garrison was reduced to just 50 survivors. Marcellus had thus scored a decisive strategic victory. According to Livy, after Salapia, Hannibal never again enjoyed cavalry superiority. Consul Marcellus continued his winning streak, conquering 2 Samnite towns, bursting with wheat and barley. At the same time, proconsul Gnaeus Fulvius Centumalus was hoping to achieve similar success by besieging Hedonia, an ally of Hannibal's since the Battle of Cannae. General Barca received reports that the Hedonians were considering another about-face, something he could ill afford. The Carthaginian thunderbolt rushed to Hedonia and ordered his troops to immediately assume a classic battle formation, with infantry in the center, flanked by wings of cavalry. Fulvius Centumalus realized he was outnumbered, but accepted the challenge nonetheless, placing 2 lines of infantry in the center, with allied cavalry on the flanks. 2 years earlier, Hannibal had defeated the almost namesake Gnaeus Fulvius Flaccus at the same location. Hannibal allowed the Roman infantry and their left cavalry wing to attack first, absorbing their forward charges with his main infantry body. The clash exacted a heavy toll on the Romans, both in terms of casualties and attention. Preoccupied with intense hand-to-hand fighting, they had not realized that Hannibal's cavalry had moved forward in a sudden and complex maneuver. One wing fell upon the rear of Centumalus's 2nd infantry line, thus enveloping the main Roman body. The 2nd wing rode further on, falling upon and seizing the Roman camp. Centumalus and his officers fought to the bitter end. Eventually, the proconsul and 11 of his tribunes lost their lives, alongside up to 13,000 of their men. A third Battle of Hedonia would never take place, as Hannibal ordered all citizens to be exiled to Metapontum and Thurii before burning the city to the ground. The massacre had not been total, as some 4,000 soldiers managed to escape and reached Marcellus in Samnium. On hearing about the latest defeat, the consul declared that he intended to meet Hannibal and would soon put an end to any pleasure he might feel at his recent success. As usual, Marcellus meant business. The consul marched out of Samnium and into Lucania, looking for Hannibal. Marcellus found his foe encamped on a hill near Numistro, and then set up his own camp in full view on level terrain as if to challenge him. The opposing armies took formation, carefully securing their flanks by anchoring them to heights and precipices. As such, both parties would be prevented from executing any enveloping maneuver. Marcellus thus kicked off his umpteenth duel with Hannibal with a straightforward charge, committing his first infantry line of Hastati, supported by Italic cavalry on their right. The Thunderbolt checked this move by advancing his own Iberian infantry, covered by a screen of Balearic slingers. After Hannibal's first line had entered the engagement, his elephants, thus far stationed on the second line, stampeded into the fray. It appears that the pachyderm charge did not have a decisive impact, as Marcellus's Hastati and Italic horse held their line. Nonetheless, casualties inevitably and gradually mounted, prompting the consul to replace the Hastati with fresh Principes and Triarii. At the same time, Marcellus ordered the right cavalry wing to retreat, while sending forth the Italic horse on the left. These fresh Roman troops could not break through the Carthaginian lines, as Hannibal also had numerous reserves. The battle continues to rage on with incessant vigour until darkness fell. Without clear victors, both commanders opted to retreat to their camps to spend the night. On the following day at sunrise, Marcellus showed up again on the plain, eager for a second round. But he soon realized that Hannibal had quietly left his positions during the night and was already marching towards Apulia. The consul gave chase, catching up with his adversary at Venusia. Here, Hannibal denied Marcellus the second round he was craving, engaging his troops in a series of cavalry skirmishes instead. The Romans had the upper hand in these individual actions, but Hannibal was able to evade further into Apulia with the bulk of his army intact. By March 209 BC, Rome's legions had received precious consignments of food and other victuals from Sicily, courtesy of Laevinus's effective reorganization of the province. With supply headaches nicely put to the side, newly elected consul Quintus Fabius Maximus had made it his priority to retake Tarentum from Carthaginian hands. To do so, he needed a skilled general to keep Hannibal busy and prevent him from intervening. The man for the job was the ever-reliable Claudius Marcellus, now a proconsul. Marcellus learned that Hannibal was trying to incite a revolt at Canusium and tried to surprise him there. The well-informed Hannibal was made aware of Marcellus's arrival and marched into a nearby wooded area, hoping to spring an ambush. After a short game of cat and mouse, Marcellus was able to pounce upon Hannibal just as his men were erecting a camp. Harassed by the Romans on all sides, the Carthaginians were drawn into a large pitched battle, which proved inconclusive. As the sun set, the opposing forces retreated atop nearby heights and encamped for the night. Fierce fighting resumed the following morning, and after 2 hours, the Roman right wing started to collapse. Marcellus took notice and ordered a legion standing in reserve to march forward and fill the gap. But the operation proved to be a disaster, as the fresh soldiers reached the front line too late, and their compatriots had already started to run away. As a result, the entire Roman force melted away in panic and confusion, scurrying back into the camp and leaving 2,700 dead on the ground. Within the palisades, Marcellus vented his anger at the disappointing legionnaires. So far, Hannibal has prided himself upon the Roman legions he has cut up. You have been the first to confer upon him today the glory of having put a Roman army to flight. The proconsul then imposed a draconian punishment upon those cohorts who had abandoned their standards, a strict diet of barley rations. Oh no, anything but the barley! Clearly, the Roman infantry feared a diet of high-fiber heritage grains more than Carthaginian battalions, and the next morning, those very cohorts accused of cowardice took position on the front lines. A new battle erupted, during which the opposing infantry lines carried the brunt of the fighting. As no opponent managed to gain an advantage, Hannibal ordered for his elephants, stationed behind the advanced infantry, to charge ahead. the war beasts overwhelmed one sector of the Roman infantry, thus exposing one flank of their formation. Marcellus was at serious risk of having his entire army enveloped, but a tribune, called Decimius Flavius, stepped in to save the day. The young officer led a maniple of Hastati in a counterattack, inciting them to pelt the elephants with their javelins. Some of the wounded pachyderms wheeled around in a panic and charged in the wrong direction, trampling the Carthaginian infantry. As the stampede broke their first line, the Roman infantry standards advanced at once, a sight which caused Hannibal's men to break into a rout. Marcellus unleashed his cavalry after the fugitives, who rushed back to the safety of their camp. But to their horror, the Carthaginian soldiers found that the massive carcasses of 2 elephants blocked the entrances. As the Roman and Italic horse pressed on their heels, Hannibal's men had to scramble over the palisades, suffering heavy casualties in the process. By the end of the day, both sides had been bled white by the encounter, and both generals regrouped into their camps. Hannibal had lost 8,000 men and 5 elephants at Canusium. Unable or unwilling to risk another clash in Apulia, during the night Hannibal left his camp. The outcome of the Battle of Canusium would be interpreted as a victory for Marcellus, but surely it was a Pyrrhic one. The proconsul had lost 5,700 men in total, and virtually all of his surviving soldiers, estimated at 14,000, had suffered some type of injury. Burdened by so many wounded legionnaires, Marcellus would not exploit his advantage, and Hannibal slipped into Brutium undisturbed. As a veteran Roman general had once again proved his worth, a rookie commander was about to put his skills to the test. Upon arriving in northern Iberia in 210 BC, proconsul Publius Cornelius Scipio the Younger took charge of the surviving troops that had once been under the command of his deceased father and uncle. After rallying them at Tarraco, alongside some 5,000 local allies, he delivered a rousing speech, highlighting the 2 strategic weaknesses which the Carthaginian side appeared to be suffering at the time. 2 disadvantages are on the side of the enemy, for they are encamped at a wide distance from each other, and by their tyrannical conduct to their allies have alienated them all and made them hostile to themselves. Scipio had done his homework, collecting extensive intelligence about the enemy forces, which he successfully confirmed had split into 3 armies. One was under Mago Barca and was positioned west of the Pillars of Hercules. A second, led by Hasdrubal Gisco, was stationed in Lusitania at the mouth of the Tagus River, while the third, on the orders of Hasdrubal Barca, was besieging a city of the Capitani tribe in central Iberia. Allowing the 3 armies to converge into a single force was out of the question, but attempting to defeat them in detail would have been equally tricky. If Scipio attacked any of the 3 forces, the other 2 could have joined the fight and surrounded him. The young Publius thus displayed a keen strategic mind by setting his sights on an altogether different objective: the enemy's capital in Iberia, New Carthage. Attacking the city would have taken the enemy completely by surprise, throwing them off balance. The capital was also the main logistical hub for the Carthaginian war effort in Iberia. It held vast stores of coin and supplies, and it was the main port through which the Barcas would be able to supply Hannibal in southern Italy, or receive reinforcements from North Africa. In other words, Scipio had identified New Carthage as the Barca family's center of gravity. By knocking it down, he would precipitate the fall of the Republic's staunchest enemies. When collecting his intelligence, Scipio had also learned that New Carthage was surprisingly vulnerable, protected only by a 1,000-strong garrison and a militia of some 2,000 citizens. These scant forces could not rely on the 3 main Carthaginian armies, as they were encamped at least 10 days' march away from the capital. It appears that the Barca brothers and Hasdrubal Gisco believed that nobody would be rash enough to attempt an attack on their main city. Besides, New Carthage was protected by strong, high fortifications, as well as some convenient natural features. The city stood on a promontory surrounded by the sea to the east and south and a lagoon to the west. Once again, Scipio had collected vital information, learning from local fishermen that the lagoon could be forded across certain areas when the tide was low. The young proconsul had all he needed to formulate a winning plan, which he decided to keep hidden from his troops and allies, probably wary of enemy spies. Scipio revealed his intentions only to his trusted friend and second-in-command Gaius Laelius, to whom he gave secret orders to sail the Roman fleet along the coast and down to New Carthage. Scipio then ordered another officer, Marcus Silanus, to remain north of the Ebro with 3,000 foot and 300 horse. He finally crossed the river with the bulk of his forces, which consisted of 25,000 infantry and 2,500 cavalry. Spurred on by Scipio, this large force covered the distance from Tarraco to New Carthage in just 7 days, pitching their camp on the isthmus north of the city. The Romans then protected their rear with a double trench and rampart, leaving the side facing the city unguarded. This was by design, as Scipio intended to provoke the enemies into staging a sortie against the apparently weak camp. As the legionnaires and their allies completed their siege works, Laelius and his 35 quinqueremes arrived in the bay, thus blocking the harbour. Within the city walls, the garrison commander, called Mago, who was notably not a Barca, prepared his scant forces. He placed 500 men within the citadel to the south, and an equal number on the hill facing the sea to the east. Mago then placed his 2,000-strong militia on the northern gate, while assigning other armed citizens all along the city walls. It was now time for Scipio to unleash his rhetorical powers, declaring to his soldiers that Neptune had appeared in his sleep, suggesting to him a victorious plan. The god of the sea had promised to give him such a signal in the actual hour of battle that his assistance would be made manifest to all. The proconsul also promised great honor and rewards, such as a gold crown to whoever would be the first to scale the enemy walls. Scipio had thus buoyed the spirits of his men with a clever mixture of supernatural foreshadowing and very earthly rewards. The day concluded without actions on either side, but on the following morning, hell descended upon New Carthage. From the sea, Laelius's fleet bombarded the walls with missiles of every sort, while 2,000 elite infantry prepared to attack the northern gate, carrying ladders to scale the walls. Just as Scipio had hoped, Mago opened the gates and unleashed his militia into a sortie, seeking to disrupt the Roman assault. The Ibero-Carthaginian militia was initially surprisingly effective at engaging Scipio's elite foot soldiers and checking their advance, but the proconsul had purposely ordered his 2,000 picked soldiers not to advance too far from the camp. Thus, more and more legionnaires poured into the fight from the encampment. Amongst them was Scipio himself, who did not miss the chance to lead from the front and participate in hand-to-hand fighting, albeit protected by 3 bodyguards with large shields. The New Carthage militia fought bravely, but were soon outnumbered by their foes and fled back through the city gate. The Romans chased after them and almost succeeded in pushing their way through the gate, but the entrance had been closed, and Scipio gave the order to fix the ladders to the walls. Motivated by Scipio's promises of gold crowns, the soldiers climbed the walls with great courage, but their efforts soon turned into a disaster. Given the height of the walls, the Romans had to employ long ladders, many of which broke down under the weight of the attackers. Even when the ladders did not break, the first soldiers to reach the top felt so giddy as to lose balance and plummet to their deaths. These debacles emboldened the defenders, who rushed atop the ramparts and dropped large wooden beams, which swept the attackers down the remaining ladders, crushing their bodies. The Romans did not lose their zeal, however, and continued the attack throughout the morning. Fatigue eventually started taking its toll, and Scipio sounded a retreat. Unbeknownst to defender Mago, this intense assault against the northern gate and walls was not Scipio's main action, but merely a diversionary feint. The proconsul knew that the time for the changing of the sea tide was approaching, allowing for the crossing of the west side lagoon. In preparation for the daring raid, he stationed 500 soldiers on the edge of the water, all equipped with ladders. He then amassed a fresh force by the northern gate and launched a second assault, which succeeded in diverting the attention of the defenders. Just as the fight raged on the northern side, the tide reached its lowest ebb, and Scipio ordered his brave 500 to start crossing the now fordable marshland. His men on both fronts observed the prodigy and were reminded of their commander's prophecy. Indeed, it appeared as if Neptune himself had intervened to withdraw the waters protecting the enemy city. The large contingent on the northern side locked their shields above their heads and charged headlong, hacking away at the city gates with their axes. At the same time, Scipio and his chosen 500 had crossed the marsh and approached the western walls, finding them completely unguarded. The ladders were fixed, and the Romans took the ramparts without striking nor suffering a single blow. However, the storming would be far from bloodless. The raiding force proceeded to advance northwards atop the battlements and soon ran into patrols of defenders, taking them by complete surprise. The Romans grappled in close quarters with the Carthaginians, who were overpowered and unceremoniously hurled off the ramparts. They then reached the northern gate, climbed down the walls and cut through the bolts, while their compatriots on the other side forced their way in. As the gate gradually gave way, squads of legionnaires finally made it atop the ladders, successfully engaging with the defenders on the battlements. Then the gates flung open, and an impetuous tide of Romans poured inside the enemy capital. At first, Scipio ordered his soldiers to storm the eastern hill, to dispatch the 500-man-strong garrison occupying it. Once they were dealt with, the proconsul unleashed his men across New Carthage. They were to refrain from looting, but they had free rein to massacre the city's inhabitants, so as to spread terror and snuff out any vestige of resistance. According to Polybius, the ensuing slaughter did not spare even dogs or other animals and was exceedingly great. As the attackers took control of the capital, Commander Mago retreated into the citadel, pursued by Scipio and 1,000 soldiers. The Carthaginian commander had no appetite to continue the fight, however, and offered to surrender. Scipio graciously accepted, ordering his troops to stop massacring and to start plundering. Scipio the Younger had thus concluded his first spectacular victory, seizing the enemy's capital in Iberia in one single day. But that was just the start, as he would turn this tactical triumph into a long-lasting strategic advantage. After the initial wave of atrocities, the Roman commander displayed unusual compassion towards the 10,000 prisoners captured by his troops. Those who held citizen status were exhorted to become loyal to Rome and were then allowed to immediately return to freedom. As for the city's craftsmen, Scipio held them as slaves, but promised them they would be released if they too cooperated with the Republic. Finally, the proconsul enlisted the youngest and strongest among the captives to serve in his fleet, manning the 18 quinqueremes seized at New Carthage. Next, the conqueror addressed the 300 high-ranking hostages, which had been held by Mago within the capital to ensure the cooperation of several allied Iberian tribes. He showered them with gifts and pledged they would return safely home, provided their relatives and compatriots switched sides to Rome. Such treatment of the prisoners and hostages propagated Scipio's image as a fair and compassionate conqueror, and thus later encouraged several tribes to seek friendship with Rome. This reputation was further cemented following an episode recounted by Livy. A group of soldiers had brought him a young lady of such exquisite beauty that whichever way she walked, she attracted the eyes of everybody. Both Livy and Polybius drop hints that Scipio was rather fond of the society of women, as they put it, but the young proconsul did not take advantage of the situation. Upon making some inquiries, he found out that the young woman was betrothed to a Celtiberian prince, Alucius. The proconsul thus summoned the young nobleman and reassured him that, "Your mistress, while under my protection, has received as much respect as under the roof of her own parents." He then reunited the couple, scoring an alliance with Alucius as a result. The year 209 BC was marked by the capture of Tarentum, a city which had formerly been allied to Rome, but was conquered by Hannibal in 212 BC. One of the consuls for the year, the legendary leader Quintus Fabius Maximus, was known as the Delayer due to his effective use of stalling tactics against Hannibal. Yet upon taking office, he did anything but procrastinate, immediately organizing an expedition to retake the important port city and relieve the Roman garrison within the citadel, which had been holding out for almost 3 years. With forces estimated at 25,000 men, Fabius first stormed Manchuria, taking 4,000 prisoners. He then marched on to Tarentum, setting up camp at the mouth of the harbour. The citadel's commander, Gaius Marcus Livius, had a small fleet, which sailed out to meet the consul. Fabius fitted the quinqueremes with catapults and ballistas, so that they could surround Tarentum from both sides and bombard it from the sea. The consul then loaded the cargo ships with ladders and soldiers, launching an amphibious assault against the northern walls. Tarentum was well defended and continued to resist all attacks until Fabius stumbled upon a true gift from the gods, in this case Cupid. A section of the fortifications was defended by a Bruttian garrison, whose commander was desperately in love with a Tarentine girl. The young lady wrote a letter to her brother informing him of her acquaintance with such a powerful and wealthy man. The kicker was that said brother happened to be a soldier serving with Fabius. the consul saw an opportunity and instructed the young soldier to fake a desertion and join the Bruttian fold within Tarentum. This legionnaire must have been some sort of master manipulator, as he gained the confidence of the Bruttian leader and soon convinced him to defect to the Roman side. Although Livy infers that the young lady played a part too, as the Bruttian commander was swayed thanks to the aid of female fascination. The Bruttians and Fabius exchanged secret nighttime messages and soon agreed on a plan. One day at dawn, the consul ordered a two-pronged attack against Tarentum, from the citadel and from the harbour. His men raised a cacophony of bugle blares and shouts, thus distracting the attention of one Democritus, an admiral now in charge of the eastern walls of the city. Hearing the confusion and clamour from the citadel and the harbour, Democritus moved his troops to those sectors, leaving the eastern fortifications in the safe hands of, yes, the Bruttians. The defectors helped a contingent of Romans to scale the walls and then opened the gates, allowing Fabius's legions to pour in. The attackers rushed to the forum, where they were met by a formation of Tarentines, but the now demoralized defenders simply discharged a volley of javelins before scattering in all directions. Democritus the admiral stood his ground, fighting and dying bravely, as did Nico, one of the architects of the pro-Hannibalian rebellion. Philomenus, the main conspirator, tried to escape on a horse, but apparently fell into a well and died. The only surviving leader was the Carthaginian general Carthalo, who approached Fabius unarmed and offered his surrender. He would never get to deliver it, as a random soldier cut him down on the spot. Carthalo was not an isolated case, as Fabius's soldiers indulged in an orgy of massacre and plunder, seizing 30,000 slaves and a staggering 83,000 pounds of gold. When Hannibal heard that Tarentum had been lost, he appears to have been impressed by Fabius's actions, as he exclaimed, "The Romans too have their Hannibal. We have lost Tarentum by the same arts by which we took it." Indeed, 10 years into the Second Punic War, Roman generals had finally embraced the Hannibalian tactical doctrine and were willing to complement pure strength with guile and surprise. As much as we agree with General Barca's assessment of Fabius Maximus, no commander would embody the concept of Rome's own Hannibal as much as Scipio the Younger. After storming the city of New Carthage, Publius Cornelius Scipio the Younger had retreated to his headquarters at Tarico in northern Iberia for the winter of 209 and 208 BC. During that period, he consolidated his alliances with Iberian and Celtiberian tribes by enacting a simple strategy already pioneered by his late father and uncle. He ensured that hostages belonging to high-ranking local families were neither enslaved nor assaulted, and later had them returned to their households. Who would have thought that simply by refraining from behaving like a total psychopath, one could gain so many friends? And gain friends Scipio did, securing the loyalty of Edico, prince of the Editani, as well as the Indibilis and Mandonius, and the chieftains of the Illyrians. The last two in particular ranked amongst the most powerful of Hasdrubal Barca's allies in the peninsula, and their defection severely curtailed the general's power. Hannibal's younger brother realized it was time to take action before the entire Iberian peoples revolted against him. After all, he had already defeated two Scipios, far more senior and experienced than their plucky upstart scion. He thus formulated a plan to assemble the strongest force he could muster, and challenge the Romans to a pitched battle. In the unlikely case of defeat, he would retreat to southern Gaul, recruit new allies, and then stage another invasion of Italy to join forces with Hannibal. Hasdrubal would not need to chase his foe, as in the spring of 208 BC, Scipio and his trusted second-in-command, Gaius Laelius, left Tarico and marched south to join forces with Indibilis and Mandonius. The Roman allied host, 40,000 men strong, then moved to the area around Castulo, looking for Hasdrubal's army. The Carthaginian general was outnumbered, having only 30,000 troops, and thus decided to encamp on a formidable defensive position near Baecula, an elevated plateau, protected on one side by the river and on the other three by steep slopes. He then took care of placing outposts of light cavalry around the foot of the hill, ready to spot and stall the enemy vanguard. As Scipio reached the surroundings of Hasdrubal's hill, the Carthaginian cavalry attacked the Romans, only to be easily repulsed and sent into a flight up the slopes. With immediate threats being cleared, Scipio pitched his camp at the foot of the elevation, pondering his next move, and probably conscious that this would be his first test as a commander in a true pitched battle. After 2 days of suspense, Scipio decided to attack before Mago Barca or Hasdrubal Gisco could ride to the rescue. Rather than exploiting his numerical advantage in a full frontal assault, Scipio assembled part of his velites and an elite force of heavy infantry, personally leading them uphill to engage Hasdrubal's picket lines, which were arranged on the slope. The ascent was met with a brutal barrage of javelins, stones and darts, but the attackers managed to make contact with the enemy, pushing back uphill Hasdrubal's first line of defense. The younger Barca, sensing danger, led his entire army out of the camp, placing them on the edge of the plateau and dividing them into 3 divisions, a center of Libyan infantry flanked by wings of Iberian allies. Hasdrubal also fielded a small corps of elephants, although it is not known exactly where. At this stage, Scipio ordered the remainder of his velites to join the initial wave of the assault, concentrating their forces against the Libyan center. He then returned to his camp and took charge of half of his heavy infantry, entrusting the other half to Laelius. The 2 brothers-in-arms then led a coordinated pincer movement, charging with their respective units against Hasdrubal's wings, which were more lightly armed. As the flank started experiencing heavy casualties, the Carthaginian line began to waver and eventually collapsed. The panicked elephants added to the confusion, charging friend and foe alike, while Scipio and Laelius completed the encirclement of the enemy camp. The Roman losses had not been recorded, but the Carthaginians lost 8,000 dead and 12,000 prisoners in Scipio's first display of tactical prowess in an open battle. Some modern historians have observed that the young proconsul had missed the opportunity to score a decisive strategic victory, as he allowed his men to pillage the enemy camp before retreating to Tarico. In the meanwhile, Hasdrubal was able to flee the battlefield with several thousands of survivors, some elephants, and most crucially, his treasure. Hasdrubal had no other option but to enact his Plan B, joining forces with Hannibal in Italy. To do so, he would need plenty of cash to finance his journey and secure new alliances. As a counter-argument, Scipio's victory was instrumental in cementing his alliances in Iberia. Moreover, in the aftermath of the Battle of Baecula, the proconsul displayed his trademark generosity and magnanimity towards a young Numidian prisoner, Massiva, nephew to legendary cavalry commander Prince Massinissa. Scipio's simple act of kindness would thus lay the groundwork for one of the decisive alliances of the Second Punic War. While Scipio reaped his early successes in Iberia, establishing himself as a key protagonist of the war, back in Italy, the Roman Republic lamented the death of another leading character, a fierce warrior whose name does not attract the same amount of spotlight reserved for the Scipio clan, Fabius Maximus, or the Barca brothers. Yet this skilled soldier had managed to conquer mighty Syracuse and to defeat Hannibal not once, not twice, but thrice in the same location, the city of Nola. This man was the 5-time consul Marcus Claudius Marcellus. Elected to the consulship in 208 BC, Marcellus and his colleague, Titus Quinctius Crispinus, had encamped in the vicinity of Venusia, shadowing Hannibal's movements in Apulia. Taking a rather rash decision, both consuls personally led a cavalry scouting party, numbering some 200 men. As they were inspecting a hill close to the enemy camp, the consul's squadron was ambushed by a troop of Numidians, who exacted heavy casualties in a brief but violent action. What was worse, both consuls were killed in the action. Marcellus died on the spot, while Crispinus succumbed to his wounds some days later. One of the great heroes of the war had thus died in a rather anticlimactic and chaotic manner. Still, his death would be honoured by his great foe Hannibal. He collected his body, cremated the remains, and then gave the urn with his ashes to Marcellus's son. Across the Adriatic, in 208 BC, another player had entered the fray. King Attalus of Pergamum, invited by the Aetolians to lead their league. Before Attalus crossed over into Greece, he sent some auxiliary troops in advance, who joined forces with the Roman fleet and marines led by Publius Sulpicius Galba. The Pergamenes and 1,000 of Galba's marines marched to Lamia to check the advance of Hannibal's ally, King Philip V of Macedon. The king was victorious in 2 consecutive battles and continued his campaign to Chalcis, ready to meet Attalus and his main fleet and invasion force. As it turned out, Attalus's ships landed at Aegina instead. At the same time, Galba's vessels had left their base at Naupactus for a foraging expedition around Corinth. Of his two possible targets, Philip chose the latter, leading a cavalry raid in person against the Roman foragers, sending them packing aboard their ships. The king of Macedon was on a winning streak, and tried his luck again by joining forces with Achaean general Cycleides and marching against the Aetolian city of Elis. The two commanders ravaged the city's surrounding territories, before arranging their infantry in a solid battle line. They then sent their cavalry in advance towards the gates, seeking to provoke the Illyrians into a sortie. Unbeknownst to Philip and Cycleides, Galba had uncovered their plans, and in the dead of night had reached Elis at the head of 4,000 infantry. The city gates burst open, and a Roman Illyrian sally repulsed the Macedonian cavalry. Galba and his allies pressed their advance, clashing against the enemy infantry. As Philip realized that his men were in a dire situation, he rode into the melee at the head of his mounted guard. The king successfully charged into a Roman cohort, but a javelin felled his horse. Philip crashed to the ground, but was immediately surrounded by his guards, who protected him against the encroaching Romans. The king and his loyal protectors continued to fight fiercely, but as the main infantry line crumbled, they had no choice but to flee. Following this defeat, Philip had to rush to Thessaly to contain another threat to his kingdom, incursions conducted by the Illyrians and the Dardani. Galba took the occasion to sail his fleet to Aegina, so he could consolidate forces with Attalus and spend the winter. After a period of dictatorship under Titus Manlius Torquatus, in 207 BC, the consulship was awarded to Gaius Claudius Nero and Marcius Livius Salinator, who had to immediately face an impending threat. Hasdrubal had invaded Italy. His journey to the peninsula has not been described in great detail by ancient historians. We know only that he did cross the Alps, and that in doing so he encountered much less trouble than Hannibal. Actually, Hasdrubal was even able to make plenty of new friends along the way, including 8,000 Ligurian warriors and an unspecified number of Arverni, Gallic and Alpine allies. Hasdrubal's main goal in Italy was to join forces with his brother, and this was not lost on either Hannibal or the consuls. When Hasdrubal lost precious time in an unsuccessful siege of Placentia, Nero rushed towards Venusia with 40,000 foot and 2,500 horse to pin down Hannibal and prevent a family reunion. The two opposing commanders clashed at Grumentum, in a short and chaotic battle in which Hannibal, uncharacteristically, appeared not to be in control of the situation. Nero, in fact, had taken the initiative at nightfall by placing several cohorts of infantry atop the hills around Grumentum and the adjacent Carthaginian camp. At sunrise, the consul arranged his full army in order of battle, seeking to lure out Hannibal. The general was all set for a fight, but his men were even more eager and rushed out of their camp without awaiting his orders, let alone taking any semblance of formation. Nero seized the opportunity, delivering a quick and well-disciplined infantry attack followed by a cavalry charge. As the Carthaginians attempted to run back to their camp, the cohorts atop the hills sprung their ambush, rushing down the slopes and exacting some 8,000 casualties. Hannibal managed to lead the majority of his troops to safety within his camp, and later succeeded in escaping Nero's encirclement. The retreating general first headed to Venusia, then Metapontum, and finally Canusium, with Nero in hot pursuit. Before the consul could close in, he received a vital piece of intelligence. Roman soldiers in Tarentum had intercepted a message addressed from Hasdrubal to Hannibal, giving him a rendezvous in the region of Umbria. The other consul, Salinator, was already encamped in the area, keeping tabs on Hasdrubal. At that stage, the opposing armies were quite evenly matched, at approximately 30,000 soldiers each. Nero now has to face a difficult choice: keep Hannibal in check with his own forces, or join Salinator to annihilate Hasdrubal's army. Nero chose to do all of the above. He ordered the bulk of his troops to contain Barca No. 1 in Campania, while he and an elite force of 7,000 men would rush to Umbria in aid of Salinator. During his forced march, Nero augmented his numbers with volunteers, many of whom were experienced. After covering the distance at incredible speed, Nero and Salinator joined their forces at Senna, near the river Metaurus. The Romans now had the numerical advantage at 40,000 men, but Nero had ordered his men not to erect new tents, but rather to cozy up with Salinator's troops. The idea was to fool Hasdrubal into thinking that Salinator had not received any reinforcements. But Hasdrubal was no fool, and when he heard two sets of bugles blaring inside the consular camps, he cleverly deduced that the two consuls had indeed come together. The general feared an encirclement, and thus ordered his men to break up camp at night and file out in silence. But the exfiltration plan turned out to be a disaster, as the troops lost sight of their local guides and got lost amidst the meanders of the Metaurus, fruitlessly searching for a ford. At daybreak, Hasdrubal realized that the Romans had caught up with him. First Nero with his cavalry, followed by Praetor Licinius Porcius with the velites, and finally Salinator with the remainder of the troops. After some skirmishing action, Hasdrubal resolved to regroup his wandering forces into a solid formation and offer battle by the Metaurus River. The Carthaginian line was arranged on a west-to-east axis, facing southwards towards the Romans. The western flank, or right wing, was taken by Iberian troops under Hasdrubal's own command. In the centre, the general had placed the Ligurians, covered by a screen of war elephants. On the eastern flank, or left wing, stood the Gallic warriors, protected by a narrow yet steep hill. On the Roman side, Salinator faced the Iberian division, Praetor Porcius took charge of the centre, while Nero held the eastern flank, facing the hill that covered the Gauls from view. Hasdrubal opened the engagement by ordering an attack of his Iberians against Salinator. The consul resisted fiercely, leading to heavy losses on both sides, but no decisive breakouts. Hasdrubal then threw his centre into the fight, heralded by an initial elephant charge. Porcius and his centre buckled under the impetus of the pachyderms, but his men resisted the onslaught with fierce cries. The din of battle soon threw the warbeasts into confusion, and they drifted back and forth between the battle lines, likened by Livy to ships floating about without rudders. At this stage, Hasdrubal could still carry the day, as the sides were evenly matched, and he had yet to commit his Gauls. But that was when Nero pulled a brilliant move, born out of utter frustration. The consul had attempted to lead his elite force beyond the narrow hill to surprise the Gauls, but the sides were just too steep. Eager to join the fight at all costs, Nero told his men to abandon the futile climb, ordering them to rush across the battlefield, running behind the Roman lines from west to east. He then wheeled to the left of Salinator's unit and surprised Hasdrubal's Iberians, attacking them first from the flank and then from the rear. The effect was almost immediate. The Iberians, now crushed from three sides, lost cohesion, and their formation disaggregated under the blows of the Romans. The Ligurians were unable to intervene as they had been pinned down by Porcius. But as soon as Nero had dispatched the Iberians, he moved towards the centre, inflicting the same fate upon the Ligurians. The elephants had by now completely given in to panic, trampling their own friendly troops. Their drivers, the mahouts, decided to minimize the damage by killing their own animals by hammering a spike into their necks. This sacrifice was ultimately futile, as Nero and Porcius annihilated the Ligurian division before moving on to the Gauls. Observing the disaster unfolding around him, Hasdrubal realized there would not be a plan B this time. He had indeed accomplished feats on par with his more celebrated relatives, but his luck had run out on that summer day, his hopes to reunite with his brother crushed by the initiative of an enemy officer. The general thus climbed onto his horse for the last time, and then charged headlong against a Roman cohort. As Livy would later write, Hasdrubal fell fighting, as was worthy of the son of Hamilcar and the brother of Hannibal. Hasdrubal was but one of the many thousands of soldiers felled on the Metaurus. Consuls Nero and Salinator lost about 8,000 men, while the Carthaginian force was almost entirely destroyed, with Livy reporting a clearly exaggerated 56,000 casualties. In any case, it appears that the Romans took very few prisoners. In the aftermath of the battle, they stormed the enemy camp and then rounded up the fleeing soldiers, killing at least 10,000 of them. For the first time since the beginning of the war, the Roman Republic could boast that major victories were being scored in both Iberia and in Italy. As Scipio continued to plague the sleep of the Carthaginians with nightmares, the Senate and the people of Rome finally started to believe that Hannibal the Thunderbolt could finally be evicted from their homeland. An ally of Hannibal's was also due to face some serious challenges on another front. In the spring of 207 BC, King Philip of Macedon learned that Publius Sulpicius Galba and Attalus were to meet with the Aetolian leaders at Heraclea Trachinia for a war council. This was a great occasion to capture all his enemies in one fell swoop. The king thus led an army in forced marches from Thessaly to Heraclea, but he arrived too late to the party. The council had already been dismissed, and a furious Philip vented his anger by destroying all the crops in the area. During the conference, Galba and Attalus had agreed on their next operation, capturing the city of Aureus. This port town was heavily fortified and boasted 2 citadels, one overlooking the sea, one more inland. While Attalus engaged the fortifications from land, Galba and his fleet exchanged missiles with defenders on the seaside walls. The Romans' true asset was not their siege engines, but a mole inside Aureus. This was Plator, the garrison commander. While the citizens' militia was determined to fight, Plator and his soldiers were eager to switch sides. After some days of fighting and secret talks, the commander opened the gates of the seaside citadel to Galba. From there, the Roman marines advanced through the city streets, fighting back the militia. The citizens tried to find refuge within the inland citadel, but Plator's men shut the gates, abandoning Aureus' militia to a fate of either death or capture. Attalus and Galba next crossed the Evian Gulf to fall upon the city of Opus. After scoring an easy victory, Galba returned to Aureus, while Attalus was busy sacking the place and extorting tributes from leading citizens. So busy was he, in fact, that he realized only at the last minute that Philip was on his way. Attalus and his army were not in condition to face a Macedonian attack, and thus rushed back to their ships and hastily sailed back to Aureus. Once there, Attalus was informed that King Prusius of Bithynia threatened his own kingdom, probably stirred up by Philip himself. Attalus then returned to his homeland, exiting the Macedonian War. Philip followed suit shortly thereafter. As the fighting had quietened down following Attalus' departure, the king of Macedon rode back up north to settle scores with the Dardanians. The fighting in Greece settled into a lull, but was to erupt again in Iberia. In 206 BC, Hasdrubal Gisco joined forces with Mago and Prince Massinissa, commander of the Numidian cavalry, amassing an army which numbered 32 elephants, 4,000 to 4,500 cavalry, and 50,000 to 70,000 infantry. Gisco then led the massive force to Ilipa and set up camp atop a height, protected by an entrenchment at the foot of the mountains. The camp overlooked a vast plain, perfect for a pitched battle, in which he could make the most of his cavalry and elephants. The message to Scipio was clear: "Come and get me if you dare." He did. Scipio had gotten the message loud and clear, and responded in kind, preparing his forces. His lieutenant, Marcus Junius Silanus, paid a visit to Iberian chieftain Callicas, who contributed 3,000 foot and 500 horse. Scipio himself recruited further allied troops while marching southwards from his winter quarters at Tarraco, bringing the total under his command to 45,000 infantry and 3,000 cavalry. The majority of this army consisted of local allies, which put Scipio in a pickle, or should we say, in garum. His father's and uncle's defeat had ultimately been caused by a defection of their Iberian contingents. What if his current allies switched sides too? Eventually, the proconsul reasoned that he could not do without their vast numbers, but he would use them in such a way that they could not cause harm should they jump to the other side of the fence. This may have been the first kernel of the brilliant plan Scipio would employ at the upcoming Battle of Ilipa, considered to be his tactical masterpiece. Alongside his second-in-command and friend Gaius Laelius, Scipio led his troops to their fateful appointment. As they arrived within view of Gisco's army, they pitched their own encampment on some low hills opposite the enemy. Mago Barca observed the Romans erecting their tents and palisades, and reasoned it was the best moment to catch them off guard. The Lion Cub rode up against their entrenchment at the head of a large cavalry formation, promptly followed by Massinissa and his Numidians. Their combined charge risked having a devastating effect, but Scipio had learned a trick or two from his enemies in the subtle art of ambushes and counter-ambushes. The general had in fact placed some cavalry squadrons of his own, concealed in the surrounding hills. As the Carthaginians attacked, the Roman horse rode to the rescue, clashing with the enemy vanguard. The advanced parties were immediately scattered and pushed to flight by the surprise intervention, but the rest of their companions maintained formation and offered a formidable fight. The cavalry battle remained indecisive until Scipio's light infantry, who had been occupied with fortifying the camp and preparing supplies, suddenly rushed into the fray with fierce determination, eager to trade their tools for weapons and face the enemy in the brutal chaos of close combat. The tide was turning against Mago and Massinissa's cavalry, who started to retreat in good order. But as a column of heavy infantry poured out of Scipio's camp, the Carthaginian horse broke ranks and scattered across the plain. In the ensuing days, both sides engaged in continuous cavalry and light infantry skirmishes, until Hasdrubal Gisco decided it was time to give battle. Over several days, Hasdrubal staged a daily show of force by deploying his forces on the plain separating the enemy encampments. In the afternoons, he would arrange his Libyan heavy infantry in the centre, flanked by units of lightly armed Iberians, themselves protected by wings of cavalry. In front of each wing stood a contingent of war elephants, each carrying wooden turrets with squads of missile infantry. After Hasdrubal had thus laid out his troops, Scipio marched his own forces out of camp and placed them according to a similar pattern: heavy infantry in the centre, with lightly armed Iberian allies on each side. The two generals thus settled into a pattern. Every afternoon, Hasdrubal laid out his troops to challenge the Romans, and Scipio would do the same shortly afterwards. After what was essentially a colossal staring contest, neither side would offer battle, and everybody returned safely to their tents. According to Livy, this anticlimactic routine engendered the belief amongst both camps that Scipio and Hasdrubal would employ the very same formations during the eventual battle. It made good sense, after all, for generals to pit a strong infantry centre against a similar line of heavy foot. But one evening, Scipio appears to ditch good sense completely. He issued written orders to his tribunes, instructing them that all men should be awake and have their breakfast before dawn. Similarly, all horses should have been fed, bridled, saddled, and made ready for action. Scipio's messages also carried some surprising orders about the new formation. At dawn, the Iberian allies should take position at the centre, while the heavily armed legionnaires were to deploy on the wings. It was the complete opposite of the pattern he had established over the previous days, and an apparent tactical blunder. Now the lightly armed Iberian allies had to meet head-to-head with Hasdrubal's elite Libyan heavy foot, while the Roman heavy infantry would be dealing with agile wings of skirmishers and Numidian riders, each protected by a line of elephants. Scipio, however, would soon prove that a weak centre flanked by strong wings could deliver a decisive victory against a numerically superior foe, similar to what a certain Hannibal Barca had achieved at Cannae. It is not clear if Scipio's surprise tactical decision had been the calculated punchline of a protracted setup, or whether Scipio had improvised after days of stalemate, as implied by Livy. In any case, the dawn of the Battle of Ilipa was greeted by another move stolen from the Barcid rulebook. Before light broke, Scipio ordered his cavalry and skirmishers to boldly traverse the plain to attack the Carthaginian outposts. At the same time, the proconsul led the bulk of his forces out of the camp and arranged them as per his latest orders: Iberian allies in the centre, flanked by the Roman soldiers. The surprise attack, as well as the appearance of Scipio's full army, sent Hasdrubal Gisco into a spin. First, the general ordered his entire cavalry force to ride out against the enemy horse and skirmishers. Then he and his officers hastily sorted out their own infantry, getting it into formation opposite the Romans. Crucially, Scipio's early morning raid had not given Hasdrubal's soldiers any time to eat breakfast, which was essentially a rip-off of Hannibal's tactics at the Battle of Trebia. Even more crucially, Hasdrubal had not taken notice of Scipio's new order of battle, and arranged his troops according to their well-established pattern. As the two armies settled into their positions, their respective cavalry and skirmishers fought tooth and nail, with the Romans and their allies being pushed back several times by the Numidians. Each time they lost ground, they retreated behind Scipio's infantry line, only to attack again. At the same time, Livy infers that the Ibero-Roman infantry slowly advanced towards their adversaries until they stood half a mile apart. When Scipio sounded the retreat, his velites and horsemen withdrew through the gaps between the maniples and took position behind the heavy infantry. It was time to attack, and so the proconsul's entire line slowly marched forward. But long before his army could clash with Hasdrubal's, Scipio initiated a set of complex maneuvers. Being in command of the right wing, he ordered them to extend further towards the right. He then dispatched a message to his lieutenants, Marcius and Silanus, on the left wing to do the same. Next, the two wings of heavy Roman infantry split into smaller units, each flanked by similarly small groups of velites and cavalry, and continued their advance as fast columns. As they approached Hasdrubal's wings of light Iberian infantry, the legionnaires took formation again as lines, ready to clash against their weaker opponents. At the same time, part of Scipio's velites and cavalry started engaging with the elephants. The startled pachyderms were met with volleys of javelins, and soon their handlers lost control. The elephants dashed back and forth, stomping on friend and foe alike, while part of the Roman cavalry and skirmishers initiated an outward envelopment of the Carthaginian line. At the same time, the Iberian wings allied to Hasdrubal started suffering the heavy blows dealt by the Roman cohorts, spurred on by Scipio on the right and his officers on the left. The Iberians initially fought gallantly, but as the midday sun joined the fight, thirst, exhaustion and hunger started taking their toll. Hard pressed by the heavy infantry on the front, harassed by the light foot and horse on the sides, and stomped on by their own elephants, Hasdrubal's allies began to crumble. Throughout this entire action, the heavy Libyan infantry could have intervened to save the day, in theory. In practice, Hasdrubal's heavy centre was positioned against Scipio's own lightly armed Iberians. The latter, according to the proconsul's tactics, had been inching towards their foes at a glacial speed. If the Libyans joined the fight on the wings, they risked being attacked at the rear, should the Iberians decide to hasten their pace. Thus, Scipio's centre block had acted as a threat in being. Without actually engaging one single enemy soldier, they had successfully pinned down a much larger force. The Libyans, however, would be forced to fight nonetheless. Hasdrubal's wings eventually collapsed, allowing Scipio, Marcius and Silanus to concentrate their efforts towards the hitherto idle centre. Compressed on both sides, the Libyan foot began to retreat, initially in good order, but their withdrawal soon turned into a rout. The Libyans broke ranks and fled uphill towards their camp, as the Romans chased them up the slopes, cutting them down in droves. The pursuit was about to turn into a wholesale massacre, when a providential storm unleashed a torrent of rain upon the combatants. Due to the inclement conditions, Scipio and his officers signalled a return to base, while Hasdrubal's forces hastily strengthened the earthworks around their camp. The main action of the Battle of Ilipa had thus concluded, an engagement during which the young proconsul Publius Cornelius Scipio had proven that he could learn from and even perfect the tactics employed by Rome's greatest menace, Hannibal Barca. He had skillfully employed his cavalry to provoke the enemy into battle at a time of his choosing. He had taken advantage of Hasdrubal's expectations by deploying a trap with a signature Hannibalian ingredient, a weak centre. In a way, Ilipa can be considered Scipio's answer to Cannae. At the culmination of that battle, however, Hannibal had achieved a total encirclement of the enemy. Meanwhile, at Ilipa, the sudden rains saved Hasdrubal's heavy infantry from a similar fate. But the appointment with slaughter had simply been postponed. In the days following the battle, the Carthaginians had reinforced their defences with stone walls, expecting the Romans to launch an attack. But bad news came from within, as a key ally of Hasdrubal's, Prince Atanes of the Tarentum tribe, decided to defect to Scipio's side. Atanes and his warriors abandoned the Carthaginian camp and even handed over 2 of their towns to the Romans. General Gisco feared that proximity to the enemy might inspire further desertions, and thus decided to move his camp. During the night, his men silently filed out of the palisades and stone walls, marching towards Gades at considerable speed. At daylight, Scipio realized that his enemy had successfully evaded his watch, and thus launched his cavalry and skirmishers in hot pursuit. The Romans soon caught up with the fleeing column, harassing them from the rear and flanks, and delaying their march. After suffering numerous losses, Hasdrubal's army came to a halt, opting to square off with their pursuers rather than enduring a constant onslaught of missiles. This decision proved to be a cursed one. As the Carthaginians battled with Scipio's mobile troops, his heavy infantry caught up with them. At that point, as Livy points out, it was no longer a battle but a slaughter as of cattle. It is not clear how many Carthaginian soldiers died at Ilipa, nor during this second unnamed battle. Likewise, we do not know how many Iberian allies had deserted. But according to Livy, Hasdrubal was able to make a narrow escape at the head of just 6,000 survivors, from a force initially numbering up to 74,500. In terms of loss of life, this was a disaster on par with Cannae. And yet, Hasdrubal would not concede total defeat. The general and his rugged band of survivors retreated to a high hill and hastily erected an improvised camp. The Romans pressed on the attack, but the steep slopes of the hill broke their momentum, and Ilipa's survivors easily repulsed their assaults. Hasdrubal soon ran out of supplies, and many of his troops surrendered or defected to the enemy. Gisco's position became untenable. Once again he waited for darkness to fall and performed another vanishing act, leaving the bulk of his troops behind. Hasdrubal was then able to reach the port of Gades and set sail to North Africa. When Scipio learned of his enemy's escape, he left 12,000 men under Silanus to besiege what remained of Hasdrubal's camp, and then returned to his winter quarters at Terrico with his remaining forces. The Carthaginian forces in the peninsula now lay dead or captured, while their local allies had defected to Rome. Most tribes were allied to the Republic, which had thus gained control over a new, vast and rich province. On a personal level, Scipio the Younger had defeated the generals which had caused the death of his father, Publius Cornelius, and his uncle, Gnaeus Calvus. Hannibal Barca, bested at Baecula, had marched to Italy, dying at the Metaurus. Hasdrubal Gisco had escaped to North Africa. Mago Barca would hole up in the last remaining Carthaginian stronghold, Gades, while Prince Massinissa would initiate secret talks with Silanus, seeking to switch sides in the war. Thus, Proconsul Scipio's mission in southern Iberia had been thoroughly, brilliantly and swiftly fulfilled. With Hannibal Barca's centre of gravity knocked out of balance, the Roman general set about pacifying the last remnants of anti-Roman resistance, before planning his next bold move, invading the enemy's own homeland. In preparation, Scipio dispatched Gaius Laelius to North Africa, bearing gifts and an alliance proposal to Numidian king Syphax. Syphax appreciated the prime delivery, but stated he would seal the deal only in the presence of Scipio himself. Laelius sailed back to New Carthage, reporting back to Scipio before the two sailed back to Syphax's capital. As their two quinqueremes entered port, they found the harbour to be rather busy. 7 triremes had just dropped anchor, carrying none other than Hasdrubal Gisco. Ever the good host, Syphax prevented the awkwardness of an impromptu naval battle by inviting both generals to a peace conference. Scipio declined, stating that he would not negotiate with an enemy commander without consent from his senate. Nonetheless, the two adversaries agreed to have dinner with Syphax at his house. A few weeks earlier, Scipio and Gisco had been actively trying to disembowel each other, and yet at Syphax's dinner party they behaved in a most kind and civil fashion. According to both Polybius and Livy, Scipio in particular proved to be genial, clever and eloquent, thus drawing Syphax to the Roman cause. Hasdrubal Gisco himself was struck by his frenemy's charm, later remarking to the Numidian king that Scipio appeared more formidable to him in such an interview than in the field. In fact, Scipio won the bout, sailing back to New Carthage, carrying the promise of a treaty with Syphax. As the time of pleasant conversations by the Mediterranean was now over, Scipio had to unsheath his sword once again to consolidate his power in Iberia and to deal with the last remnants of anti-Roman activity. His sights were first set on 2 cities, Castello and Illiturgi. The former had wavered between Rome and Carthage in the previous years, but had defected to the Barcids after the deaths of Publius Cornelius Scipio Sr. and his brother Calvus at the Battle of the Upper Baetis in 211 BC. While the latter was guilty of much grievous crime. After the disaster at the Upper Baetis, many Roman survivors had sought refuge in Illiturgi, only to be betrayed and massacred by the inhabitants. Scipio thus ordered his trusty lieutenant, Lucius Marcius, to besiege Castello. At the same time, he would deal directly with the perfidious Illiturgians, inviting his soldiers to fight with anger and animosity to avenge their fallen comrades. When Scipio reached the city, its inhabitants had locked the gates and readied the defences, eager to fight to the last breath. But morale in the Roman camp was high, and the commander opted for an immediate assault. He split his forces in 2, one half with him, the other with Laelius, as they proceeded to attack the fortifications from opposite sides. The bravest soldiers of each maniple were issued ladders, with which they gallantly scaled the walls. The men of Illiturgi were equally gallant in repulsing these attacks, while women and children helped repair the fortifications. Eventually, the first assault in the city ended in failure, as the beaten-back legionnaires returned to camp, refusing to risk their lives against the fierce Iberians. Scipio was furious at his soldiers' cowardice. It was time to lead by example. Placing a ladder against the city walls, the proconsul threatened to climb up on his own. Mortified by the display and concerned about their commander's safety, the soldiers experienced a second surge in morale and resumed the assault. Laelius too had resumed the attack on his side, while a unit of African deserters, now with the Romans, had opened a third front. The African auxiliaries, strong and agile, had identified that one side of Illyturgi was not defended by walls, as it was protected by a natural cliff. Using iron spikes as climbing equipment, the auxiliaries scaled the cliff, reaching the summit overlooking Illyturgi. By then, the defenders atop the ramparts had been finally dislodged by the legionnaires under Scipio and Laelius, who poured into the city, bringing the fight to the streets. As the Illyturgians retreated towards the citadel, the African auxiliaries raised a terrifying shout and rushed headlong into the city. There was no hope left for Illyturgi, and any attempt to resist crumbled under the three-pronged attack. On other occasions, Roman conquerors had given priority to plundering loot or capturing enemies into slavery. At Illyturgi, the legionnaires had only one objective in mind: the massacre of every man, woman and child, and the complete destruction of the city itself. News of the fall of Illyturgi travelled to Castello, which still offered resistance against Lucius Marcius's siege. The defenders' resolve vacillated upon hearing reports of the massacre, until Iberian chieftain Cerdebellus defected to Rome, opening the gates to Marcius. The ensuing conquest was thus a much more peaceful and merciful affair, which allowed Lucius Marcius to take on another mission on Scipio's behalf. The officer had to cross the river Baetis and deal with a thorn in Scipio's supply lines, the city of Astypa, whose inhabitants had ambushed and destroyed several caravans of traders. As Marcius surrounded Astypa with his troops, the defenders realized they could be given no quarter, and thus resolved to enact a collective self-immolation. The citizens built up a pile of wood, brush, and other flammable material, upon which they heaped their most valuable possessions. Finally, the women and children of Astypa sat upon the mound, and were surrounded by 50 armed young men. Should the battle appear lost, the young men had orders to set the pyre alight, so that the Romans could not seize any loot or slaves. Then the rest of the local militia flung open the city gates and burst out with a fearsome roar. Marcius and his men were still inside their camp and were taken completely by surprise by this sortie. A troop of cavalry left their camp to meet the Astypans, followed by units of velites. The Iberians, albeit on foot, were the ones to charge against the Roman horse, sending them into a flight. The panicked horsemen hastily rode back, trampling their own light infantry. The warriors of Astypa seemed to have gained the upper hand, but the initial skirmish had gained enough time for Marcius to deploy his heavy infantry outside the camp. The Astypans charged against the legionnaires, but their first line was quickly and easily slain. The Romans then took the initiative and steadily marched forwards against their enemies, who put up a desperate and resolute defense. The Astypans died on the spot, but refused to back down. Marcius then changed tactics. As the first line of infantry continued the frontline clash, the second and third lines extended towards the wings of the formation, outflanked by the enemy, and eventually encircled them from all sides. The defense of Astypa had been a hopeless fight all along, and it ended in the only way it could have, with Marcius massacring his adversaries to the last man. The Romans then proceeded to rush inside the city, where they were met with a gruesome sight. The 50 men left to guard the sacrificial pyre had enacted the final self-destruction of Astypa. They had set the pyre on fire before slaying their own women and children. According to Livy, the bloodshed was such that streams of blood were putting out the rising flames. The tragedy of Astypa struck fear among the other tribes in the region, and they all submitted their allegiance to Marcius. The victor returned to New Carthage, only to immediately receive another assignment: eradicate the last stronghold of Carthaginian resistance in Iberia, the port city of Gades. Following the defeat at Ilipa, Hamilcar Barca had retreated there, assembling a garrison of Iberian allies and North African auxiliaries from across the strait. The loyalty of these troops, however, was shaky at best, and some deserters had already promised to collaborate with the Romans. Thus, Marcius marched towards Gades with some cohorts of velites, while Gaius Laelius sailed there with 7 triremes and 1 quinquereme to enact a blockade. While Scipio's trusted buddies enacted his plans, the man himself suffered from an unspecified yet severe illness. News of this condition spread throughout Iberia, eventually growing into the persistent rumour that he was actually dead. Such rumours reached the ears of the Roman garrison at Sucro, which was 8,000 men strong. This force was already under the seditious influence of two soldiers named Gaius Albius and Gaius Atrius, who spread discontent among their comrades. If the war in Iberia was over, why were they still stationed there? And why had they not received their pay yet? When Albius and Atrius mistakenly believed that Scipio had kicked the bucket, they kicked up a riot, chasing away their officers and sparking a full-blown mutiny. The proconsul was already on the recovery from his illness, but could not deal with the mutiny head-on, as another worrying situation was brewing in the country of the Iligetes and the Lacetani. Their leaders, the brothers Indibilius and Mandonius, were emboldened by the fake news of Scipio's death. Consequently, they had initiated a campaign against the Sedetani and the Suessitani tribes, which were allied to Rome. Their eventual goal was to achieve a complete domination of the Iberian Peninsula. As soon as the two brothers learned that Scipio was pretty much alive and not precisely happy, they decided to put their dreams of conquest on hold. This gave the proconsul the chance to redirect his attention against the mutineers. Scipio spoke to the tribunes who had been evicted from Sucro, learning that the real bad apples within the rebellious troops were Albius, Atrius, and 33 other ringleaders. He then sent messages to Sucro, informing the garrison that he had given orders to collect tributes from the Iberian cities so that he could pay the wages in arrears. Next, he invited the 8,000 legionnaires to New Carthage so that they could collect their salary. Once there, he informed them they would soon be marching to the north to deal with the rebellious Indibilius and Mandonius, thus justifying their extended stay in Iberia. The mutinous soldiers complied with Scipio's orders, preparing to march out the following morning. That evening, the proconsul sprung his trap against the 35 ringleaders. 7 of his tribunes gathered 5 rebel leaders each, inviting them to their tents for dinner. Needless to say, Albius, Atrius, and their fellow conspirators were served a dessert of chains and fetters. The following morning, Scipio addressed the remaining legionnaires of Sucro, scolding them for having so easily swayed into mutiny. Next, he had the 35 ringleaders scourged and executed to set an example. The remaining legionnaires, however, were graciously pardoned by the general, provided they renewed their oath of allegiance to Rome. Meanwhile, Marcius and Laelius were still blockading Gades, hoping that the defectors within the city would soon precipitate Mago Barca's fall. However, the youngest of the lion's brood was no fool, and he arrested the traitors. He then handed them over to a magistrate called Adherbal, who had them transported to Carthage. Adherbal thus left port with a small fleet consisting of 1 quinquereme and 8 triremes, and sailed through the strait. Stationed at the port of Cartea, Laelius set out to intercept him with a similar force of 1 quinquereme and 7 triremes. The two squadrons clashed in and around the strait, but the battle initially was a chaotic one, as the light Roman and Carthaginian triremes were at the mercy of the strong currents. Laelius initially stood back with his quinquereme until he finally plunged head-on into the melee, sinking 2 triremes and damaging a 3rd one. Adherbal was able to evade the same fate with his remaining ships, sailing off to Carthage, while Laelius returned to Cartea, learning that the pro-Roman conspiracy within Gades had been suppressed. Discouraged by the heavy defences of the city, Laelius and Marcius agreed to relieve the siege, to the delight of Mago Barca. The general then asked the Carthaginian Senate for reinforcements, claiming that Roman power was on the decline. He had heard about an ongoing mutiny at Sucro after all, to say nothing of the tentative rebellion in the north under Indibilius and Mandonius. Speaking of which, the two brothers had finally decided to ramp up their operations, realizing that Scipio would soon be on their case. They raised a force of 20,000 foot and 2,500 horse, and invaded the lands of the Sedetani, setting up a permanent camp. For his part, Scipio rallied his troops at New Carthage, rousing their spirits for the upcoming punitive expedition. The Romans then marched north, crossing the Ebro, and then pitching their camp opposite that of the enemies, with a valley separating their respective lines. The proconsul had taken care of bringing along some cattle from New Carthage, an essential bait for the trap he was about to spring. The day after setting up camp, Scipio released the cattle into the valley, before ordering Laelius to prepare the cavalry and the velites for action. As he had predicted, the warriors under Indibilius and Mandonius could not resist the lure of some prime steak, and thus poured into the valley to seize the alluring bovines. The Iberians were thus taken by surprise by a sudden attack of the Roman light infantry, an initial skirmish which escalated into a larger chaotic battle as more reinforcements poured in from both camps. It was time for Laelius to intervene with his cavalry, and in doing so, he proved to be as much of a steamroller atop a horse as much as he was on a quinquereme. The officer charged from high ground into the valley, encircling the Iberian light infantry and swiftly killing most of them. This defeat angered the Iberians within their camp, and the following day they filed out into the valley ready to give battle. Part of Indibilis's and Mandonius's men, protected by their cavalry, took position at the foot of the hills, while the bulk took formation in the valley. Scipio allowed them to deploy, before releasing his own forces, split into 3 divisions. The heavy infantry clashed head-on with their foes stationed in the valley, putting the lightly armed Iberians immediately at a disadvantage. The Roman light infantry, on the other hand, engaged the troops positioned on the hills, preventing them from joining their comrades in the main infantry battle. The Iberian cavalry might have intervened, but they were surprised by a sudden charge unleashed by Laelius and his own equites. The Iberian cavalry soon found themselves squashed between Laelius's horse and their own foot soldiers, themselves pressed hard by the relentless velites. The fight on the hills resolved in the disintegration of the Iberian cavalry, allowing Laelius to direct another charge against the main infantry body, surprising them from the rear. The Iberian foot was annihilated between Scipio's hammer and Laelius's anvil, with only approximately 7,000 men escaping the slaughter. The 2 princes, Indibilis and Mandonius, had also survived the battle, but realized the game was up and implored Scipio for his mercy. The proconsul proved magnanimous and agreed to spare the brothers' lives provided they paid a hefty tribute. A tribute which went straight into the salaries of the Roman soldiers, thus preventing future mutinies. With order restored in the north, Scipio and the bulk of his forces finally returned to the south, seeking to deal a fatal blow to Mago Barca in Gades. At the time, Mago still relied on the services of his cavalry commander Massinissa. The Numidian prince, however, had already exchanged secret messages with Marcius, discussing his defection to the Roman side. When Massinissa learned that Scipio was approaching Gades, he rode out of the city at the head of his men, on the pretense of plundering the countryside. Massinissa then dispatched 2 messengers to the Roman camp to be held as hostages, and finally met with Scipio to discuss their alliance. According to Livy, the Numidian was impressed by the proconsul's charm, his physical strength, his masculine and soldierly appearance, as well as his long hair. That last descriptor might surprise many modern observers, who are used to seeing Scipio depicted as an egghead. Clearly, the Numidian had fallen victim to a classic man crush, a bromance further fueled by Scipio having spared the life of his nephew, Massiva. As a result, Massinissa was eager to give such services to Scipio and the Roman people that no individual foreigner would have aided the Roman state with more ardour. Massinissa's defection was the last nail in the coffin of Mago's last hopes for a Carthaginian resurgence. The mutiny at Sucro had been quashed, Indibilis and Mandonius had been thoroughly defeated, and the best cavalry in Iberia had just switched sides. The young Barca was about to cross over to North Africa when an unexpected consignment of silver reached him, freshly dispatched from Carthage. His Senate ordered Mago to sail his fleet to northern Italy instead, use the funds to hire Gallic and Ligurian mercenaries, and then join his brother Hannibal in the fight against Rome. Carthaginian Iberia, the late Hamilcar Barca's dream of conquest, and an almost endless source of silver and troops were no more. Mago was gone, and so were any remaining challenges to Roman rule, mercilessly pulverized by the swift actions of Scipio, Laelius and Marcius. With a new province to offer to the she-wolf, the proconsul prepared to return to Rome to fulfill the next chapter in his progress through hardship to the stars, the election to the consulship. After concluding his conquest and pacification of Carthaginian Iberia in 206 BC, Scipio handed over the province to propraetors Lucius Lentulus and Lucius Manlius Acidinus before sailing back to Rome. Had he left Iberia in safe hands? The following summer, Lentulus and Manlius proved they were definitely up to the task, when Prince Indibilis of the Elegetes tribe instigated a rebellion against Roman forces, which extended to the Ausitani and the Seditani amongst other peoples. The rebels assembled a force of 30,000 foot and 4,000 horse, ready to take on Lentulus and Manlius, whom Indibilis considered to be second-rate commanders. the pro-praetors rallied their men and pitched their camp near the enemy. After a series of cavalry skirmishes, the two armies took formation for a pitched battle. Indibilis placed the Alcitani infantry in the centre, his own Iligiti foot on the right and other tribes on the left flank. He took care of leaving wide enough gaps between the centre and the wings to allow for his cavalry, standing in reserve in the second line, to ride forward if required. Lentulus and Manlius mirrored this arrangement, with a key difference. In addition to the cavalry, they had also set aside one infantry legion in their reserves. It proved a wise move. As the two infantry lines clashed against each other, the Iligites gained the upper hand against the Roman left. Just when the legionnaires were about to crumble, Lentulus sent forth his infantry reserve, who stabilized the battle line. At that moment, the cavalry commander, Servius Cornelius, launched his charge, riding through the gaps in the Roman lines, and straight into the avenues separating the Iberian battalions. By doing so, Cornelius was able to strike at the flanks of the Iberian formations, while denying any space of maneuver to the enemy cavalry in reserve. The entire Iberian infantry line was about to give way, when Indibilis himself, having ordered his horsemen to dismount, marched into the fray. The prince of the Iligites fought desperately at the head of his men, and continued to do so even after suffering a serious wound. But then a rain of javelins descended upon Indibilis and his bodyguards, slaying them all. At this sight, all Iberian resistance melted away, and the Roman pro-praetors launched their men into the pursuit and massacre of 13,000 enemies. Following their victory, Lentulus and Manlius took several rebel leaders hostage, including Indibilis' brother Mandonius. The new Roman province of Iberia had thus been pacified, and its silver would replenish the Republic's coffers. And yet, the Roman Senate denied a triumph to Publius Cornelius Scipio, over the technicality that he did not hold formal office as a magistrate. Nevertheless, the commander bounced back from the disappointment pretty quickly, as he had become something of a superstar, with Roman citizens flocking to his home just to get a glimpse of him. Such popularity helped Scipio win the election as consul for the year 205 BC, alongside Publius Licinius Crassus. Scipio immediately made his plans clear to the Senate. To finish the war, he had to invade Africa, a strategy which was opposed by a large faction headed by Quintus Fabius Maximus. The Princeps Senatus argued that the Republic could not afford a large expedition to Africa without weakening the legions that were still needed to keep Hannibal Barca in check in southern Italy. Moreover, Fabius suspected Scipio of furthering his personal goals, rather than prioritizing the common good. My opinion is that Publius Cornelius was elected consul for the Republic, and for us, not for himself and his personal ends, and that armies were enlisted for the defense of the city and Italy, not that consuls, in the arrogant manner of tyrants, may transport them to whatever lands they choose. Scipio's retort was worthy of his legendary status. If Fabius and the Senate had such concerns, why had they sent him, at the age of just 25, to deal with 3 large Carthaginian armies in Iberia? Are there now larger armies in Africa, and more generals and better than there were then in Spain? Or was my age then riper for the conduct of war than it is now? The Senate eventually deliberated that Consul Licinius Crassus would lead an army into Bruttium to control and counter Hannibal's forces, freeing up Scipio so he could relocate to Sicily to build his African expedition. On the surface, the young consul had won his oratory duel against Fabius. Still, there was a pretty heavy caveat. Scipio could take command only of the legions and 30 warships already stationed in Sicily, with no funds or authority to levy more forces. However, what the consul could do was recruit volunteers, and boy did he. As Scipio travelled southwards, Italic allies rallied to his support, contributing 7,000 fully equipped soldiers, as well as weapons, food, supplies, and enough material to build 30 new ships. Once in Sicily, Scipio mustered the best soldiers on the island, the veterans of Marcellus's victorious campaigns. Remarkably, the consul also welcomed into his ranks the survivors of Cannae, who had been branded as shameful losers and had been abandoned by the Republic. While the new fleet was being completed, Scipio assigned the old ships to his trusted second-in-command, Gaius Laelius. The fleet's mission was to raid the North African coast, sowing panic and plundering the land. Laelius landed at Hippio Regius by night, and then disembarked with his legionnaires and marines, laying the country to waste and inflicting heavy losses. messengers wrongly reported to the Carthaginian Senate that Scipio himself had invaded their country, prompting a panicked reaction. New soldiers were levied, more mercenaries were hired, and new alliances were sought. It was probably at this time that Carthaginian general Hasdrubal Gisco approached Syphax, king of the Massaceae of western Numidia. Syphax had previously pledged his support to Scipio, but Gisco brought him back into the Carthaginian fold with an irresistible bargaining chip: the hand of his own young, beautiful, and politically skillful daughter, Sophonisba. According to Livy, the king was fired with passion and prone to sensuality, which made resistance futile. The Romans had thus lost an ally in North Africa, but they could still rely on Massinissa, prince of the Maesili tribe in eastern Numidia. This masterful cavalry commander had more than one bone to pick with Syphax. Not only had the latter usurped his territories, but according to some authors, Sophonisba had been previously betrothed to Massinissa. The Numidian prince rode out to meet Laelius, conveying an encouraging message for Scipio: "Cross over to Africa as soon as possible, and I will ride next to you in battle." Laelius returned to Scipio's headquarters in Syracuse, carrying a rich booty and Massinissa's promises. The consul was delighted, but he would be forced to postpone his African adventure to address a matter closer to home. Back in Italy, the recovering coastal city of Locri had defected to Hannibal. A Roman raiding party had captured a group of Locrian artisans who begged to be returned to their homeland. In exchange, they promised to betray the commander of the local garrison, one Hamilcar. Scipio learned about the plan and assigned a delicate mission to two of his tribunes, Marcus Sergius and Publius Matianus. They were to travel to Rhegium, join forces with Propraetor Quintus Plaminius, and then take 3,000 soldiers to storm Locri. The elite force reached the contested city at night. At a convened signal, the defecting Locrians lowered ladders from atop the walls, allowing for the entire unit to infiltrate one of the city's citadels. The Carthaginians did not expect an attack, and thus most of them were slain in their sleep. When the garrison finally woke up to the horror, the loud battle cries of the Romans convinced them that the citadel had already been overrun. The survivors fled the fortification, rushing into another fortress nearby where Hamilcar was headquartered. At dawn, Flaminius and the two tribunes held one citadel, while Hamilcar held the other. The opposing forces engaged in daily skirmishes, with neither gaining an advantage. The respective commanders began calling in reinforcements, an escalation that culminated in the arrival of Scipio and Hannibal themselves. General Barca was the first to reach the walls of Locri. By the time he arrived, the population had decidedly sided with Flaminius, and thus his men could not just walk into the city. As Hannibal rode around the walls in reconnaissance, a scorpion projectile killed the Numidian riding next to him, a subtle hint that perhaps he should set up camp at a distance. Shortly afterwards, Scipio landed with his own reinforcements and took position within Locri, ready to deal the decisive blow against Hamilcar and his citadel. But on the following morning, it was the stubborn garrison commander who made the first move, sallying out of his fortress and attacking the Romans in the streets of Locri. At the same time, Hannibal and his troops were rushing towards the city walls, ready to scale them and take Locri by storm. This classic Hannibalian double-pronged attack was foiled by a sudden Roman sortie out of the city gates. This surprise counterattack caused some 200 casualties amongst the Carthaginians, far from decisive, but their momentum had been broken. Moreover, Hannibal had learned that Scipio was inside the walls with his consular army, which led him to conclude that Locri was a lost cause. General Barca thus ordered Hamilcar to abandon the citadel, while he retreated into Bruttium. The two leading generals of the warring powers had thus brushed each other on the battlefield. Had they clashed head-on at this stage, perhaps the Second Punic War would have had a completely different outcome. It's not even clear if Scipio was aware of Hannibal's presence, as the consul returned to Sicily after the battle, leaving Propraetor Flaminius in charge of Locri. This was when the troubles started. Once in power, the Propraetor and his soldiers turned the city, to paraphrase Livy, into a wretched hive of greed and villainy. The Romans abused and robbed the population, going as far as desecrating the treasure chamber of the Temple of Proserpina. Scipio's two tribunes, Sergius and Matianus, opposed such lawlessness, and their soldiers often came to blows with Flaminius's undisciplined men. After one such brawl, Flaminius's soldiers had their glutae soundly kicked, and they went to whine to their propraetor, like the catale they were. The enraged Flaminius summoned his lictors and assaulted the two tribunes, having them stripped and beaten with rods. At this sight, the legionaries loyal to Sergius and Matianus intervened with extreme violence, seizing Flaminius and mutilating his nose and ears. Scipio intervened to mete out justice. Recognizing that his tribunes were in the wrong, he had them sent to Rome to face trial. But Flaminius, who had barely survived the ordeal, believed their treatment to be too lenient. To redress the wrong, he had Sergius and Matianus captured, tortured, and executed. Next, the propraetor lashed out against the Locrian aristocracy in retaliation for their denunciation of his excesses. While events at Locri spiraled into a potentially career-ending scandal, the Roman Republic brought to a close one of the many fronts of the war. In late 205 BC, Publius Sulpicius Galba's forces in Greece were relieved by 35 ships, 10,000 soldiers, and 1,000 horsemen, led by proconsul Publius Sempronius Tuditanus. This commander was a veteran of Cannae, having barely survived the disaster by leading 600 men into forming a walking shield wall, breaking a Carthaginian encirclement, and then conducting a fighting retreat. Tuditanus and his expedition set their headquarters in Apollonia, greatly alarming King Philip of Macedon, who had enjoyed several months of relative calm. Philip marched his army before the walls of Apollonia, seeking to force an engagement with Tuditanus. The proconsul responded with a brilliant tactic, ignoring him. Thoroughly ghosted, the king of Macedon realized he was ill-equipped to besiege Apollonia and returned to his kingdom. In truth, all sides involved, and especially Rome and Macedon's Greek allies, had no interest nor appetite to continue a war which had thus far proved indecisive. A group of magistrates from Epirus thus organized a peace conference at Phoeniki, which Tuditanus and Philip V eagerly attended. The ensuing peace treaty recognized Philip's annexations in Illyria, but effectively ensured he would pull out of the wider conflict with Carthage. After securing peace in Greece, Tuditanus returned to Rome, where he was elected consul for the year 204 BC, alongside Marcus Cornelius Cethegus. One of their first acts was to address the scandal still unfolding at Locri. Quintus Fabius Maximus addressed the Senate, placing the blame on both Flaminius and Scipio, whom they held responsible for an overall breakdown in discipline. According to Livy, Scipio was specifically accused of wearing a Greek mantle and sandals as he strolled about in the gymnasium, giving his attention to books in Greek and physical exercise. Praetor Marcius Pomponius was ordered to lead a commission of inquiry to Locri to review Scipio's conduct, and if necessary, strip him of his command. The Locrians acknowledged that Scipio could have done more to tame the raging Flaminius, but eventually pressed charges only against the latter. Pomponius travelled to Syracuse next to investigate whether Scipio indeed only cared about flaunting his wealth, getting muscular, and binging on Greek content creators, while his forces abandoned all discipline. Pomponius was pleased to report back to the Senate that Scipio's legions and fleet were in great shape, perfectly drilled, and abundantly supplied. Satisfied, the senators voted to confirm Scipio's command and that he should invade Africa as soon as possible. With no further impediments, Scipio assembled his men in Lilybaeum, ready to cross into the enemy's homeland. The size of his invasion force is unclear, ranging between 12 to 35,000 men in total. What is more certain is that the expedition included the 5th and 6th legions. These consisted of the survivors of Cannae, who were eager to avenge their defeat and restore their honour. Scipio had also assembled an enormous fleet, consisting of 40 warships and 400 transports, alongside Laelius and his older brother Lucius. On the morning of the crossing, Scipio invoked the help of the gods, imploring them to bestow upon the Roman people and upon me the power to visit upon the state of the Carthaginians the fate that the people of Carthage have endeavoured to visit upon our state. The invading army thus made its crossing, landed at the Cape of the Fair God, and set up camp on the nearby heights. Scipio then sent his ships towards the city of Utica, which he needed to seize to secure future supplies. Next, he unleashed his light infantry and cavalry across the surrounding countryside, plundering farms and spreading panic amongst the population. The Roman horse had their first clash with a small unit of Carthaginian cavalry coming out on top. Shortly afterwards, Massinissa joined Scipio at the head of 2,000 Numidian horsemen, and their combined forces relocated their camp 1 mile away from Utica. The Carthaginian Senate implored King Syphax and General Hasdrubal Gisco to intervene. but the first to answer their call was a cavalry commander called Hanno, son of Hamilcar. Hanno rallied a force of 4,000 horsemen at Seleucia, directly threatening Roman operations in the area. It was time for Massinissa to shine, as he rode out to challenge Hanno outside the city gates. The Carthaginian cavalry sallied out to confront the Numidians, who, albeit more skilled, were outnumbered 2-1. Massinissa conducted a fighting retreat, gradually luring Hanno away from Seleucia and towards the nearby hills. That's when Scipio sprung his trap, unleashing a charge from his Roman horse, concealed by the hills. Hanno and his vanguard, consisting of 1,000 men, were surrounded and slain, while the rest of the column broke off and fled. Massinissa chased them for 30 miles, eventually killing 2,000 cavalrymen and 200 Carthaginian aristocrats. With this first threat disposed of, Scipio went on a 7-day plundering binge, conquering a number of towns along the way. The big prize, however, would be Utica, which he had surrounded on all sides. Scipio had conquered New Carthage in one afternoon, but it appears that Utica was a tougher cookie, resisting all assaults for 40 days. Eventually, the general decided to set up winter quarters 2 miles west of the city before resuming his assaults. At the beginning of 203 BC, Syphax and his father-in-law Gisco mustered 2 large armies and marched into the region, establishing their respective camps not far from the Romans. While wintering on the promontory, Scipio received a message from Syphax, proposing a simple peace deal, returning to the status quo ante bellum. Scipio initially rejected such offers, but then he saw an opportunity. If he agreed to table peace talks, he would have the opportunity to send some spies into the enemy quarters. The general thus agreed for some of his legates to discuss the peace treaty with Syphax and Gisco's own delegations. As the legates entered their camps, they brought along a number of slaves, who were actually centurions in disguise. While the legates dragged on negotiations, day after day, Scipio's spies took note of the structure and makeup of the enemy camps. Gisco's army contained about 30,000 foot and 3,000 horse, and it was at a distance of 10 studies from Syphax and his Numidians. The Numidians, for their part, possessed a larger camp that lodged 50,000 infantry and 10,000 cavalry. This combined force of 93,000 men is probably an exaggeration by Polybius. Nonetheless, Syphax and his father-in-law clearly had the numerical advantage. Despite this, the spies soon took notice that the Numidian camp was a sprawling, confused mess of thatched huts, which made for perfect combustible material. When spring arrived, Scipio had devised the perfect plan to dispose of the overwhelming enemy force. He first blockaded Utica with part of his forces, so as to divert attention from his real intentions, a nighttime attack on both camps. The general set off from his camp at midnight, with Laelius and Massinissa in tow. Once they reached Syphax's camp, Scipio's plan for a double massacre got into motion. Laelius and Massinissa's cavalry burst through the camp of the western Numidians, setting their huts on fire. Flames spread immediately, as did panic. Syphax's soldiers were taken by complete surprise, and believing the fire was accidental, poured out of their huts unarmed, seeking to extinguish the flames. The Romans and the eastern Numidians thus slew thousands, and many more perished in the raging inferno, or were trampled to death while escaping. The fire raging through the camp of King Syphax was noticed by Gisco's troops in their own camp. They did not suspect this was the result of a Roman attack, and thus rushed out of their palisades to put out the flames. Their generosity and selflessness were rewarded by Roman steel, as Scipio's column, lying in ambush, cut the rescuers to pieces. The legionnaires then invaded the encampment, overcame all resistance, and hurled firebrands upon the huts of the Carthaginians. In a matter of minutes, Scipio's stratagem had destroyed 2 large enemy camps, devastating them in a ruthless conflagration. As the unforgiving flames and the cries of the dying rose into the dark skies of Utica, Syphax and Hasdrubal Gisco were able to make a narrow escape, followed by barely 2,500 badly wounded men. According to Livy, the king and the general had lost 45,000 men that night, including 11 Carthaginian senators, as well as 2,700 horses and 14 elephants. Although Scipio had just won a crushing victory, he was still not content, and immediately ordered his junior officers to chase Gisco to the nearby city of Anda. The coriacious general had a habit of slipping through Scipio's fingers, and this time it would be no different. The inhabitants of Anda mutinied against Hasdrubal and his troops, which allowed the Romans to take it by storm. Gisco had managed to escape once more, bringing news of the disaster to Carthage. The city senate split into debating factions, one of which favoured sending peace envoys to Scipio. But it appears that Carthage had been infected by a very specific Roman disease, the utter inability to realise when it was time to surrender. Gisco and Syphax would continue the fight against Scipio, and should they fail again, the Carthaginian Senate would recall from Italy their greatest general for the mother of all showdowns. Following the massacres of their respective armies in the fires near Utica, King Syphax and General Hasdrubal Gisco displayed great resilience in assembling a new large force, revolving around a freshly recruited corps of 4,000 elite Celtiberian warriors. The two allies chose a rallying point some 80 miles southwest of Utica, the valley of the Baghrades River, simply known as the Great Plains. Some 50 years earlier, the Carthaginian army under the command of the Spartan mercenary Xanthippus had crushed the Roman consul Attilius Regulus here during the First Punic War. Was history about to repeat itself? Scipio likely knew his history, but he was not going to shy away from the challenge. The general maintained a sea and land blockade around Utica before shifting the bulk of his forces towards the Baghrades. After a 5-day march, the Romans placed their camp on a height, about 30 studies from the enemy. The next morning, Scipio led his cavalry in the flat terrain of the valley, skirmishing with the enemy outposts. After 3 days of light engagements, both armies descended onto the plains, ready to give battle. Scipio fielded a total of 20,000 men, which he arranged in the most classic of fashions: an infantry line of hastati, followed by a second line of principes and a reserve of triarii. The infantry's right flank was protected by the Italic cavalry, while the left was securely guarded by Massiniss's fierce Numidian horse. Syphax and Gisco mirrored this battle order by placing their 4,000 Celtiberians in the centre, flanked by cavalry wings. Syphax's own Numidian horse was placed in front of the Italic cavalry, while Carthaginian mounted troops faced Massiniss's men. The cavalry contingents from both opponents opened the engagement, immediately charging each other. Normally, Numidian horsemen would have wiped the floor with their Italic counterparts, but on this occasion, Syphax had to rely on young, poorly trained recruits. Thus, the king's cavalry was soundly beaten back and chased off the battlefield. A similar scene unfolded on the other wing, as Massiniss's light horse dispersed their Carthaginian foes. Gisco's Celtiberian centre still held out firmly, attracting the might of Scipio's entire force. The gallant warriors were first attacked head-on by the Roman legionnaires, and then pressed on their flanks by the Italic and Numidian horse. According to Livy, Scipio had treated that particular Celtiberian tribe kindly during his Iberian campaign, and yet they had decided to side once more with Carthage. So, if they surrendered, they faced certain execution. If they escaped, they had no chance of surviving in a distant and foreign country. Faced with a hopeless dilemma, the warriors decided to fight to the last man, a sacrifice which allowed Gisco and Syphax to retreat in relatively good order. The general rushed back to Carthage, while his son-in-law Syphax regrouped in his kingdom's capital of Cirta. For the second time in the span of a few months, the Carthaginian Senate had to address a military disaster with a life-or-death decision. The assembly eventually decided to stall Scipio by fortifying the capital's defences and by harassing the Roman army and fleet blockading Utica. At the same time, they would recall Hannibal and his army from Italy. The war was no longer about subjugating the Roman Republic, but rather ensuring the very survival of Carthage. At the same time, Scipio had convened a council of war with Massinissa and Gaius Laelius to plan their next steps. The three agreed that Scipio would continue his previous campaign of bringing towns and villages to heel, while Massinissa and Laelius would deal with Syphax in his own kingdom. After conquering several minor cities, Scipio easily took possession of Tunis, a settlement in view of Carthage itself. But just when the Romans were fortifying their quarters, they noticed a fleet leaving the capital and heading in the direction of Utica. Scipio immediately realized the danger. If the Carthaginians took the Roman fleet by surprise, they risked being stranded in Africa. The general ordered a forced march to Utica, reaching the city before the enemy fleet. Once there, he realized that his warships were not fit for a naval battle, and thus devised a brilliant plan. Or so Scipio thought, as it would result in a rare setback for the undefeated commander. The plan was to mount a static maritime defence by leaving the warships anchored near land. The quinqueremes would be protected by 4 lines of transport ships, arranged in successive layers from the coast and towards the open sea. The transports were to be tied to each other by ropes, planks, and improvised bridges. These bridges were high enough to allow small scouting vessels to sail underneath them, and then out to sea, so they could harass the enemy before returning again. Once Scipio had completed what were essentially floating fortifications, he had them manned with about 1,000 picked legionnaires, armed with javelins and other projectiles. Then the Carthaginian fleet showed up off the coast of Utica, and a fierce exchange of missiles broke out. Scipio's aquatic ramparts were higher than the attacking ships, and thus the projectiles hurled by the Romans struck their enemies with considerable force, while the Carthaginian javelins and arrows barely reached the defensive lines. Yet Scipio soon made a tactical mistake by sending out his scouting vessels. These ships were fast and agile, but they were also very small. As they sallied beneath the improvised bridges, the sheer momentum generated by the Carthaginian warships sent them to the bottom. Moreover, the legionnaires atop the transports interrupted their discharge of missiles, as they feared hitting their own companions. This lull in the action allowed the Carthaginian naval commanders to deploy their next tactic: long wooden poles fitted with grappling irons. The metal hooks clawed at the sides of the first line of transports, and the warships began being dragged away. The Romans attempted to cut off the poles, but to no avail. Eventually, all they could do was sever the ropes and planks tying their transport together, and hastily escape to the second line of defence. Scipio could only look on as the Carthaginian fleet merrily sailed back home after having nicked 60 of his transport ships. While the Carthaginian fleet was enjoying this morale-boosting raid, Laelius and Massinissa approached Syphax's capital of Cirta for a showdown with the Numidian king. At the height of his power, Syphax controlled the territories of both the Messaceli tribes and the Massiliae, a realm which rightfully belonged to Massiniss's bloodline. After Syphax's recent setbacks, Massinissa was reinstated as the rightful king of the Massiliae. The 2 Numidian rulers might have had another reason behind their dogged rivalry. Syphax's wife, Sophonisba, daughter of General Hasdrubal Gisco, was possibly once betrothed to Massinissa himself. Sophonisba spurred on her husband to continue the fight alongside Carthage, and thus Syphax raised a sizable army and marched out to meet his enemies. The opposing armies pitched their camps at a short distance from each other before engaging in small-scale cavalry skirmishes. Attacks and counterattacks grew in intensity until the entire mounted forces of both factions engaged in a massive cavalry battle. While Laelius and Massiniss's horsemen were better trained and battle-hardened, they lacked in numbers, and Syphax's troops gained the upper hand. The combined Roman-Numidian cavalry did not break entirely, however, but rather mounted a fighting retreat. This allowed the Roman heavy infantry to form a solid line and steadily advance towards the incoming enemy horse. Emboldened by the arrival of their 2-legged friends, the Roman Numidian horse wheeled around and resumed an offensive stance, fighting in close quarters against Syphax's troops. This sudden reversal broke morale amongst their ranks, prompting the king himself to charge headlong against the enemy. However brave Syphax might have been, his horse was not made of steel, and a well-aimed javelin sent the poor beast tumbling to the floor. Resistance melted away, and the Roman Numidian cavalry pressed forth their charge, killing some 5,000 Messaceli, overrunning their camp and capturing 2,500 more. Syphax himself was captured alive and put in chains, to Massiniss's delight. The victor then dragged Syphax before the gates of Cirta, where the aristocracy immediately surrendered the capital to him. Massinissa took possession of the royal palace, where he was met by Sophonisba, who fell to her knees, imploring not to be handed over to the Romans. At this stage, Livy claims that the victor was quickly moved not to pity only, but with the amorous susceptibility of the Numidian race. Thinking on his feet, Massinissa quickly reached a solution to both protect Sophonisba and keep her on his side, marrying her on the spot. When Laelius reached Cirta, he was not amused by the arrangement. Suspicious of Sophonisba's motives, the commander wished to immediately tear apart the newlyweds, but Massinissa convinced him to delegate the decision to Scipio. Thus, after sending Syphax and other captives back to the Roman camp, the two best buds of Laelius and Massinissa rode out again to subdue the remainder of the Massilian cities. Once their short campaign was concluded in victory, Scipio addressed the issue of Sophonisba. As both the daughter and the former wife of two leading enemy commanders, it was Scipio's duty to send the Carthaginian noblewoman to Rome so she could be tried by the Senate. Massinissa thus faced a dilemma: oppose the Romans after they had helped him reconquer his kingdom, or allow for his new queen to be humiliated in front of the Senate. The king of the Numidians opted for a third avenue, one which is sure to puzzle modern observers. As was customary for monarchs, Massinissa employed a slave in charge of serving him a cup of poison, as a last resort against impending defeat. But the poison would not be for him. Massinissa asked the slave to bear the deadly cup to Sophonisba, for her to choose whether she wanted to be taken alive by the Romans. Livy recorded her last words as such: "I receive the wedding gift, and it is not unwelcome if my husband has been able to bestow nothing better upon his wife. But tell him this, that it would have been easier for me to die if I had not married at my funeral." And so it was that Sophonisba, daughter of Hasdrubal Gisco, accepted the bitter cup of poison served by her own groom. According to Livy, she fearlessly drained it without a sign of wavering. Perhaps mindful of the tragedy he had caused, Scipio immediately organized a triumphal celebration in Massinissa's honor, during which he first officially addressed him as king of all Numidians. Next, the general regrouped his forces in Tunis, once again threatening Carthage directly. The city senate saw it fit to initiate peace negotiations directly with him, to be conducted by a delegation of 30 elder statesmen. Scipio put forth his terms. Carthage was to free all captives, withdraw their armies from Italy and Cisalpine Gaul, relinquish any claim over Iberia, abandon any island in the Mediterranean, cede the vast majority of their war fleet to Rome, and pay a vast indemnity. This would consist of 500,000 pecks of wheat, 300,000 pecks of barley, and 5,000 talents of silver. The statesmen did not disagree with such terms immediately, but this was just a ruse to gain some time, as the Senate had already given orders to recall Hannibal and Hamilcar Barca's armies from Italy to mount a last-ditch defense in Africa. This is a good time to rewind the sundial and catch up with the adventures and misadventures of the Barca brothers, starting with Mago, the youngest of the Lion's brood. Following the Roman victory in Iberia back in 206 BC, Mago had received orders from Carthage to sail to northern Italy and join forces with his older brother Hannibal. In spite of Scipio's triumphs, the young Barca still commanded a small force and fleet at Gades, whence he sailed towards New Carthage, in the hope of plundering supplies, and perhaps reconquering the old Punic capital in Iberia. His expedition met with disaster, as his landing party was immediately routed by a Roman sortie. Mago then sailed back to Gades, where he found that the inhabitants had shut the city gates and refused to let him in. With few options remaining, Mago sailed to the Balearic Islands, possibly to recruit a contingent of the local renowned slingers to his cause. The Carthaginian ships had barely approached the main port of Majorca when volleys of sling bullets rained upon them like a hailstorm of rocks. Mago could not catch a break. The commander diverted his fleet towards Minorca, where the locals were more open to dialogue, as 2,000 of them joined Mago's force. In the summer of 205 BC, Mago finally landed in Liguria, carrying 12,000 infantry and 2,000 cavalry aboard a fleet of 30 warships. Here Mago did catch a break, as he stormed the city of Genua by surprise before recruiting great numbers of allies amongst Cisalpine Gauls and the Engauni, a Ligurian tribe. A Roman army marched north, under the command of proconsul Marcus Livius Salinator, one of the men who had defeated Mago's older brother Hasdrubal at the Battle of the Metaurus. However, Salinator did not confront Mago head-on, preferring to establish a solid line of defense at Ariminum. Mago was kept in check for the next 2 years, until the summer of 203 BC, when praetor Publius Quinctilius Varus and proconsul Marcus Cornelius Cethegus finally confronted the menace head-on in the territory of the Insubrian Gauls. Varus's 2 legions fought in the first line, flanked by cavalry. Cethegus ordered his own 2 legions to stand in reserve, while he and Varus led the cavalry from the front. As their initial infantry charge was repulsed by Mago's forces, Varus and his son Marcus changed tactics, taking command of the entire cavalry force of the 4 legions. The Roman horse rode forward in a massed cavalry charge, which would have surely broken down Mago's formation had not the general quickly deployed his 7 elephants. The pachyderms formed a line before Mago's battle order, terrifying the Roman horses with their loud trumpeting and, importantly, body odour. Varus and Marcus's charging horsemen lost momentum. They reared back, allowing for Mago's Numidian cavalry to perform their favourite trick, wheeling in front of the enemy and discharging volleys of javelins. The Roman horse had retreated behind the infantry line, while the latter was being cut to pieces by the Numidians, the elephants, and Mago's local allies. Eventually, Varus and Cethegus ordered their battered frontline legions to retreat, before throwing in the fresh soldiers of their reserve. Mago matched this move by replacing his infantry line with Gallic reserves, but these new troops were quickly routed by the Romans. The legionnaires then closed in against the elephants, pelting them with javelins. 4 elephants crashed to the ground, while the surviving 3 were chased off the battlefield. This sight demoralized the Numidians, for they began to fall back as well. But Mago Barca was not going to allow it. The general stood on the front line, in front of his standards, encouraging his troops as he fought. But when a javelin pierced his thigh, Mago fell to the ground. His men managed to rescue him, but the sight of his almost lifeless body struck a deadly blow to morale. Mago's forces broke into flight, leaving 5,000 dead against 2,300 casualties suffered by the Romans. While Mago endured such tribulations, his brother Hannibal was not faring much better. In 206 BC, a large convoy of 100 transport ships bearing reinforcements, supplies, and money from Carthage was intercepted by a Roman fleet off Sardinia. As a result, Hannibal's army spent much of 205 BC pinned down in Bruttium, hampered by the lack of food and a devastating epidemic, which had also beset the consular forces in the region. In the same year, Scipio's army had successfully recaptured the strategic port city of Locri, previously allied to Hannibal. As covered in the previous episode, General Barca had failed to expel the Romans, coming dangerously close to clashing with Scipio in the process. In 204 BC, Hannibal had taken control of Croton, another port in Bruttium, as 2 legions encroached in the area under the command of consul Publius Sempronius Tuditanus. This Tuditanus was a veteran of Cannae, having barely survived the disaster by leading 600 men into forming a walking shield wall, breaking a Carthaginian encirclement and then conducting a fighting retreat. In the summer of 204 BC, the armies of Tuditanus and Hannibal unexpectedly clashed while marching just outside Croton. The battle was a disorganized one, as men fought in columns rather than in line. Hannibal's vanguard nonetheless emerged victorious, killing some 1,200 foes and routing Tuditanus back to his camp. Clearly, this was one defeat too many for the consul to accept. The following night, Tuditanus dispatched a messenger to proconsul Publius Licinius Crassus, asking him to descend into Bruttium with 2 more legions. The combined force challenged Hannibal in a pitched battle, of which we have very few details, only that Tuditanus led his legions in the front line, while Crassus waited in reserve. The consul finally had his revenge, as the Carthaginians lost 4,000 of their number, their lines were broken, and Hannibal was forced into a retreat back to Croton. For reasons unknown, however, the victorious Tuditanus did not exploit his advantage, and directed his troops to the conquest of other minor cities allied to Hannibal. In any case, the once triumphant Carthaginian general was now stuck in Croton, with little hope of restoring his erstwhile conquests in southern Italy. At the same time, his younger brother Mago was equally powerless, lying wounded in Liguria. In the meantime, Publius Cornelius Scipio had accumulated victories in North Africa, successfully shifting the war's entire center of gravity to the Carthaginian homeland. That was when Carthage's panicked messages reached Hannibal and Mago. The war in Italy was a lost cause. It was now time to return home and defend the very existence of their motherland. By early summer 203 BC, all hope had been lost for the Barca brothers in Italy. After a disappointing campaigning season, Mago and Hannibal received orders from their Senate to sail back to North Africa and defend their motherland from the apparently undefeatable Scipio and his allies. Suffering from a leg wound received in his last losing battle, Mago sailed off the coast of Liguria with the remnants of his army. According to Livy, the fleet had barely cleared Sardinia when the festering wound claimed the life of the young lion. Other ancient historians would claim that Mago lived on for at least 10 years, but what is certain is that he somehow did not make it back to Africa, and could not join his big brother in the decisive final stages of the war. Even if Mago did survive his wound, a storm would scatter his ships off Sardinia, making them easy pickings for capture by a Roman fleet. As for Hannibal, his departure from southern Italy was a bitter affair. The fiercest of the lion's brood had occupied much of the Roman Republic's territory over 15 years against all reasonable odds. He had defeated vastly superior enemy armies, had gained allies, conquered cities, and devastated and plundered enormous swathes of land. All the while, he had suffered defeat on only a few occasions, and never on a decisive scale. It was for these reasons that he could not help lashing out against his own rulers. I am being recalled by men who, in forbidding the sending of reinforcements and money, were long ago trying to drag me back. The conqueror of Hannibal is therefore not the Roman people, so often cut to pieces and put to flight, but the Carthaginian Senate by carping and envy. Hannibal's rage was understandable, but a tad unfair. Contrary to popular belief, the Carthaginian Senate had indeed attempted to resupply Hannibal on several occasions, most recently by sending his brother Mago to join the Italian War, and by assembling a convoy of 100 cargo ships in 206 BC. It wasn't a result of carping and envy that Mago had been cornered and later defeated in modern-day Lombardy, while the supply fleet had been intercepted and plundered by the Roman navy. Nonetheless, it was time for Hannibal to bid farewell to southern Italy and transport his most experienced, battle-hardened and loyal troops across the Mediterranean. As the shores of Italy disappeared beyond the horizon, the general invoked a curse upon himself. Why had he not attacked the city of Rome straight after Cannae? Why had he lingered on for years, committing a war of attrition with the she-wolf? On her part, the she-wolf was all too happy to learn that both Barca brothers had left their country, putting an end to a long and bloody occupation. Finally, the gods had listened to the laments and prayers of countless widows and orphans across the peninsula. Shortly after receiving this news, the Roman Senate welcomed a delegation of Carthaginian envoys, who requested an armistice, and subsequently entered into peace negotiations. The envoys shifted responsibility for the war away from Carthaginian elites, squarely placing the blame on Hannibal. It was him, not Carthage, who had declared war on Rome, crossing the Ebro and then the Alps on his own initiative. The Roman Senate agreed to a temporary armistice, but was not willing to discuss peace conditions. In fact, former consul Marcus Valerius Laevinus accused the Carthaginian ambassadors of being spies, and had them escorted back to their ships. Around the same time, 2 Roman fleets were sent to resupply the forces of Publius Cornelius Scipio in North Africa, with one sailing off Sardinia and the other to Sicily. The latter convoy, consisting of 230 ships under Praetor Gnaeus Octavius, was surprised by strong winds, which scattered the transport and warships along the coast near Carthage. The crew did not suffer any losses, but the sailors and marines had to abandon their vessels, leaving heaps of tempting cargo in sight of the Carthaginian citizens. Under the terms of the armistice, no party was allowed to plunder enemy supplies, but the local Senate bowed to popular pressure and ordered their fleet to capture the Roman vessels and their bounty. Scipio was outraged by this breach of the ceasefire and dispatched a delegation to Carthage from his camp near Utica. Scipio's officers complained to the local magistrates about how the armistice had been violated. All they received in return was an assassination attempt at the hands of an angry mob. After narrowly escaping death at the hands of the Carthaginian citizens, the Romans demanded a naval escort from the magistrates. The Punic officials provided the Romans with this, but they also sent a secret message to one Admiral Hasdrubal, who was neither Barca nor Gisco, by the way. The message instructed the officer to ambush the Roman quinquereme as soon as the naval escort pulled out at the mouth of the river Bagrides. Hasdrubal acted according to plan, surrounding the Roman ship with 3 quadriremes and pelting it with javelins and other projectiles. The Roman marines on board fought back desperately, suffering many casualties, until their vessel ran aground. Scipio's emissaries had survived both attempts on their lives, and reported back to the ever more livid general. The treacherous ambush was the last straw. The armistice was definitely broken. Scipio issued orders to his legates and tribunes to prepare for battle. The year 203 BC was drawing to a close when Hannibal and his veteran army of Italy made landfall in North Africa, setting up their camp at Hadrumetum. The general spent the next months recruiting a cavalry force, eventually securing the support of Prince Tarcheius, a friend of King Syphax, the Numidian ruler who had been defeated and deposed by Scipio and by his local ally Massinissa. Fearing the latter's ambition to rule over all Numidians, Tarcheius committed 2,000 elite horsemen to Hannibal's cause. In the same year of 202 BC, another protagonist of the war, Quintus Fabius Maximus the Delayer, passed away of old age. Before departing for the Elysian fields, the statesman had predicted that Hannibal's return to Africa would put Scipio in a very difficult situation. Barca would be a more terrible enemy in his land than in a foreign country, owing to his undisputed skills, army of veterans, and urge to defend the motherland. Curiously, the Carthaginian Senate held similar views of Scipio, whom they dreaded as a predestined commander, born to work their destruction. It is fair to say that both senates were extremely anxious about the upcoming clash of titans, and both armies were consumed by the suspense preceding their final conflict. The tension was finally broken when Hannibal learned that Scipio and Massiniss's forces had been occupying and destroying the farmland around Carthage. It was time to intervene, and Hannibal led a forced march to a new camp near the settlement of Zama, not far from the capital. The main Carthaginian column was preceded by teams of scouts, who were captured by the Romans and brought before Scipio. Rather than executing them, the Roman general led them on a guided tour of his camp, and then had them escorted back to their headquarters. As intended by Scipio, the scouts reported to Hannibal how the Romans appeared to be well-fed, well-equipped, and in high spirits. Moreover, they had just welcomed Massinissa at the head of 6,000 Numidian infantry and 2,000 Numidian horsemen. This report had a great impact on Hannibal. Not only had he realized that his younger opponent commanded a formidable force, but he was also a magnanimous and courageous leader. The Thunderbolt decided there and then that he had to meet this fearsome foe, and thus sent him an invitation to parley. Scipio accepted and shifted his camp to Narragara, at a day's march from Zama. Sometime in October 202 BC, the greatest generals of the Mediterranean met at a convened location halfway between their respective camps. Apparently both were starstruck at the sight of each other, but Hannibal broke the silence first, appealing for peace. "We have gone so far that one nation has endangered the very soil of its native land, and the other is now actually doing so. All that there remains for us to do is to try our best to depreciate the wrath of the gods, and to put an end to these feelings of obstinate hostility. I personally am ready to do this, because I have learned by actual experience that fortune is the most fickle thing in the world, and inclines with decisive favour now to one side and now to the other, on the slightest pretext, treating mankind like young children." Hannibal then expressed concern for his younger colleague. "It is about you that I am anxious, Scipio, for you are still a young man, and everything has succeeded to your wishes both in Iberia and Libya, and you have as yet never experienced the ebb tide of fortune. If you conquer, you will add nothing of importance to your glory or to that of your country, while if you are worsted, you will have been yourself the means of entirely cancelling all the honours and glories you have already won." Hannibal concluded his speech by offering a very generous peace settlement, essentially allowing Rome to maintain control of Iberia, Sicily, Sardinia, and other smaller islands. Scipio rejected Hannibal's offer, claiming that previous peace negotiations and even the armistice had been annulled by the plundering of the Roman convoy. Though they had got what they asked, the Carthaginians annulled the compact by an act of perfidy towards us. What course is left to me? Put yourself in my place and say, to withdraw the severest clauses of the treaty? Are we to do this in order that by reaping the reward of treachery, they may learn in future to outrage their benefactors? What then is the conclusion of my discourse? It is that you must submit yourselves and your country to us unconditionally, or conquerors in the field." The fates had decided. Thousands of men would decide the outcome of the harrowing conflict in one final clash. The morning after meeting Hannibal, Scipio drew up his men in the fields near Zama, numbering 24,000 infantry and 6,000 cavalry. The general laid out his infantry in 3 lines. The first line was composed of hastati, arranged in maniples and separated by gaps. Behind the hastati, a row of principes was also divided into maniples. Scipio did not place them to cover the intervals separating the hastati, but rather behind the frontline soldiers themselves. Finally, a third row of triarii was arranged in the same fashion. By arranging his footmen in this way, Scipio's entire infantry block was separated by long corridors, stretching from the front lines to the back of the formation. Finally, the commander filled the intervals with rows of velites, whose role was to initiate hostilities. If they were attacked, they would quickly retreat to the very back, or find protection behind the heavy maniples. The infantry formation was complemented, as customary, by 2 wings of cavalry, commanded by Scipio's most trusted companions. Gaius Laelius headed the Italic horse on the left wing, while Massinissa and his Numidians took up the right. After his men took formation, Scipio encouraged them to remember their former victories and to look forward to their future. The effect of your victory would be not only to make you complete masters of Libya, but to give you and your country the supremacy and undisputed lordship of the world. Charge the enemy then with the steady resolve to do one of 2 things, to conquer or to die. Hannibal had a harder time motivating his men, as he had assembled a composite force of mercenaries, recently levied local troops, and his veteran army of Italy. In spite of this, he arranged them according to a brilliant plan. Closer to the enemy, he lined up 80 mighty war elephants, ready to unleash a devastating charge. Next in the order came the mercenary infantry, consisting of Ligurian, Gallic, Balearic, and Mauritanian warriors. Behind them, a second line of Carthaginian and Libyan heavy infantry. Next, a third line of battle-hardened veterans of the Italian campaign stood as a formidable reserve. Hannibal urged them to remember the 17 years during which we have been brothers in arms, and the number of battles we had fought with the Romans, in which we had never been beaten, or given the Romans even a hope of victory. Finally, Hannibal arranged his cavalry on the wings, with the Carthaginian horse on the right and Tychaeus and his Numidians on the left. The latter thus faced Massinissa directly, and in fact it was the opposing contingents of Numidian cavalry which opened the engagement, launching skirmishing attacks against each other. Hannibal then gave the order, and 80 stampeding pachyderms surged forward towards Scipio's infantry. The Roman commander knew how to handle the beasts, and had placed his buglers in the front. Their loud trumpeting greatly scared the elephants, and their handlers lost control of them. Several of the animals stomped back towards the Carthaginian lines, trampling the Numidian horse on the left wing. As Tychaeus' men lost cohesion, Massinissa spotted an opportunity and launched an all-out charge against his rival, chasing the enemy cavalry off the battlefield. Not all of the elephants had caused friendly damage. A large number of them had in fact reached Scipio's first line, trampling the velites. The Roman missile skirmishers fought back, killing several elephants with their javelins, before retreating behind the maniples of Hastati, as instructed by Scipio. This maneuver opened large corridors amidst the Roman infantry, which several elephants took advantage of. Proving their great intelligence, the animals made the sensible decision to quit the battlefield altogether, running largely undisturbed across the corridors. A last group of war beasts was still fighting against the velites and the Hastati, until they panicked and fled towards the Carthaginian cavalry on the right wing, scattering them in confusion. Gaius Laelius mimicked Massinissa's tactic and surged forward, chasing the last remnants of Hannibal's cavalry off the field. With their mounted troops out of the picture, Scipio and Hannibal ordered their infantry to advance. The opposing first lines of Roman Hastati and multinational mercenaries clashed against one another, engaging in a tight melee. According to Livy, the Romans lifted a battle cry in fearsome harmony, which aroused their spirits and gave them an initial advantage. However, after the initial exchanges, the fight shifted to extreme close quarters, and Hannibal's mercenaries proved more adept with their swords, wounding and killing many Hastati. The young and fit legionnaires did not buckle and kept pressing forward, charging repeatedly against the mercenaries and pushing them back with their shoulders and the bosses of their shields. The princeps in the second line contributed to the tactic, pushing against their compatriots' backs and adding to their weight. On the other hand, Hannibal's second line of Carthaginian and Libyan heavy infantry did not offer support to their comrades for hire. Inevitably, the first line of the Barcid army started to disintegrate. Many of them died on the spot, while others retreated, seeking refuge amidst the second line. But the heavy infantry would not accept their fleeing allies within their ranks, leading to a battle within the battle in which foreign mercenaries and local troops slashed at each other. Eventually, the heavy infantry tightly closed their ranks, forcing the mercenaries to take position on their wings. Now, Hannibal's second line braced themselves to engage with Scipio's advancing infantry, and especially his enthusiastic Hastati. However, the forward march of the frontline legionnaires was slowed down by the heaps of bodies, discarded weapons, and pools of blood which littered the battlefield, a state of confusion which, according to Polybius, had been carefully designed by Hannibal himself. The Hastati lost cohesion and were further scattered by a charge of the Libyans. Nevertheless, the young legionnaires in the front line had their backs covered by their older comrades, the Principes and the Triarii. Most of them had fought alongside Scipio for years. Many were the veterans of Cannae and were desperate to restore their honour. As such, they would not back down. The Principes thus surged forward, breaking the Carthaginian advance and causing further casualties. Hannibal's heavy foot was beaten back, and much like the mercenaries before them, they tried to merge with the third line of infantry. This line was Hannibal's elite reserve, the army of veterans who had fought in Italy, and the general would not allow the survivors of the second line to sow confusion amongst his loyal warriors. Hannibal thus ordered the army of Italy to lower their spears to keep the survivors at bay, forcing the latter to take position on the wings or abandon the battlefield altogether. In the meantime, Scipio was reorganizing his men, still trudging forward through heaps of limbs and discarded weapons. He first ordered the Hastati who had been wounded to be carried to the rear. He then rearranged his entire infantry into a single line, the surviving Hastati at the center and Principes and Triarii at either wing. The battle had thus evolved into a basic infantry slog, with two simple lines of soldiers facing each other in an open field. Despite this, the setup was deceptively simple. This was the ultimate tactical ruse devised by Hannibal. Perhaps deeming his mercenaries and local heavy foot to be unreliable, he had placed them in the first two lines of his battle order, forcing Scipio's higher quality troops to fight their way through them, thereby expending their energies and blunting their weapons. The Romans had vanquished the Carthaginian mercenaries, but now they were thirsty, exhausted, and had to face Hannibal's core of tough veterans. After a brief pause, Polybius describes, "The two lines charged each other with the greatest fire and fury. The final duel had begun between the Serpent and the Thunderbolt, as their men unleashed their weapons and rage against their opponents." Polybius, who would later speak with veterans of the battle, reported how they were nearly equal in numbers, spirit, courage, and arms, and that the men, in their obstinate valour, were falling dead without giving way a step. The fight rumbled on, fueled by the indomitable spirit of men who had followed their respective commanders for years, through victory and through misery. Neither side was able to gain the advantage. Hannibal's reserve had maintained their vigour, but the Romans compensated for their physical exhaustion with high morale. And then the ground began to shake. 15 years earlier, a sudden cavalry attack to the rear had sealed the doom of Rome's consular armies at Cannae. On this day at Zama, the same fate would befall Hannibal Barca. Having decisively defeated their opponents, almost 6,000 horsemen under Laelius and Massinissa thundered back onto the plain, attacking Hannibal's infantry from the rear. The Numidian and Italic horse smashed into the body of gallant veterans, hacking them to pieces. Many fell on the spot. Others tried to escape across the open fields, but most were cut down by the pursuing cavalry. Hannibal was among the few survivors who made it back alive to Hadrumetum. Strewn across the fields of Zama lay the bodies of 20,000 Carthaginians and their allies. A further 20,000 would be made prisoners. On the other hand, the triumphant Scipio had lost only 1,500 men. Shortly after the battle, Hannibal reported back to the Carthaginian Senate. There wasn't much to be said, except that the battle and the war were lost. Carthage's only hope for survival was to sue for peace. Some days later, Scipio was approaching the city at the head of a large fleet when he was met by a delegation bearing olive branches. Scipio refused to discuss peace terms there and then, asking the envoys to meet at his headquarters at Ticinus instead. While on his way to the camp from Utica, the commander received news that the war was not over after all. Prince Firmina, son of Numidian King Syphax, was riding to Carthage's rescue, quite literally, as the prince commanded a force of mostly cavalry. Scipio's own cavalry and part of his infantry met these reinforcements directly, clashing head-on with the approaching column. Vermina's cavalry immediately retreated, but their flight was cut off by Laelius and Massiniss's horse, who surrounded their foes and initiated yet another massacre. Vermina survived, but lost 15,000 men in what was the last battle of the Second Punic War. Scipio could now share his proposed peace terms with the Carthaginian elites. The city would retain hold of its possessions in North Africa, except for the territories once belonging to the Massili and Mesacili Numidian tribes, which would be unified under the rule of King Massinissa. Carthage would be spared a military occupation, but its rulers had to pay an indemnity of 10,000 talents of silver payable over 50 years. Moreover, the Senate had to hand over all of their war elephants and all of their warships except for 10 triremes. As a last condition, Carthage would pledge to never go to war outside of North Africa. The city was allowed to wage war within those territories, but only with Rome's consent. A Carthaginian senator, called Gisco, violently objected to such terms in front of the assembly, at which point Hannibal stepped forward, grabbed him by the neck, and pulled him down from the tribune. In the general's view, Scipio's conditions were far from humiliating. They were actually favourable. Hannibal's wrestling bout convinced Carthage to accept the peace treaty. It was ratified in 201 BC, finally putting an end to arguably the bloodiest war ever fought in the Western Mediterranean up until that point in history. The skies over Carthage would still be scarred by blazing fires and screams of agony when Scipio seized the Carthaginian fleet as per the treaty and had it towed in view of the city and set on fire. While the flames consumed 500 vessels, Scipio's men seized an unspecified number of Roman and Italic deserters who had dared to seek refuge in Carthage. The Italic allies met a swift end, as Scipio had them beheaded. The Roman deserters were not as lucky, enduring the excruciating pain of death by crucifixion. The work of Publius Cornelius Scipio in North Africa was thus truly completed. The conqueror returned to Rome and was welcomed with a proper triumph. From then on, he would be known with the cognomen Africanus. Both he and his greatest adversary, Hannibal Barca, would go on to lead eventful lives, marked by more military victories and political success. But Africanus would also have to face scandalous allegations of financial misconduct, while Hannibal would face exile from his homeland and persecution at the hands of the Roman Republic. While it is not within our scope to narrate the entire lives of these giants of ancient strategy, we would like to remember them with an anecdote as told by historian Appian. In 192 BC, Scipio Africanus travelled to Ephesus as part of a delegation to the court of Antiochus III the Great, ruler of the Seleucid Empire. There he met with Hannibal, back then in the employ of the monarch. The two had a polite conversation, much like old friends, which naturally veered on military matters. Scipio asked Hannibal whom he considered the greatest commanders in history, to which he replied, Alexander of Macedon, followed by Pyrrhus of Epirus, for it would not be possible to find two kings more enterprising than these. For third place, Hannibal replied, myself, for when I was a young man, I conquered Spain and crossed the Alps with an army, the first after Hercules. I invaded Italy and struck terror into all of you, laid waste to 400 of your towns, and often put your city in extreme peril, all this time receiving neither money nor reinforcements from Carthage. Laughing, Scipio then asked him, where would you place yourself, Hannibal, if you had not been defeated by me? Hannibal replied, in that case, I should have put myself before Alexander. On an unspecified date, some 10 years later, Hannibal stood alone in a fortress, betrayed by his latest employer, King Drusius of Bithynia, and surrounded by Roman troops. Perhaps the general lamented his most bitter regret. Perhaps he recalled his greatest victories, or maybe his mind simply drifted back to that last conversation with the worthiest of his foes. As he lifted the cup of poison to his lips, Hannibal Barca uttered, let us relieve the Romans from the anxiety they have so long experienced, since they think it tries their patience too much to wait for an old man's death. You can watch our coverage of the Third Punic War by becoming a member or patron via the link in the description. More Roman and ancient history videos are on the way, so make sure you are subscribed and have pressed the bell button to see them. Please consider liking, subscribing, commenting and sharing, it helps immensely. Our patrons and YouTube members can watch more than 200 exclusive videos. Join their ranks via the link in the description or by pressing the join button under the video to watch these weekly videos, learn about our schedule, get early access to our videos, access our private Discord, and much more. This is the Kings and Generals channel, and we will catch you on the next one.